In our opening day of the Asia Pacific RMR, we had to say goodbye to the last-minute replacements in looking for Org. They weren't able to overcome TyLoo in the lower bracket matchup, and now we're left with just 3 teams fighting out for 2 spots, and they will both be decided today. Will it be the same as always? Will it be TyLoo and Renegades making their way forward, or will it be IHC who can maybe cause another surprise as they sit in this upper bracket matchup and will be facing Renegades in just a few minutes' time? But you know what? We had some fantastic action yesterday, so let's have a look at it.
Hello, the double lefty. Yes, my man Dan King.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Breaking out of these walls. Busting out of this prison. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition.
Doolies. Hello.
Doolies are in. 2 players push towards long. Needs to clear the player in Cubby, and this is exactly what the Doolies are for. Blitz finally enters back. He finds the second to flit. Can't connect the spray.
Light 'em up. Molotov music, let's all lose it. Burn 'em up. Set a fire to it for my amusement. Now I gotta do what I gotta do. That's what my face is, look in my face.
It's 2 versus 3, and now the post plants are in.
Light 'em up.
Even if they get these kills, which they're not going to, as Ints finds 3 from up on Mustang. Now Liaz makes his move, swings out to the right, finds the headshot. Again with the pop flashes, the counter nades are perfect, the smoke's gonna keep him alive, and the T's now they are frozen in place. It's just Licky in the 1 versus 4, he's not gonna be able to get it.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision, breaking out of these walls, busting out of this prison. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all.
Oh my goodness!
Living them to the mortician.
Cross shot does connect.
Again.
Light 'em up. Molotov music, let's all.
Sterling and Hazard, a kill would do it. The bomb dropped out in the open.
Nice.
They've doubled up. Hazard, lovely sight hold, now reinforced by Sterling.
Burn 'em up. Set a fire to it for my amusement.
Sterling left 1v5. The beginning of the end is upon us. LFO, try as they might. There's no stopping TyLoo in this form. Sterling's doing all he can, but it was never going to be enough, and it's Dan King to close 2-0 for TyLoo.
Not only was it Dan King to close, Dan King was the shining star of yesterday, topping the scoreboards from start to finish and looking good, but can he continue it on today? He's sat in the lower bracket waiting for his next matchup and waiting to see what's going to happen across today. We've got Blair, the mastermind of Asian Counter-Strike, and the professor who's finally brought back the turtleneck.
Yeah, I didn't put out a poll on Twitter.
Oh, you just
I
did it?
decided that I don't really care about people's opinion nor democracy, and I just did my own thing.
Democracy was a mistake, as a lot of us have found out recently, James. Or throughout history of mankind.
Great way to start things off here, boys. Thank you very much for that, you know. I couldn't agree with you more, but we'll take a look at the bracket and get some common sense going on here and look at what we're going to see throughout today. So we're starting off with this IHC taking on the good older Renegades, and then the loser of that matchup, they will be waiting for that final spot, and TyLoo, well, They may be the favourites, Blair, but I'm not too sold if it's going to be that easy for him this time.
We saw the two TyLoos yesterday. We saw the ugly TyLoo, you know, where you're like, what are you guys even doing? They lost to IHC. Credit to IHC.
The other TyLoo is also, what are you guys doing?
But you're winning.
This is amazing.
But it's amazing. It's like the tanking show, right? More like, damn king, am I right, prof?
Yeah.
Hey. But yeah, TyLoo, they look at least much better yesterday. Unfortunately for LFO, they flew all the way. I think it was Pimp, or was it you, Prof? You said you said where the time it took for them to fly was longer than the amount of time they had in the server yesterday.
Yeah, very unfortunate for looking for Org. But you know what? It's a little bit more extra experience. It's the chance to fight on the world stage. And a big thanks to them for coming on, replacing Lin Vision and taking the slot and seeing what they could get done here. But let's talk about this opening matchup we've got on our hands today, right? Because it's Renegades going up against IHC. Not one that we expected to be here in the upper bracket matchup. We're potentially not going to see Renegades taking on TyLoo. What's going on with that? We're normally used to seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a different format, right? And double elimination, since you have two contender spots, both these teams can win their lower bracket finals and upper bracket finals. They can go on through. It sucks, though. I really do enjoy watching a good old Renegades TyLoo brawl, although I do believe...
It's been a while. It's been a while
since
we saw.
It's been two years now?
Yeah, I mean, since we had the last minors and stuff like that, I don't think there is a lot of cross-pollination between Asia Pacific, Asia and Oceania. And yeah, TyLoo had a lot of issues getting to international tournaments with all the pandemic stuff going on. The Renegades also a bit less, though, and so they had some experience internationally.
Well, do you know what? Let's take a look at the team that upset and caused the commotion that means we won't see Renegades taking on TyLoo. It's IHC. The Mongolian side of IHC, they certainly did look good yesterday against TyLoo, but we've never seen them face off against the Renegades, like you guys just mentioned. We're not really seeing this kind of crossover due to the current circumstances, COVID and all that not allowing it. But IHC, we got to learn a little bit about them, how they face a team like Renegades today.
Yeah, if you look at a couple of these players, I talk about players like Cabal and Nine, they've been around for a while. Mara, famously, was the coach of the Mongols lineup when they beat Renegades 2-0 in IM Taipei.
He's back.
6 years back.
Your first event?
My second event, but it was like my first big event.
Come on, Prof. Get it right.
Yeah, just get it started.
I don't even know who you are, obviously.
All right, fair enough, Prof. But jokes aside, IHC really impressed me yesterday, right?
Yes.
We spoke about these two youngsters in the form of Techno 4K and Score, and they delivered. They put the numbers into the server, and it was a very tight affair. They picked Mirage against TyLoo, and they showed why they picked it. They just split apart the defense from TyLoo, and on Ancient, even though TyLoo was mounting that comeback, and it looked like it was going to be map number 3 coming up, the individuals were able to really step up in some of these 3 versus 5, 2v4 situations where you think TyLoo should be coming out on top. They were able to clinch it out. So kudos to them, but Renegades, I feel, are going to be a little bit too much.
Well, let's take a look at the boys and bring them on to face IHC. You love to see it, don't you, Prof? The Renegades line up here looking to do the damage and coming in as the clear favorites, but they certainly aren't unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take into account their form. Currently, eight matches win in a row. They won all of their competition in Oceania, going back 2 years, essentially 17 tournaments, qualifiers. This tournament has a bit of a bigger region inside, right? We have TyLoo here, we have IHC, so it is a higher level of competition than these domestic tournaments that they have been playing. But in the first game, I think they showed a lot of class against LFO. Just individually speaking, team-wise, they seem like the big favorites here.
They certainly do seem like the big favorites. What we're going to do as well, for anyone who are big fans of these teams and might want to see them at the major, one of these is definitely going to make it after this game. So grab your tickets by scanning that QR just down below and join us in Antwerp, where we get to see the best teams in the world go head-to-head live at the major. The question is, Blair, will either of these teams make it to the playoff stages?
Oh, that's a $1 million question, Banks. Don't think I'm qualified enough yet to answer that, in all honesty.
Cop out.
But I'm going to cop out here. But you got to remember that for both these teams, you win this best of 3, you're through. And looking at the form TyLoo were in yesterday in the second game, you don't want to face TyLoo in an elimination game. As I do have the videos coming out here, and I was wondering, are IHC going to go with the Ancient Band or Vertigo? And Vertigo's the right call. Renegades are fantastic on Vertigo, and we could see IHC struggle even regionally on that map. And obviously, if I'm Renegades, I'm not picking Ancient. I'm just floating it through.
Yeah, it seems like IHC have like a 7-map pool from what I noticed, which is pretty interesting for a team.
The Vertigo's not that great, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. Maybe their Ancient isn't that great, but they play all maps, so it gives them a bit of flexibility here. And I think this is pretty good for them, right? I don't think... Yeah, Ancient is out as well, so Inferno, Mirage. Pretty comfortable for Renegades as well, but not bad for IHC, I don't think so.
I'm a little teensy bit surprised that IHC banned out Dust 2 and allowed Nuke through, because Nuke is a map that Renegades have historically been pretty solid in at least the region. I go back to the day Dexter used to call for Renegades, right, before he joined Mouse, and his calling on Nuke was fantastic, and I feel it's remained ingrained in this team even after he's left with its replacement role.
Yeah, IHC are on a 4-map win streak on Nuke, beating the Mongols, NKT, D13, so decent teams in
none of them are Renegades, though.
Yeah,
right? So I kind of feel like, look, IHC are the underdogs here. I feel like a Duster Decider would have been something I would have picked if I were them, but you know what? Maybe they know something I don't.
Yeah, maybe they're just looking at the prep, what they do, right? We've seen a Renegades game just here recently on how they're playing out Nuke on that. It was quite a close game, so maybe there was something that IHC thought they could exploit in that if they get there. But that's the question for you boys. Do you think we're going to see a 3-mapper?
Interesting. I mean, I would give it to Renegades. I think Renegades can close in too. These are good maps for them. Mirage, especially. I think Inferno as well. So I feel like it's leaning towards a duo.
Yeah, I have to go with the boys from Down Under as well. I mean,
it is going to be IHC.
It's going to be close though. It is going to be close, and I would love to see a third map. But I think I have enough faith and belief in Renegades, and they've shown enough in the region in the past couple of years of quarantine that they wouldn't be choking here. Should be a 2-0 as well.
What do we need to see from IHC then to make sure that they can have a fight in this? Because I think individually, right, the skills have been there, but obviously we haven't seen them on this level, right, against this kind of opposition.
The pressure, because Renegades have played at, they've played at majors, they've played, albeit in earlier stages of the major, but they have that experience when it comes to LAN. And for these guys, for a lot of them, this is the most important match of their entire careers. You win this, you're through to the major, baby. You get those sexy IHC stickers, and that pressure, I feel, might crack them.
I feel like also for Renegades, what I saw on Vertigo, especially against LFO yesterday, they're pretty good at using their utility to disrupt anything, especially playing on the city side. So I feel like that is an edge that they also have.
Well, let's see if that edge is going to be something they can utilize going up into this. We're moving into our game, and we're going over to our commentators in Dinko and Sponge. And guys, I know Sponge is going to be going for the Renegades, but does IHC have a chance?
Does IHC have a chance? I think they're going to put up a good fight, but I think the desk have really set the story perfectly. I think coming into this, Renegades absolutely should be favored to take this one away.
It wouldn't be the first time an Australian team has lost to a Mongolian team, though. So look, there is always a chance, right? There's a puncher's chance, as we like to put it here. And I think that this for the Renegades, now that they've added Liaz to the roster, they have a bunch more experience within their team, and something that might go underlooked because Liaz wasn't one of the star members of the 100 Thieves team or the Renegades team in the past. So this is one of the things. Now that he comes in here, I look at him to become a star player of this Renegades roster and really push them forward. Now, I think we're comparing apples and oranges here. As Blair mentioned, for IHC, this is the biggest matchup of their career, a chance to get into that major, where for Renegades, they know that that's where they belong, especially coming from this region. They want to be a team who can compete on the international scale, not just on this more regional basis. So we're going to get this one underway. Inferno, map number 1 to kick things off, and Renegades will be starting on that defensive side here on the map choice of IHC. Fast down mid, Alistair looking for a biff.
Alistair looking to fight early, Hatson behind him to back him up and provide some support as they now charge down. Again, remember, Blitz is already around Banana. He's pushed down lower, and Cabal comes out from the underpass to take himself away. 2 heads, goes again, and nearly gets a third opportunity. Still even odds here to 3v3.
Low HP though, Blitz and 9. They really rough on the points of health right now and continuing to take fights down mid. Liaz is going to back on off. They can start to play out this 3-on-3 mid-round with still plenty of time left on the clock. Just about to get down to that 1:10 mark, and there's 2 smokes remaining for an execute here for IHC. So if they regroup, regather, get over towards B, they can smoke CT, smoke coffins, get in and play a bit of a post plant.
Liaz, hungry for information now, looks down middle. Cabal comes back, the bomb spotted in the open, a free kill for Liaz. Bomb down, and IHC's chances of competing in this round very slim.
And now it's the two low HP members here. So 60 points of health between the two of them.
Blitz now up towards top. Banana will clear the half wall. Now Ins holds from CT spawn, spots the arm out of Blitz. They're going to toss the utility in, but Ins would love to come away with one. Hasn't been able to peel away with it, so does give them an access point to the side. If they get a bomb plant here, that would give them a force option into the next.
Yeah, the plant's going to be good, and the Goosh is even better. Ins is on 2 HP now.
Yeah, this is a bit worrying now for Renegades. IHC still going to have to deal with a boost. It looks like actually just a swing through CT into the headshot. Now Blitz towards the back of the side. It's one, but taken out by Liaz. Renegades will have the pistol. IHC get the bomb plant.
Well handled there. You know, not letting it get out of control, and smiles on the faces here. Now the plant, as we mentioned, is going to cause a couple of problems going into round number 2, but still the pistol round converted. You can see they're happy with that one there, the Renegades. This is just about going through the paces here. Now they've had a little bit of time at home after IEM Katowice, which didn't go well for them at all, but Liaz had only just joined the team at that point, at least on an official capacity, and you want to bring and bed him in a bit more, right? I think, as I mentioned, Liaz can be a star of this roster. He's the most experienced member of this team, without a doubt. And I think if you're adding that alongside of what we've seen from Alistair and Ins in recent times, and then the more stable members of Hats and Sicko, it can be a very tidy team. But as we do move into round number 2, you can see this force buy we were prefacing, an AK-47, Galil, and a couple of MAC-10s.
Banana control already taken by Ins, charging down with a FAMAS. Silently moving his way through as they don't have any idea that he is already down here, but they're holding for it. Cabal with a tight angle, and the AK delivers the first kill of play for IHC.
All right, getting a bit overzealous here with that push. So information, they know it's a force buy now. Sicko's going to have to do a lot of work up here. Smoke's being thrown out from Boiler, flashes over the top. He's blind, he has to push back.
Well, the descent down, and now the steps being heard around the long play. Sicko then peeks out, but the smoke will shield him for the time being.
Mid to B here, good call.
Can cut off rotation while the rest of his teammates go through spawn.
Okay, well, Hats is the only man standing and has to deliver 2, only 1. It's not going to be enough. B is open for business.
And that's easy for IHC. Now we look to Sicko, Alistair, and Liaz. If they want to go for this, they've got to retake it in difficult fashion. They're down a player. It's not like IHC have weak guns here. They have got rifles in the hands. It's a quick play up Banana.
Oh, disconnected from the pack here. 2 of the IHC members score alongside of Blitz are out of position for this. It's a 2-on-3 on the B bomb site. And
Kit and smoke on Liaz.
oh, I think they've just called the save here.
Oh, yeah.
They've just called the save. I don't think they understood the situation they had, and they're going to walk straight into this. Score spotted all 3, trying to saunter on out of Banana. Steps on through. Liaz will alleviate that potential pressure, and they'll get away with their lives. An AK upgrade. Seeing if they can grab anything else. A FAMAS. So all those SMGs will turn into rifles at least, and they'll be able to go for a force buy in the following. But Ins very aggressive there, giving up his life early and giving over a way in for IHC to bounce back immediately here. So great stuff for the Mongolian side.
That's the difference the bomb plant makes. Renegades still able to compete going into this round. It's not going to be the best of buys, of course, but we'll see what they come up with. For IHC, still favourite to win this round, given the weapons they've been able to bring to the table. It's great to see the IHC guys here in Bucharest. It's not a team you get to see compete too often. I think the Mongolians have a great deep scene with a lot of individual players. D13 is a roster over there in Mongolia that actually played in ESEA Open in Europe, Chad. So
yeah, they have had a couple of names who have been floated, especially the Southeast Asian or Asian region as well. Like we had Lin Vision as well. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here.
Lots of opportunities, hopefully, in the future for them. Techno 4K going to be opening up with the first pick towards top. Banana. Hats removed. Ins trades him out. Now 4v4 established very early into round 3.
Oh, this is workable now for the Renegades as they have a 2-2 defense right now. Long is the gap again here. You've got Liaz crossfiring with that MP9 of Ins towards the back of the side. And as they try and draw out a bit more utility, I actually want to see what type of defense they're up against. A nice little smoke will drop. So denying passage into the B bomb site for now, but that will only last for approximately 20 seconds here. Still plenty of opportunities for IHC to use the util that they have to put together a nice set piece. A couple of smokes, a couple of flashes. Molotov for good measure here, and they're being very slow about this one. No rush on a map like Inferno. One of the keys is just waiting out all this util as they dump some more in towards B. They keep their feet planted. This is a fake. They're heading back towards A.
Sicko holding from balcony. Will spot one coming out towards top middle. Can't get away with a pick. Sinderi will slow things down towards short side, but it is that long wrap rather, as Alistair's waiting for it. Smoke goes down to cancel out any utility that might come into his position, and that molly will go through to the back of the bicycle. Alistair still forced into the wider fight, but given he's got the smoke, it should give him an advantage, but 9 puts his head in the ground. Now Sicko at the back to the side, he's under a lot more pressure with his resources and support network gone. Finally, a long and labored spray gets 1, but still a 2 versus 3. Blitz pushes into Library, and they hold off the short offensive. 2-1 start here for IHC.
And they know what that one means. It's a big round to win those saved guns. Now they're going to bankrupt the Renegades going forward here and likely grab their 3rd against what should be an eco. Now, we can talk a little bit more about this experience. Maybe you haven't watched a lot of Australian matchups before and you aren't too familiar with the name of Liaz. He was part of the Renegades roster that made it to the semi-finals of the Starlight Berlin Major against Avantgarde, who went on to, unfortunately, lose to Astralis, like everybody did at the time. But the boys, previously, we had obviously JKS, Azza, Jacob, Gratisfaction from New Zealand. There's always a bit of New Zealand representation as well, so we want to make sure that we spread that love. You have Sicko. He's also from that little tiny island off the east coast. The rest of the lads are from Australia, as well as the coach King Fisher, who's behind the team. Now, this one hasn't started well whatsoever. Alistair is already down. As we mentioned, it was just a light investment here. And as they seek out information top mid, there is a lot of room to work with.
As long as IHC avoid the stack, everything should be fine, and they look like they're going to be going towards this A side of things. Interesting path that IHC took to this event. Played in the Asia Open qualifiers. There's a couple of qualifiers run to get into this event. TyLoo played in the Chinese qualifiers, so their rivals, which formerly known as Vici, decided to avoid TyLoo, and they're now called Rare Atom. They decided to play in the Asian
name, it threw me off, didn't it?
Yeah, so I was wondering, where are they? Where are Vici in this qualifier, or Rare Atom rather, in this RMR? So I decided to take a little deep dive, watch some of the games, and IHC beat them in the Asia Open qualifier, and they weren't here.
It's with Kaze and Advent, those kind of lads, right? Yep.
Were the best in
Jam
Asia
Young
for a long period of last year, right? They finally toppled TyLoo for a long while. Score cutting off the rest of the forces here.
It's good. I can actually give a bit of a history lesson, right? Because it was my version of Renegades that lost to the Mongols at the time back in that IEM Taipei event that Blair was prefacing. Now, we'd already gotten through the hard match. We got what we were there for. It was the opportunity to qualify for the MLG Columbus Major, right? So that's what we were playing for back then. Obviously, there was a lot of different systems. Once upon a time, the major qualifier, right? We went up against the likes of Cloud9 at that event. I think we also played against Hooch's Gambit. But it was the Mongols who toppled us in that final. And for us, like, look, you never want to lose domestically. I'll be honest. It still sucks to lose domestically. But we'd already achieved what we wanted to achieve. And the players we had lost to, though, they seemed sick. Like Zilkenberg, Machine Gun, right? Those guys, like they could shoot, right? And that's never been a question with anybody from the Asian region. The individual ability is there. It's about the way that they approach the game.
Yeah, Machine Gun went out and played for Splice
in North America for a while. Davey?
Yeah.
Right? We got him over to
we get a little talk with him.
There's so many overlaps, right, from all of these years. It is quite curious to see how it all kind of unfolds here. But I think one of the most untapped regions as far as Counter-Strike goes has to be Asia, right?
Absolutely.
If we were ever able to crack that market and really get people involved and loving the game in that part of the world, it could open a door to just a legion of new players, new fans. Some results here from a team like AHC that could do an awful lot. Now,
just think about what it would mean for an organization like this. Like these players who put so much into Counter-Strike and don't get a whole lot of reward out of it most of the year. Get that sticker money. But
it is actually insane, right? We'll talk about that one in the next little eco we have coming on up here, because I can talk from a personal anecdote about how you saw the Mongols change from event to event with just how much all that meant.
Well, Nade's going down towards Banana. Minute and 7 seconds left as we look to the IHC setup outside of A. No one leaning in towards the B side of things at all.
Okay, this is going to be very poppy here. Sicko needs to stand and deliver up towards the balcony. He has a crossfire set up with Alistair, who's tucking him back towards the side. It's going to come down to timing.
Alistair holds to the side. Sicko gets hard clear. Flash allows Techno 4K to swing out with some crispy headshot. And now Alistair towards the back of the side, trying to get away with a pick, but no one is getting a single piece of the action apart from Techno and Score, the two youngest players in the team and the two carries for the IHC side, opening up this A side.
Well, to save again here, has to just be holding on to these rifles for hats and ins, but already on the chase right now. You can see swarming on the radar, top left of your screen. Up Banana comes Blitz to cut off any rotation points away to safe haven. position. The bomb yet to be planted. They can even start to take more real estate. Score clearing out towards that long side, starting to peer through archway towards Speedway. And if they really want to punish the Renegades here early, they can just take these rifles away and make them sweat even more so.
Yeah, this is not the best start at all for Renegades. Very slow from the get-go here. Because IHC have money, they can afford to throw a few bodies at this and try and remove the rifles that Renegades currently hold. So, In's under pressure, goes to the peek out, knife in hand. Cabal will hit the deck by Hatz's hand at the back of the site, but he's cleared out eventually.
Yeah, and In's here on 75 points of health. So how many more bodies do they want to throw at this? Looks like all of them score running in. Goes down to Ins, who needs to confirm another frag here to retain this. And yep, 4 get wiped off the board either side, but the fourth round for IHC Esports. What a great start this is. Business as usual, little smirks on the faces. This is the greatest of starts. This is what you're looking for here on your own map choice, right? You pick a map like Inferno, you have to start on the T side. Worst case scenario, you lose the pistol, you lose the first gun round, you're already in a pit, you're already in a hole, and play's being dictated to you. Well, you're taking care of business, and wow.
That's how he does it.
You like to see that.
Well, these two players, if you are unfamiliar with IHC, and most likely most of you are, unless you're hardcore fans, the two players for me to look out for are TyLoo and Score. Two very exciting players. The way this team was constructed is back during the RMR period where we really didn't know when the Stockholm Major was happening. There was countless Asian RMRs held, and it was basically China and Mongolia. This is one of the teams put together with a lot of the exciting players that we've seen, and they kind of pieced together as much as they can find. But Ins with the one rifle is pushed down through the hallway.
That's a good exchange. It depends on how quick IHC react on this, because if they had time, Renegades could go back and grab themselves an AK. But now that IHC know where that M4 is, if they start to gallivant towards this B site with any pace whatsoever, they're going to be under attack, and it is just going to be these pistols to defend. Ins is not anywhere near the party.
Well, Blitz now charging his way forward. Look at the Blitz, this B site perhaps, as Liaz with one of the P250 softened up. Hat's just tickling away. Eventually will go down.
Bomb's loose.
Bomb is loose. Kills with the smoke at In's rotation. And, well, TyLoo's so low on health, so definitely starting to sweat a little bit here at IHC. TyLoo's actually running all the way back to A, while they leave 9 on the site alone.
Well, he's going to hear this. 9's going to hear the rotation through Speedway. He should have heard those steps, so if TyLoo throws anything, it's going to just keep that M4 planted on the wrong side of the map. Alistair, all the pressure is on you right now as 9. He's snuck on into pool. TyLoo's coming back to the party, and they're going to try and plan over towards B.
Around oh! Alistair's headshot lands right on 9's head, so now TyLoo left. A 1 versus 2, we have seen the push down middle already. So that banana wrap starting to come through, and TyLoo have to deal with 2 fights on 2 different fronts. TyLoo needs to get this kill back. Alistair's very intelligently going back into the ruins and just bought time. So with 10 seconds left, the banana peak's about to come out, and that's a denial of the plan. TyLoo doesn't want to die here after the time. He's in the open. He could go down. He has got some money left in the bank, but you want to at least carry the AK over, and he will go down after the time.
Okay, it's a small victory there in sense of the after the round kill, right? There's still going to be money for the buy, but it's going to feel good to win that round, right? That was the saved M4 that carried across. He found a lot of impact to the Ins and some good damage on the way in from that B stack. So Renegades are able to respond early on within this half, and it's through a low buy. I was about to say if they don't win this round, right, which realistically they shouldn't have, but they should take a timeout just to try and level out the comms, just make sure everyone's on that same page.
They're fired up.
Yeah, Alistair loves it. Man after my own heart with those type of celebrations, and maybe with this aggression too. The AWP of Alistair peering down mid, looking for anything possible secondary. Not a whole lot. Is the boost up and over? Not ready for that one, Hats.
Oh, Score happily collecting that first kill here for IHC. And you mentioned the last round, Renegades answering back, getting into the first half again. They go down here. Could be a bit of a nightmare again.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure you can consolidate back-to-back rounds after an eco win, because now you have a bigger bag of cash. It was a save for you. A few of the players that survived, obviously, Ins and Alistair, didn't have to reinvest in a whole lot. To lose this one right here, to give up an opening pick like that, you're going to be feeling a little bit silly. That boost came in awfully quick, and now just regathering across the map. The wolf pack of 4 for IHC, just behind this mid-smoke, currently held at bay.
See if Alistair can open up with a pick in towards top mid. AWP flashed off the angle.
Running him down.
Quick. They're so quick to it. Alistair still gets away with 1, but they have found the kill.
Oh, they found the gap. They love the mid to be here. They have to deal with Ins. Ins is posted up. He's going to get 1.5. 2-on-3 situation now as they do manage to get this B split underway. They're in. They've confirmed it with a deep smoke, and that question of the save has to come through the hearts and minds of Renegades again. Sicko and Liaz, you detach from the pack. You know that there's a deep smoke in play. to even begin this retake, there is so much reconnaissance required before you can even get towards the bomb.
Just collecting some utility at this point. Call to save. Core's coming through here for Renegades. They're walking away from it.
Wow, that's a rough one to swallow there, isn't it? A good eco and then into this. So giving away an opening kill. And if we're going to keep a bit of stock right now in where IHC are finding the weakness, on important rounds, they have managed to pull off the mid to B. Right, the mid to B has been the key. On the Force Buy round, it was a fantastic little maneuver that they pulled off where they got the opening kill. And then again here, they've been able to pull off the same maneuver. And both scenarios coming with an opening pick on one of the B defenders. On the Force Buy round, it was Ins. That's the second round of play. And on this one right here, it was Hats. He got caught. The boost was fantastic. Gives them an opener. You can see so much pressure on Alistair. He couldn't get away with that AWP, but Liaz did. He's saved that. He's thrown that back across. And they should be able to have another buy coming forward here, Renegades. But scoreline 5-2 right now. It is starting very slow for the Aussie lads.
Yeah, T-side as well here for IHC, so I think they're happy with this, absolutely. And I think everybody was kind of shocked yesterday. They were able to 2-0 TyLoo, the team that bested them a lot. They were playing in the ESL Challenger, which is the online league for Asia, and actually TyLoo would quite often just batter them. They could beat everybody else, but good start here at land for IHC. Trying to make that all pork here for Alistair. Goes down into the second mid-peak, and he hasn't been able to come away with it.
Yeah, well, quite default heavy again here from IHC. So they're just going through the protocols, going through the paces, waiting out this utility again. It's been the theme throughout. This time there's no boost over the wall. The way to force that entry is Hats needs to be,
sure.
yeah, a little bit skittish. You don't want to find yourself in a position to lose to that twice.
Well, Flash is being set up from in, so you can set up a peak. If Hats decides he wants to get some information, IHC are now leaving Banana, just leaving one player down there towards Logs. In fact, two now. Liaz has actually found the kill onto Blitz. Sicko holds to the top mid play from Cabal that went around with bad spacing. AWP gets back around the corner, and Sicko actually taken down to 43 HP.
This is great now. Hats can park the bus over towards the sandbag position as IHC have to operate with 3. Score being low, and the AWP is going to make this close corridor harder to clear. They're going to have to use an incendiary or maybe even throw a flash or a body into the mix as Bogdan's Law comes into play, and here we go.
Oh, sound cues for Hats. He's ready for the peek around the half wall. Immediate drop down and a lovely little peek out for the second headshot. 9 down, and Hats just throws down on Banana.
Beautiful stuff from Hats. Cool, calm, collected. Exactly what you want. You player out towards the sandbag position. He's denied. He's actually played for information there as well. One of the keys with Hats is, I swear when I watch him play in Australia, he's just owning everybody. But when you get into the international realms, it's a much more difficult bunch of teams to go up against. Now, this is more domestic. I know it's regional, but this would be seen as more of that caliber, right? It's not crazy in terms of the skill.
There isn't like a significant step up, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's probably par for the course of what you would be expecting Renegades to be toppling, even in the individual realms here.
Yeah, and you talk about Liaz coming in as the star player. I think that's something that Renegades kind of missed for a little while as well, right? With someone that can maybe go toe-to-toe with some of the better rosters. So if Hats and Liaz are farming up their own region, it could be exciting to see that. But
this is the thing with Liaz, right? I say that he could or should be a star player. I just hope that he has the confidence in himself to be the star player, because this is the thing. He has always been a very good player. Just in the Renegades roster, the roles were taken by JKS, and everybody's going to be in the shadow of Justin. But we're in the shadow of A right now, as it is going to be Poppy again. They've done this 3 apartments move before.
Liaz plays from the side to the left side, trying to dodge some of those chimney flashes, but they're still going to come around the corner. Sicko plays anti-flash. This time will be caught by it. Sicko happily collects 2 lives. Liaz with a follow-up, and this is much better from Renegades on the initial hold. 9 trying to get over the top of the smoke, but Alistair is ready for it. And now just a single player left with a Glock in hand until Blitz runs into the fight, and as you would expect, gets wrecked by the rifle.
Much better from Sicko this time around, right? You can see him actually playing anti-flash, looking at the floor. Fool me once, shame on you. Wait, no.
Shame on me? Shame on me. Fool me twice.
Shame on everyone.
Whatever.
However the saying goes.
J. Cole has a song about that, something like that.
There's a bit of shame.
It's a saying in Tennessee, probably in Texas too. Fool me 3 times after peace sign. You know that one?
There we go. Get into the rapping, Dinko. Break it down for everybody here today.
Trace would like that one.
I'm sure we got the saying right between the 3 or 4 different ways that we said it.
got
So
it
we
wrong,
definitely
Chad.
got it correct once. But either way, a nice little adjustment here from Renegades to deal with the same maneuver that we've already seen. Now, IHC need to have a bit more depth within the playbook, right? That's the second time they've run this, and they've also run that mid to B twice as well. Now, mid to B, that's a point of playing with rotation. So that could definitely come back in, and we could see them profit from that type of a maneuver in the future. But they will have to take a save now, and this is the perfect opportunity for Renegades to level the field 5-5. But this is still a great half early from IHC. You grab yourself 6 rounds, maybe 7 here on this T half, and it's already magnificent going into your defense on your map choice. And remember, Mirage is up next. They picked Mirage yesterday against TyLoo and just battered them on it, right? I know it was a relatively close affair, but they still won, right? Maybe I'm overselling that one right there, but they picked up the victory over TyLoo, who is the team we thought would be going toe-to-toe with the Renegades. There's one from Hats, make it 2 on the blind.
Eventually will be overrun just by the sheer force in numbers. Oh, what? Okay, lovely flick up to the head.
Double orbs.
Having a great time here. Yes, double up setup on the CT side of Inferno. Score going to be boosted with the AK he now holds, and actually gets tickled by fire, so is eventually going to have to drop back from that. I mean, at this point, you want to try and just bring down some of these weapons.
Precisely. Yeah, see how much damage you can do here as far as the economy goes, because it's not like it's out of control for Renegades just yet. You can see here on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls at home, Leah's at just under that 7K mark. Inns is about that 4.4. And speaking of Inns, he might get another one here.
Happily.
Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Oh, Cabal's just staring at the AK. It's out of range of E. It's out of range of E, and Liaz will happily collect it. There's a little comparison you can draw here, a little link between these two teams in their regions. So this used to be the Greyhound roster, right?
Yes.
And so they played with Urkas, which is from Mongolia, and play with Cabal. So there's a little link there.
The 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, I think we call that one right there. Do you know who Kevin Bacon is?
Yes, of course. He's the guy who does the EE adverts, right?
I'm just checking. We all like bacon. But look, this is a level game right now. This could be the turning point for either team here. Alistair getting set up for the run boost. Here we go.
Alistair with a jump on by. Spots out one towards T-Stairs, but hasn't been able to garner a peek into a pick. So going to drop back.
See how passive they're playing early here, IHC? They completely understand the situation that with the utility up early from the CTs, it's not a fair fight. And we're going to take so much flak damage. Let's just wait it out. And Hats is actually trying to play in this, trying to find himself a bit of a spam frag. Some shots on through with the silenced M4. Not going to land anything too deadly. Score down to 66, but that's the best they have to boast right now.
Yeah, we covered the Americas region over the last few days, and I think a lot of teams were kind of peeking into smokes, getting
standing
caught
behind
by utility.
smokes.
Yeah,
just loved it, really.
Yeah, love just getting damaged. So IHC respecting the UTOL of Renegades, and now going to be going for the boost again. Blitz coming up. Inzis ready for it. Do it again. You will likely be spotted out, but Blitz to the headshot upon the peak, and now the flash is good, catches out Hats, and IHC have the B site.
Well, this is just some simple Counter-Strike here, isn't it? In's overstepping the mark, the frag comes in, the follow-up from Hats trying to make sure they don't get in for free, and well, they do exactly that. Bomb goes down, and 6 rounds secured. There's no real option for Renegades. A 5-on-3 B retake on Inferno? No, thank you.
I'm liking how IHC are playing. It's really just nothing you can really fault, right?
It's by the book.
This
is basic Counter-Strike here, and I do not mean that in a derogatory way by any means.
We want to see that.
Yeah, this is the fundamentals, right? Playing by the book, color by number Counter-Strike. This is the side of the game here where if you can do it well, you can pick up rounds exactly like this. You punish the mistakes made by the opposition, and they love a good hunt right here. 9, parking himself up towards Library. I tell you, he's not checking out a book here. He just wants to make sure that the boys from Renegades are booked, and they'll be chilling out towards Pit. Cabal coming on in to have a look too, and a flash set up to make this one a go. I think, no, never mind. Thought they might have a flash and a push. He has a peek, and
oh no, Sicko goes down, and while we talk about the 3 save, there's 2 going into this next one.
It didn't feel like a necessary fight there for Sicko, did it? Right? I guess he wanted to make sure the AWPer was defended in Pit in case there was a jump out play, but I only knew there was moments left before that round transpired. And here's the double up from Blitz. So up, over. It's very difficult for Inns here, right? Because even if you are considering that half-wall peek up, there's so many different angles you can play as well as on the ground. So back in we go. The buy is there. It is now the lead again for IHC. Nice deep nade. Is going to do a bit of chip damage here. Score low in Banana, down to 13 points of health. Going to use Bogdan's Law to level out the weaponry game. But it is stock standard. Like, there's nothing out of the box here. There's nothing to get excited about in the first 30 seconds. There's actually no info for Renegades. So I take it back. There is something to get excited about, and that's if you're an IHC fan. You've only got the jiggles on the long side from Inns. That's the best bit of information that they have right now. They don't know what's in Banana. They don't know what's impending over to all the tolls. They don't know if they've given up boiler control completely. So many unknowns for Renegades right now. They're actually sitting back and giving a lot of respect to IHC. The Mongolians have already bought that. No doubt about it.
Nine going to be clearing out close cubby. Inns replies with utility of his own to stop the mid play forward, and now we keep track of the top Banana play. IHC have control of it. Alistair this time going for the peak. More advanced setup from the AWP again. Looking for the boost over the wall. Oh, nearly
between the wickets.
Single kill. Where did it go?
Bullet straight between the legs. A bit of a nutmeg right there, and they're going to keep coming. B bomb site over and over again as the smokes come in. The flashes are getting set up, and they're about to bombard this site into 2.
Smoke goes close. Two separate coffins off, but Cabal to the headshot, and Techno catches the CT swing. Yet again, the B side cracked open and no one here to defend.
They keep giving away this top Banana kill, and they think they're safe in doing so because it's the AWP leering forward, but they're getting punished in every single moment.
They have to stop that now, right?
Yeah, they need to either play for full Banana control and contest further down, maybe half wall like we saw Hats do from Sandbag, so you can at least have a little bit more information before you get blindsided like that. But mechanically speaking, those shots from IHC were bangers. They're on your screen for a split second and then they're dead. Fantastic work here.
I'm sure IHC right now, well, obviously they're on the hunt here, so we'll keep track of the Cabal. He might get himself another to the right side here. Sicko. This time we'll defend. You've also got Liaz and Pitt. Should be a strong enough position to carry over the AK. They've got Molly actually to make things a little hot and heavy here for Liaz. Might force him into the open. And 9 commits to the side. Oh, they brought down Sicko. Liaz barely alive in the pit will stay up. So at least one AK brought over.
You should take a timeout here if you're on the Renegade side. This half isn't over just yet. You can still get the 3 consecutive rounds to get yourself the 8, right? The lion's share within this first half of play. It's just they need to identify what's going wrong. And they will actually call a timeout, the second of which from the Australian side of things. And there's plenty of cash to splash. Liaz can drop 2. Alistair's able to buy as well. So there's no dramas. There's no dramas whatsoever. It's just the way that they're approaching the map right now. They're sitting back, right? And they're just playing regular Counter-Strike at the moment, right? They're not doing anything out of the box. They're not retaining any mid control. The rounds which they did, they had the porch boost. That was good. They were able to fight and control top mid. The round where Hats played over towards the Sandbag position was fantastic because he was able to dictate the fights that were coming his way. I believe that was probably even the same round. So when they've actually been able to do something with their CT setups, as opposed to just playing the most default stock standard CT side of allowing the Ts to play out the round. I think the reason that they fell into this trap is because it is so default heavy from IHC. We've seen Alistair go down mid looking for picks. He's not being given those fights. They're going late towards B after the util. They're waiting short. Oh, careful now. Oh. On the jump, Score had a chance.
This is a bit of a change-up for IHC. It's not like heavy commitment towards top Banana. They're trying to set up the Score to open this up, and oh, the shot through the half wall. It connects. The HE look to go forward, but Score's removed. Hats and Inns commits to the fight, but it's a 1-for-1, and that B side is open yet again. It's costing the rotation back over quickly here for Liaz, but IHC, they're not accelerating just yet. Techno trying to move forward and gain some ground. Smoke down from Liaz.
Well placed and well timed, but they can easily disrespect this. Oh, that was one of the 2 flashes they had remaining here on the IHC side. So by limping that one out and not playing off the back of it, $200 down the drain, but it will keep the feet of Liaz planted over towards B. Retaining this top mid control is Sicko. You can still see him posted up over towards the balcony, just jiggling throughout, making sure he can catch them on a speculative glance. And time, well, plenty of that, 45 seconds. A fake out from Blitz towards this B site. Will it draw the rotation of Alistair here? Looks likely. Already dropping back and slinking through the library. It's going to be top mid.
Oh, Sicko comes down to timing, and he will not get the kill. Cabal removes him, and that rotation had already happened for Alistair, so he has to come back through library. Smoked off now from Modo. He can't spot them as they cross. Techno's going to put the bomb down on default, but Renegades, they're close to the smoke.
They should save, though.
They should. Cabal, he's going to spot the boost, surely. If you go a little bit too wide, the barrel now spotted. He knows exactly where they are.
Nobody peek.
You can't kill him right now, though. Resmoke in, and now the play. Oh, okay. Techno and Blitz. They work in tandem to dismount the boost, and 8 rounds now for IHC.
I don't think the Renegades would have underestimated their opponents by any means, or I would hope not, right? This is for major qualification. This is no joke. This is very serious.
I don't think we're at a period in
right
Counter-Strike now where anybody can disrespect anybody.
So I want to make sure that that's off the table right here, which means there's only one option. They're getting beat, right? Like, this isn't like, oh, they're slouching or anything like that. They're getting beat. And, yeah, they have taken a partial bye for the last round of play here on the Renegade side of things. IHC already have won the half with 8. This is fantastic work on their T side. And once again, we want to talk about it. They're just crossing the T's, dotting the I's. There's nothing crazy, nothing outside the box. There haven't really been too many pace changes.
And no one's really making any mistakes. No one's missing shots, right? It's just very consistent across the board. No one's really lagging behind. So
that's a very good point. Yeah, it is a team effort. You'd want to say the same for Renegades as well on the other side of things, but
it's a losing battle.
Yeah, they're not winning the rounds. So need to start converting a couple here. Now, they've already won on a light buy, but they did have a saved M4 when they did it earlier in the piece. That was through virtue of Ins. Now, this nade, well placed there, good. Chunking down 3 players.
And now this makes the body shots for the Deagle much more lethal. You can get multi-kills out of this. You don't have to just go for headshots.
They really like this B bomb site, right? We spoke about earlier, they were doing the mid to Bs. Right? They also did the holes pop, but now they're starting to target the B site. Second nade, it's
not as good.
And he's dead. So, yeah, any potency the B-bomb site had, it's gone. That nade damage for naught. Alistair's going to try and rotate over in time, unless he can get multiple kills through a smoke with a Deagle here. Look at this, set piece, completely laden with flames on the site. There's a nade, and a little bit more chip damage, but all of this is unconfirmed, Dinko.
Yeah, they're not sure how much damage has been deployed. Alistair is going to try and play on the smoke fade away. Yeah, across the new box, he holds for the overextension, but the re-smoke, it's just perfect Counter-Strike right now for IHC. There's no mistakes being made at all.
Yeah, they still have one more smoke left over, but that's on Cabal. He's out of the picture here. He's rotating around, flanking and trying to lock them on in, but he might not be needed. 9 up and over the smoke. Hats and Sicko in their graves, and it is just Alistair and Liaz to find now.
9 is the AWPer for the team, but we haven't really seen him have to pick it up too often here on the T site. Cabal on the flank, Liaz, good night.
He wants the knife from him.
Oh, give him some. Give him the knife. Give him the shank up. Cabal, get in his head. It's done. He's got the knife. 9 rounds now for IHC. 4 rounds stay up, and they're getting loud.
Yeah, and they're just playing some simple Counter-Strike, continuing to love what we're seeing here. You can't fault it. You can't fault it at all, and the scoreline attests to exactly that. So plenty of cash for IHC to get out everything they want and more. The head armor on the T side, the AK-47s, full bags of utilities. They can even leave it a little bit extra at spawn if they want to come and grab that later. And why not with the slower style that you're approaching this game with? But if there ever was going to be a pace change, now would be the time.
Right?
Yeah, if you wanted to change the pace as IHC, you could do it now. You could throw a spanner in the works, and they're going to go fast mid. They're biffing. They're fighting.
Well, it's the pace change this time for Renegades. I was about to say they haven't been disruptive. They've let IHC play this style and not really got in their face. So this time they decide to fight, and it has worked out very well.
Okay, nice shot there from Alistair. Necessary, because Sicko is low here. They needed to make sure they could draw one back. Techno 4K also struggling on the points of health. He can see pretty clearly.
Now the rain is gone, and now Inns crosses into first oranges, boosts himself up, and Alistair playing from CT needs to be careful here. Looks like Blitz might have got caught. Oh, he got wide enough. Alistair didn't see him, and the overextension from CT has given away that kill. Now Blitz goes into the fight, but Inns is the player under pressure at first oranges. He's boosted up, and Blitz nearly reacts in time. Able to get it done, though. Inns with the shot. Here's now the swing out from Inns. Forced back into the site, caught in the open, but the flash from his teammates keeping him up for the time being.
If they wanted, they could fall back to A right now.
They could.
Red carpet has been laid. There's plenty of time as Sicko. He realizes that. He's trying to respond. Inns has actually dropped on back towards spawn as well. He's been left to smoke to deny and smoke on over. This is a race towards A.
It absolutely is, but they've won this Renegades. They've got into good position. Sicko and Grev dies coming by. 9 doesn't even think it's a possibility. Techno is going to realize there's 2 players here, surely. Yeah, immediately going to the plant.
What?
And now pulls out the Deagle. Shots being made. It's Sicko. He's gone down. Suddenly, Techno into the 1 HP for the 1v3. Inns coming up through middle. There's absolutely no way, surely, that Renegades drop this. Techno has absolutely got a chance for this. Starting to consider what positions his opponent might be coming from, and he's got the right read for now. Comes down to timing. Techno with a deke, looks back towards long, but he's looking the wrong way, and just as he looks away, Inns comes out from long. Techno nearly pulled off the clutch.
Made them work hard for a round like that. How does that one almost slip through the keeper right there? It was a 3-on-1 situation. The guy was low on HP, and he's able to get it down to a very winnable 1-on-1. So a great attempt there from Techno. I don't know if he didn't realize that Sicko killed the first guy, or he's like, I'm just going to stick the planet. I don't think this guy's going to fight me. Either way, draws Sicko in desperately, gives himself that 1-on-1 he was looking for, and sets himself up on a real platform there to convert. We can take a look at halftime at the scores on the doors. 11 apiece for Blitz and Cabal, top of the leaderboards right now over there for IHC. Score's going to come in with 10 frags to his name. Then you've got 9 for Techno 4K and, well, 9 on 7. So that might get a bit confusing if he had 9 kills.
It's a windy day here in Inferno.
It's the water. There's something about the water in Counter-Strike with some of these cams that, yeah, it's so strange. It's very odd.
Especially on Ancient, it feels like you're just getting drowned.
It is a bit, yeah, you get it on Overpass too occasionally. It's a little bit more rare on that map.
Well, Hats is already up through Banana, second mid default, really. A couple of players spotting up towards the apartments. Blitz is hanging around. He's wanting to fight the bridge player and then realizes he can't really hold this for too much longer. You might be pushed up through those stairs, so we'll eventually alleviate his position.
Well, this is a real night and day pistol round here because Renegades on their CT side were very aggressive. We found ourselves in a 3-on-3 within the first 20 seconds. This time round, Renegades have been put into a slower pace. And once again, IHC are playing Counter-Strike by the book, right? They're sitting back. They're doing a 2-3 setup. This is very basic stuff of what you come to expect on a map like Inferno. Score with the Julies and a smoke, ready to deny and spam on through.
This could be fun. It's got a flash as well set up here for Cabal. I think Renegades liked how that boost worked out for IHC in the last.
Oh, front sight smoke dropped here.
Smoke's going to go down for Score.
They're gonna be running into the Julies here.
Yeah, flash set up as well. Score, it's going to swing it into the CT. They go. Score, oh, not getting a single kill, but luckily Cabal will peek out for one. Expects the Ruins play. Blitz will help him out, and a couple of kills already picked up here for IHC. And now just ins. Renegades have lost the bomb towards CT spawn. 1v4. So much to do here for ins. Peeks towards Coffins, takes damage. Now looks down towards Banana, eventually swings into 9. That heavy rotation was already there, and IHC holds strong.
Fast responders right there to get over towards the B-bomb site and lock that one down. And a risky pistol trying to make their way in through the ruins, close down on the CT defender. It just didn't work on out. IHC, they bled on over. They're able to run into the site quite quickly here. You can see this, like Cabal's dealing with this on his lonesome, but Blitz was just like running in from spawn, ready to push and fight. So they were quick to lock this one down. And they're loving it over there. Really good stuff from IHC early. And no plant, so Renegades can't have a potent force buy like IHC did in the first half, which they won that second round of play. And I just want to paint the context for everybody here. Winner of this qualifies for the major. The loser has to go down and take on TyLoo with Dan King, who absolutely murdered LFO yesterday. He had a great showing.
You'd never want to be in that position, do you, Blitz? He's got through 3 on the hold, and the Glocks just get mowed on down. And Liaz switches out, actually does get a kill. Throws the M4 so they can't be saved over. And we'll go down to Techno. So 11 rounds, as you would expect, picked up for IHC against the Glocks. Trying to get the M4, couldn't quite manage it.
Denied. Yeah. That gate's locked. Well, good thinking on his toes right there, Liaz, but this is a buy round regardless for the Renegades here, and IHC are going to know it by virtue of those Glocks coming out, but this is where it needs to change. 11-6, and this is prime time viewing down under right now. I believe this match kicked off at about 7 p.m. in the eastern states, which is on a Saturday night. Everybody's going to be tuning in.
I'm sure they're getting ready to celebrate a Renegade spot at the major.
Exactly, a couple of shoeies, but the boys need to be doing a little bit better than this because the Mongolian side are giving them it right now.
Well, Hats spamming on down, gets himself chunked down to 22, so actually comes out 1 HP worse for wear against Score. 9 up inside of the bedroom.
Look at this. This is so disruptive. It's so disrespectful right now. Liaz, he might try and find a way on through here, but they're not going to account for 9. He's in the window room. There's no way you're going to be expecting this.
It should be a kill, no problem here for 9, but the timing, he's looking away.
Liaz is not going to clear this. This is very unorthodox.
Oh, they might come in from 2 sides, Sicko. Now going down in towards the middle side of things, stepping in towards second mid, 9. He's not going to be able to catch that, but information picked up nonetheless that they have gone in towards the underpass.
This is so awkward.
It's all about whether or not Liaz will actually get spotted Under a minute now left. Liaz holds for the boiler extension, but still in the bedroom, 9 waits.
But it's bad information because Liaz thinks they have control, so if they want to go back and 9's still here, it's going to be covered off. They can keep this B defense going. Utility dropped, 45 seconds now on the clock, and this awkward standoff is still going on. How is this still happening?
It's the whole round. It's been the whole round.
They're going to come back up. He's going to spot them here.
Oh, what a position from 9.
Oh,
he hasn't seen them. He hasn't seen them. They've already got in towards top middle. Now Techno's position should be able to give the information required. Blitz removes Hins. Techno able to come away with 1, and now 9. He needs to start wrapping. Somehow Liaz has got his way in towards balcony. Oh, they do spot it. 9. Now our boiler. Bomb down, and 9. His power position finally coming into play. He's looking for the follow-up for 2 with 13 seconds left to try and charge their way into the site. Liaz still alive in the round.
There's no chance.
But there's no time. Absolutely none. Alistair realizes they've been absolutely foiled. They have to run away. IHC with 12 rounds, the disruptive play, 9 in a power position, stops the bomb from getting to the site, and it has to be the safe call of the AK.
Absolutely bamboozled. I cannot believe what just happened in that round. He just, I'm not sure if this is like perfect preparation, looking into the way that they like to default right there. The fact that nobody spotted him at all. He stayed in that window, and the entire time he was having quizzical glances, waiting for Liaz to push past that magic line of sight. At least they would have known. If Liaz had died, they would have known there was a player in the window. I can't believe how long. That was like a minute.
That was incredible. That was the entire round. I think we were at 30 seconds. Yeah, 19 seconds before he made his move.
That is insane.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. And this is something that Renegades did not do at all in the first half, was be disruptive, getting these positions.
I cannot believe that. Like, he just slinked in there as, like, he wasn't even in there immediately. He slinked in there, like, after the first, I think it was like 15 or so seconds of the round.
Given that it was 19 seconds left, Chad, do you even think they know now that surely by process of elimination they have to realize surely he was in the bedroom?
I don't know, because this is the thing. Liaz went around to apartments, right? The top mid defender.
So they could just do that again.
Look, to get away with that again, so much would have to go right. So much would have to go right to be able to get off with that maneuver again. And the AWP killer 9, he's back with impact.
Yeah, the flash is great. Now 9 holds the tight angle, but the rifle is close, so they can draw them into the fight. The nade goes over the top. Look how many players are here right now for IHC.
This is looking so good. What a showing this has been. And spammed on through the wall. Liaz is down 2.
Oh, this is so
punishment keeps coming.
And now he has to explode, and he just explodes the wrong way. His head all over the floor. Cabal now tickling on the fire. Actually gives a sound cue for Inns to peek into it, and a second from Inns is Deagle. Make this a bit expensive on the way out the door, but maybe not much more than that, surely. AK into the hands of Inns. Bowman is back in a full minute to play with.
If he gets this kill onto Blitz, who's playing a little bit of an off angle here, it's going to be a difficult clear for Inns right now. There would be an avenue to get back into this, but it starts here.
Has to find this kill, but look at the angle. It's a little bit of elevation change as well on the barrels. Blitz happily collects the kill. 13 rounds to the 6 of Renegades.
And this is it. This isn't gimmicky Counter-Strike that they're getting away with here. I know that last play from 9 in the previous was a little bit strange, right? It was definitely a little bit strange, but what they're doing is very basic stuff, and it's looking good. It's looking really good. I think Renegades right now may have come in here thinking it might have been a little bit easier than this. Up Struggle Street without a paddle here as Blitz has just dropped a deep mid-smoke. Could be the one with the gap to enable 9 to go for a deeper pick. And yeah, it is. He's not going to scoop his head on through and take that fight. And we've actually have Hats who's taken a chunk of damage here down to 55. Nades are going to go either way. Up mid.
Right into the fight. Ends up losing his head to Hats. Now 9 plays in balcony. Realizes because of the lost position, has to reposition. And he might go for the aggressive stance via short. Worried about long, that's going to cost him Techno. Oh, Techno gets around from Boiler, commits into the open though, and now the play down Banana has ramifications because it's found the bomb. 9 now holds. Oh, that shot close, but no kill. Second peak will get the reward, and finally removed by Sicko. Score into the 1 versus 2. Minute left here for Renegades.
They don't know where it is.
They have no idea where Score is playing right now.
And this is the thing, they're holding this rotation over towards long, but Score's already past that line of sight that's currently being held. Inns is going to start to backpedal now, so as they look for where he is, they're giving up key real estate. There's plenty of time, that's not the drama. They're worried about a massive push. You can see both of them peering down mid, thinking that he could have slipped into second mid, he could have pushed all the way through Banana here and be behind them. The bomb is in no man's land in a very open position. They've scooped that up and...
Which way did they go?
Well, because they haven't seen him, right? You'd expect with the bomb in that position that he may have played for at least a fight. So now that they've realized that no eyes are on the bomb, Score could be anywhere. Back towards B, eliminating the amount of jewels possible, smoking CT, and now Score knows wrong place.
Yeah, he has no kit on his back here. Maybe find that on the battlefield.
The question is, do you want to give this one a crack here? Like, Techno's got 7.2k remaining right now. Blitz will have enough to buy
He's
as
so
well.
far away.
Yeah, and I think he's looking for a lurk right now as well. If he wasn't worried about any players around here, that shift key would be released. He'd be making a little bit more noise, but it is the save. So Renegades get a 7th.
He should definitely get that. It's an AK at top mid and a kit alongside it. An AWP
Screw the
here
AK
as well.
these days, mate. The silence
I seen yesterday, Chad. I was playing matchmaking with you. You pick up an AK on CT side and then you throw it away. I was like, oh, okay.
The Silence Stem 4 at the moment, I think, like positionally speaking, it's so much better than these guns with the tracers, right? You can get away with 2 cheeky kills because of the silence facet of it, right? I get it. I understand the AK, the shot to the head. Yeah, great. But I think positionally speaking, you can get away with so much more with that Silence Stem 4. And that's one of the things that makes it so powerful. It depends on what map you're playing, what position you're playing, definitely so. But a player like Max, we saw Max yesterday playing for 9Z. He was using the Silence Stem 4 all the time, and he was absolutely mauling with it, right? So if you're able to profit 2 kills just because of the virtue... Oh, I think we have a little bit of a tech issue here. You can see here on the cam, Score is having a chit-chat, having a bit of a talk, and I guess we can continue where we were going with this. But I know that there's a lot of people at home who think that the Silence Stem 4 is overpowered. I would like them to consider some different framework. Consider Counter-Strike is never going to be a game that is perfectly balanced. There is no balance in a game like this.
Okay.
If the game was perfectly balanced, then there would be no pros to being on either side of things, right? So there always has to be something which is a little bit stronger than the other. Like, for example...
Perfect balance is boring as well.
Yeah, well, we don't want a parity in this. That's why we chop and change sides. Otherwise, we could play, if it was perfectly even, we would mirror and... Both teams would be able to plant, both teams would be able to defuse. But I think here with the Silence Stem 4, one of the things is when it first came into play, it was great, right? I remember I loved it. It was awesome. But
sounded cool.
Yeah, some of the issues that I have with when guns change is, for example, I was on the receiving end of flying 24 hours to a European tournament, and on the plane, the M4 changed. Oh.
That sounds like a painful chicken.
Doesn't sound like a Counter-Strike chicken there, does it?
No.
Did we import sounds?
Maybe we've got a different breed of chicken now.
Are there other animals around?
I'm creeped out, Chad.
Is it coming from the radio?
No.
Are we using the pliers on the chicken?
Our producer's just messing with us, Chad. What are the noises we got? I'm really confused as to what we're trying to say here.
Are there any other farm animals around? Do we have a cow?
Do we have a cow? I heard some cows earlier today. That looks like a torture chamber, doesn't it?
Well,
duct tape, pliers, hammer.
See, this is the thing, Dinko. I think you need to go to a farm. I would think a man of your stature has probably been on a farm once or twice.
Yeah, I have.
Well, have a look at these surroundings. There's a beautiful bicycle. There's a nice little tap there. This right here is just a farmer. You know, he's doing some work. There's a radio there. He's hammering away. He's listening to his radio. Not torturing anybody.
He's a secret mafia farmer.
A secret mafia farm. Okay.
That's much more exciting.
It is more exciting, but life is sometimes a bit more mundane.
Well, that's why we like to add some overpowered weapons into the game. Were you on the side of the CZ, the CZ that was overpowered in the back in the day?
I think it's okay now. I think when it was like for JW, when he could go with the old AWP and he could quick change into the CZ and basically have a pocket rocket to mow anybody down. That was crazy because it made like combat AWPing this insanely overpowered thing, right? Because you always had to get out of jail.
You move so quick as well.
Yeah, even if you missed. I think that the CZ today, I like it where it's at, especially like the long pull-out time that it takes. I think the balance with the bullets is good. I think that the biggest issue is the kill reward. I feel like it should have a $300 kill reward, not a $100 kill reward. I think it's level now with other pistols.
It's kind of similar. The way I think about it is, it's just good to get an AK. Like it's good, or rather any other weapon, right? It's just good to pick up a different gun quickly, and so you get a significant upgrade with quite a rapid fire position.
I think that was like the conversation with the Zeus as well, which is now why like the Zeus obviously doesn't give you the kill reward.
It's just quick to get the upgrade.
Yeah. Whereas I would say in a lot of the situations, especially in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you're gonna get traded, right? Like when we're talking about
and the Zeus doesn't even
teams,
kill most of the time.
Yeah. I would love to make a few more Zeus sound effects, but unfortunately it doesn't land. But the tech woes have been sorted, and we are back underway. AWP retained. Nine's gonna be wielding that bad boy. Aggressive here. They're pushing again.
is aggressive indeed. It's disruptive, and now running down mid, trying to catch them sleeping out of the tech pauses. Blitz in behind them. He's got one, tries to line up for two, but it's actually very lucky there that Renegades don't lose multiple players.
Loving the game plan here, right? We've already touched on this a lot. Renegades just sat on their haunches. IHC did very slow defaults. Well, Renegades are trying to take a bit more space with more numbers, so they don't have as many eyes to cotton off a lot of these positions. And now that they've exchanged 4-on-4, traditionally we would say this favors the T's. But if a gamble stack comes out from IHC and Renegades walk into that trap, they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt. Logs control still retained by Hats. Now, if they want to saunter up Banana, they have to deal with 9's AWP. He peeks out on the fade, and Sika grates him with a bullet. Woof.
Well, that's good from Renegades. They're ready for the re-aggression, and now it certainly does favor the T's.
I just said Sicko, like Alex would say Sicko. So, sorry, Sicko. My bad, man. I'm spending too long in Europe.
Sicko.
Sicko mode.
Sicko mode, yeah. We got Sticko mode as well.
He's in Apex now. Not the game, the team.
Not quite interesting, actually, that roster. We'll see how that pans out in the future. But Renegades, at the moment, taking the time up through Banana. I've got smokes at the ready. Utility going to go in towards the back of the site. Full execute, trying to just negate the problem of Cabal, who plays from the coffin and happily will take it down as is. And now Techno at score into the 2v4.
Always have to be brave as a T spamming through, giving away your traces there. Those silenced shots can find you quite easily, but they will get it down and they will force another save out of IHC here, so that's going to be 2 rounds consecutively. And now Renegade's starting to work into this. You got Inns at the top of the scoreboard here, 17 kills to his name, 12 apiece for the likes of Hats and Liaz. 9 for Sicko, and Alistair there on 8, and Score's going to retain this AWP again. So they were aggressive early, and then in the 4-on-4, they took another fight, right? And I guess they were scrambling for information. They wanted to see if they could quickly decide where Renegades was going to finish, but by giving up that extra kill, it made it even easier. And they were able just to convert with ease. So nice stuff now from the Renegades. They find themselves up to 8. A 5-round game now. Still a lot of work to do. Not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, still a lot of work to do, and I'm really intrigued as to whether or not IHC are going to continue with this fast-paced play on the CT side, trying to get a few gimmicks, because that's a couple of gun rounds he's now used up. And they have decided to go with a timeout here. They're going to be taking a tactical timeout to discuss maybe that exact thing.
Yeah, a bit of a smile on the coach's face there. So maybe they're still happy with how things are going, because they only need 3 more rounds, right? So this is their map choice. And if they now just go into a bit more of a regular style of play, you know, they have been trying to close this what feels like quickly. When you're going for moves like this, trying to make sure that nothing can be established there from Renegades.
I think they absolutely could have done that as well with Blitz. He's actually likely to find 2 there, right? He was very close to getting 2 kills in the opening round. That would have really put a dampener on the play for Renegades. You wouldn't have likely seen 9 have to recommit into an angle. So, yeah, if that play works out a little better at the start of the round, perhaps the round looks entirely different.
Well, they will get the AWP back into the hands of 9. They were just discussing the finances there, and they're dropping some guns across. So 9 will be dropped that one again. He's given over an M4 to Score. There's 2 MP9s. Cabal and Blitz are going to be operating with those. So a bit of a wonky buy here for IHC with those SMGs considered. But if they can use them up close and personal, can change the dialogue. Lots of nades top Banana. Held at bay at Molly on towards the sandbag position. Cabal thinks better of this and, wow, had the right idea with getting away, but cops a nade as he does back on off. He's staying very aggressive, Cabal.
Oh, yeah. Gets caught throwing nades. Hats will happily collect that kill. Now the reposition having to come in from Score as he drops away from the site to play towards CT.
This time they didn't even get any disruption or a kill out of their aggressive maneuver. So Cabal really just laying his life on the line there for not a whole lot. Wanting to retain some space, expecting them to respect the light utility that came on through, but that's not the case as Renegades now retain top Banana control. They're going to force out a B smoke quite early here as Hat doesn't need to throw that now, right? That smoke that he was about to throw was to do exactly that, to rinse through a bit of utility, but no longer necessary. Nice little nade scoops on a chunk of damage, and Score has another smoke to drop here as well. Time yet to become too much of an issue here, and another smoke available for Score. So if we look at how this is going to go down, it will be smoked until about the 15-20 second mark, depending if there's another one lying in wait for him here.
Oh, there it goes. Smoke goes down for Score. Now he's going to have to fight. Looks like they're going to disrespect the smoke and go right through it, and that sets up Score for a double. He knocks them down. Nearly comes away with a 3rd kill of the play. Renegades now committing into the site. Sicko actually burning down a little bit. Alistair taking the first orange's plant. Oh, so close. Blitz nearly takes him down through the smoke in the rapid fire of the MP9.
No utility left for this post plant and low on HP. Everybody 50 HP or less here. Gonna get difficult. Nine's doing a lot of talking on this. Nade goes deep. He's got a molly to throw on in and flashes to make this one work.
Oh, they cross over. Alistair, 12 HP, still up. So the lethal utility has not found its kill. And now Liaz holds from top of the site. It's one on the Blitz. The second opportunity there for Techno. But it's all down to Techno now as he has to sweep in. And, well, it will be closed out by Renegades. That utility, I thought it was destined to find at least one. But very lucky there for Renegades. They don't take the brunt of the damage.
And a serious round there, because that was one that started with a freebie opener thanks to Cabal's aggression, right? He goes down, and then Score gets 2 back to make it possible. And a good round to win, because it's going to start putting the finances in question. This is the score double that we were talking about. Could have even had a third right there, and so much damage was done. A good attempt on the retake, but not enough for the Mongolian side, as they will go down now to an eco round. Hold up a second, an eco round. They love a hero rifle, apparently. Techno into a silent stem 4. Let's see if he can be the difference maker in a round like this.
No, Techno will take up position. I thought he was about to run out into Boiler.
Here's a Zeus. We were just talking about
There
him.
it is, Chad. This is your chance, your performance. Now, there is a spot available at the Oscars now, Chad. You might be able to get that one if the performance warrants it.
Oh dear.
Doesn't look like a fight's coming your way.
No, I think we might be safe and sound on this one, everybody at home. Be able to avoid the sound, because Nine, we've seen him reside in this position previously, and here he slinks again, slides his way forward in towards the window room, ready for the jump up, and Seko looks aware that this is a possibility. It's not so threatening. Like if he had something like a Deagle or a 5.7, he's ready to push and pounce, then yeah, maybe I would start to worry. Has he even brought a pistol into this round? Is he honestly just rocking the Zeus?
Ah.
Because look, on the HUD, there's no pistol. He's but here it shows him. Okay, never mind. I got baited. Sorry, everybody. We can see the pistol
I guess
above
you
his
don't have
head.
an icon for the Zeus, because why would you?
Yeah, true. Wasn't it banned in Face It for a while?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay, well, we're getting a real good view of this one. Can still go a little bit wrong. If they head over towards B and they give up some of these rifles, that's going to be great for IHC to retain. They are playing very passive. 28 seconds on the clock now. Running in, clearing out.
Good flash. And swing for Cabal is good, but they can draw them into the boost. Maybe the rifle can get away with something, but the bomb is walking up through top mid. That Zeus, unfortunately, not getting anything.
Well, now they can grab this AK and save it, bring it forward, but they're actually pushing on down quite fast to greet them. Here is going to be Sicko.
Sicko! Oh, how? How has he not come away with that?
Ooh, made a meal of that one, didn't he?
Oh, there we go, from downtown. And it's score out of play.
Yeah, just wanted to make it look schmick with the nade over the top right there. So Sicko not landing the necessary shots so he can show us how good he is with the overarm. But just one player of Blitz remaining here. Tucked in towards Banana. Wants to hold on to the AK-47. Loss bonus going forward is going to be the 2900. So if Blitz holds on to this, he can drop a rifle across to Techno. And that's going to be much needed, because Techno went for a Hero M4 and profited naught from the investment. So just trying to be a bit of a factor in this. Bullets coming on through, but no one going to overstep the mark. Bomb goes off, and now double digits reach. So Renegades have really pulled up their socks here.
No.
And yeah,
Blitz
Sicko got him. Sicko got him there on the way out. So actually that will have some ramifications here. Techno only has 3.4k. His buy is going to be battered. Scores dropping an AWP towards 9 again. It's interesting that the IHC side are sticking with this type of a buy. I don't feel that the AWP has been a necessary component so far. We haven't shown that it is something they should be investing in just yet.
The round that looked the best was when 9 played a rifle.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the info game alone right there. But this is 4 on the trot for Renegades to get up from that 9-6 half to 10 rounds.
Well, it's quick here for Renegades. They're going to send Hats through the top banana smoke. He's already taking control. And just like that, you now have top banana.
Took 1 point of damage going through that Molotov
insane,
as well.
there. Oh, there we go. A bit more on the top, but still not too significant. Does actually put him within immediate headshot range of the M4 now.
It means right now as well, though, that he's so far forward, he can force through this B utility very quickly, right? When you have this much pressure from an individual who's clearly showing we have banana control, you have 2 choices. You can sit and you can wait and hope that they don't just execute on top of you, or you can smoke to try and halt them at the door. Well, deep incendiary, flash over the top, no push off the back. Hat's playing anti-flash there. Heads up play from him as they do now start to tuck up towards the back of the site. Cabal with a smoke. Score with 1 as well. And they're going to boost him up and over. It's a good position to avoid the standard entry flashes here. Smoke comes down, and that actually draws the rest of the Renegades members over to start fortifying this bomb site. Still a 3-man stance on A from IHC. They do have mid control. You can see there that 9 has mid control from short with the AWP, but here we go, we're in.
Well, Hats gets removed by Score upon the boost, and they couldn't figure it out because of the A1S. And that's a big advantage for Score, already picked up. He drops, he repositions, and IHC, it is a perfect round. Alistair will fall, not a single player topples, and that is the advantage of having the A1S there, Chad. They couldn't quite piece together where Score was firing from.
Yeah, you need that immediate trade coming on through on a position like that. So great stuff and adjustment. One where they didn't give away an opening kill for no reason, right? They actually played tucked. They played a bit more passive. You could see here that he just has to stand and deliver. The flames not spilling on over to his spot whatsoever. And beautiful stuff from Score. Great to see him continuing to deliver. And the smiles on the faces. It's great to see as Renegades are going to call their final timeout. Their last chance to confer with the coach of Kingfisher. The last chance to just calm things down. Because it's 2 rounds until IHC pick up their map choice. We can move forward into Mirage, and then if we need it, Nuke just around the corner here. But this has been a flat start from Renegades, the team who you would say are the favorites in this competition.
Mirage is a little bit scary as well to have this map too. So, yeah, a little worrying, perhaps, for the Renegades due to the slow start, but the are certainly still in this one.
I'm just having a look right now at the game versus TyLoo yesterday. It was a 16-13 victory for IHC over TyLoo.
TyLoo love Mirage as well.
Yeah, and Score had a massive performance over there, and he's already showing some good form here. He had 27 kills, he had 24 for Blitz, Techno with 22. It was 9 and Cabal who both had 10 apiece, but it doesn't matter when your boys get across. Opening kills, it was pretty level throughout the game. In terms of clutches, that was the difference maker for IHC, converting some of those 1vx situations. And the fact that Renegades have picked into this, knowing how that result went down yesterday, means they must be confident in themselves. Looks like we do have a technical off the back of the tactical, so bear with us. Still plenty of cash for Renegades to get this purchase going forward, but they lose this one. With a loss bonus where it's at, we're talking 1,900 into the next. This is a very important round for Renegades, not only to avoid IHC getting up to 15, but as far as the buy goes to even contest to get this one to overtime, they need to get away with something here. This one cannot fall flat.
I'm sure this is a much more stressful affair for Renegades than they were possibly anticipating.
This is the thing, though, and I haven't come up with a very succinct way to explain this, but if you go into a matchup where you consider yourself to be a favorite, and that's like a general sentiment that's kind of bred within the team, it's not the conversation, right? You're not going in and having the conversation.
Yeah, it's the mentality.
We got this easy, right? You obviously want to go in there and own them. But if you're only given 80%, Dinko, and I'm given 80%, and then but I think that Liaz is going to be given 110%, you know, and then we're all actually only given 80%, right? Well, we're not operating on all cylinders here. We're actually thinking that we should be doing better than we are. And if it takes everybody a map to get that underway and get their head in the game, you're already a map down in a very important match. And I'm sure TyLoo is sitting by here because here's the deal. TyLoo only have to play 1 game today to qualify for the major. The loser of this has to play 2. They have to win 1, sure, but they have to play 2. Yeah. And it's back-to-back games like we had yesterday. I believe there'll be an hour break between the 2 matches like we had for the Americas as well as the opening Asia games there.
You never want to leave it up to TyLoo, do you?
No, it's such an X-factor team.
Like, even top teams playing against TyLoo, you can always say, all right, they're always in with a chance at least winning a map, right? It's crazy. TyLoo are not a team you ever want to be in a position where you have to try and beat them as the last resort to get to the major.
I would prefer to win right here, right now, and get it done.
Absolutely.
Get it done as quick as possible. 2 best of 3s done, dusted, on our way home on the plane, everything's good, big smile on the face, the major in our back pocket. And if you are Renegades, you want to get it done in 2 maps, so that needs to change. As far as the round count goes, Blitz is juggling a couple of HEs here. Good catch here by the Ops team.
Circus tricks, and now 9 sets up, this time a different face as the AWP positions towards Banana to try and deal with some of that early control that Hats was garnering, but it is an acceleration up towards A. Renegades now committing their forces over here.
Well, baited that one out. Quite nice, because those nades were destined to find a lot of damage there. Saw Hampus doing that during Pro League. Here's the second.
Well, that nade's going to be good, surely. Does take a little bit of damage off the top of Renegades. Now Cabal pieced up from the side. Techno 4K within the pit, able to dish out a kill on Sicko. Upgrades from the FAMAS to the AK-47, and Renegades have slowed.
It was a knee-jerk reaction because the AWP was posted aggressive Banana, but they didn't go quick. They went slow. And now the rotation's back. There's 4 players from IHC ready to deal with this A attack.
And now what do Renegades do? You still have time. You still have just under a minute left to make this.
You're out of nades. You use them all. You've got 2 smokes.
Techno could overpeak here. Oh, a chance for Alistair. A boost upon his head as well. He's taken down to 53.
This is a yikes now for Renegades.
3 players on the other side along. Swing out from Cabal. Oh, it's not ready for the numbers, and Blitz swings with a double. Ins and Hats both go down, and Renegades fall foul. There's 2 players left to recover this one. 30 seconds left. There's no money left in the coffers. Alistair needs the kill, but Blitz just swings out. A third one as he bombards them, and now it's just done. A single player hits the deck for IHC, and Renegades, they are getting destroyed.
Yeah.
15-10.
Oh my lord. Well, we mentioned the money more than enough, but let's put it into some figures for you. The low end, 1.9 on Hats. The high end, the best they have to boast, is 3.3 on Sicko. That right there is going to be a rubbish purchase no matter how you split it here. Renegades about to stomach a map loss. It started great yesterday against LFO. They were taking care of business, Nuke and Vertigo, and now up against the Mongolian side of IHC. They've come here with something to prove. They've come here with something to gain. Couldn't get the run boost out the gates. This is Pacey right now running into the AWP of 9. He's still aggressive. He's still standing tall.
Oh, P from 9 has to run away, but it's quick on the feet of Hats, who will actually upgrade to the AWP, get severed off from his teammates by that molly. So we'll go down and Blitz to double up. Renegade starting to topple here as Blitz then swings out for another. This is his side of the map. 25 kills posted for Blitz. Sicko and Liaz need to pull off a 2 versus 3.
Oh, this flank as well going to come through Apartments very quickly here. They're still worried about the long side, but Apartments is the real problem. Cabal, he's going to be here before they're ready.
Ball goes down in the site. Liaz takes up position at Graveyard, and he looks to reap some souls. Score begins to creep around long. They've got an avenue of approach from multiple different positions. Utility being set up for Score. Again, the flash, that should be the sign to go. The pop can come out the balcony now. Sicko can't get the kill on the first player, dropping. The second will hang around in the apartments, and now, well, the Graveyard has been spotted out. Sicko on the site, cleaned up. IHC will take map number 1, and are now 1 map away from heading to the major.
That seemed very, very easy there for IHC, just taking care of business. Basic, by-the-book Counter-Strike on both halves, maybe a little bit overzealous in the early stages of that CT side, but that's 1 map in the pocket, and they've done it seemingly easily. They're great showing right there, and got to be impressed with what the Mongolian side is showing.
Absolutely, and the context was set for us. This should be Renegades feeling very favored coming into this one. Everybody would have Renegades going through in this matchup. In fact, everybody would have Renegades and TyLoo as the 2 teams moving through. I don't think anybody was thinking IHC was coming here to really compete for the major, maybe drop a few maps, be a dark horse here and there, but this is a team that would come out hot and ready to trot into that major if they can get this second map under their belt.
Well, we got Banks with the boys ready to break this one down. Boys, what do you make of that one?
A solid game coming out from IHC. Thank you very much, Sponge and Dinko, as we do get to witness, I don't know, IHC literally just looking like the better team across all of this. You come to their first half, solid start from them. They were really able to abuse the B site over and over again. And Renegades, they seem to be a little bit slow to adjust.
I'm usually not happy to be wrong, Banks.
Or happy
right
in general.
Just happy in general, but right now
True.
I am so happy for these guys, right? Fantastic showing. And here's the thing, I think Chad hit the nail right in the head when he said, this is a simple, clean Counter-Strike. And that's exactly what they did. Now, I have to give credit to the fact that Renegades, it's not like Renegades are giving up the B bombs, that they're battling it multiple times and time again, but just the fact that IHC, the protocols are so very solid, the individuals, man, Score is a star. Now, you might not really have too many kills in the server as opposed to, let's say, Blitz or Cabal, but every kill he got, it seems so impactful, right? So, yeah, 16-10, but bear in mind, this was 13-5 or 13-6 at one point.
I think what you're talking about is just the styles, what IHC brought. It was very, very simple, but at the same time, it felt like Renegades were just being slightly disrespectful early on, which is, I think that's actually a good way to play in these games where you are the favorite, you go on, you want to play on your skill, bring the game to the other team, and in those situations, IHC came out on top. They were playing very passive. They're just waiting out the aggressions, and then the B site and the banana fights were always going in IHC's favor. Even though Renegades tried to switch it up, they had a few different looks, but all of those things were just handled by IHC very, very nicely. And we also got to touch on this, right? Blitz is the man who's topping the charts for this game in particular, but he's also the IGL. And I'm going to say this, the aim on these guys is crisp. You know, once they get themselves in good positions, you spoke about it, Blair, they play a little bit more like this European star, but they have that kind of Asian superstar aim to back them up.
Yeah, that's always been the one praise everyone's given these Asian players, all the way from TyLoo to Ben Ted and all these teams who, once in a while they make the presence in some of these EU tournaments qualifying through, and everyone's like, holy hell, the aim's amazing. Just lacking everything else, right? but these guys, credit to where it's due. You have a bunch of veterans. You have Bartak. Remember, Blitz. Even the IGL is kind of the younger breed from the Mongolian scene, right? And you have Score and Techno 4K, and you have someone in the form of 9 with the AWP and Cabal, and Mara as well, the coach there. Also, Mara now officially the only coach to have beaten Renegades twice on Inferno.
With completely different lineups.
Completely different lineups. Like, shout out to Mara. But jokes aside, yeah, like fantastic showing. They keep it simple. They don't complicate things. And like you said, there were a couple of moments in the second half where I felt like maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves. They're going for re-peaking and they got punished, right?
Yeah.
And it took a little bit of a timeout. They came back like, let's close this one out. Made it quick, made it easy, make it simple. And if I'm Renegades, I'm a little shell-shocked at the moment.
I mean, there was even some decent like CT aggression later on, just trying to disrupt that slow Renegade style where they just creep around A and wait out for the opportunities. And honestly, like there were some opportunities for Renegades to use that skill that we talk about, but it didn't really happen, right? If some of these shots were hit, the round can have a completely different direction, but it didn't happen. Overall, still, I think. I'm not counting out Renegades just based on this map. I feel like this is something that IC had very well prepared. And Mirage is coming up next, and that's a map where, you know, it is a bit more open, a bit less tactical, a bit more, you know, firepower, team play, and this is where Renegades shines.
Okay, but you guys were saying this to me. You're like, oh, I probably won't see a third, you know, thinking that Renegades are going to get this 2-0 before we got into this. We've just seen this go down. And Mirage is certainly a map you just mentioned, maybe not so tactical, but the aim seems to be there. I think Renegades need to deliver a lot better than what we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing with Mirage is, look, I get why Renegades want to go for this map. It's a map that they have been historically very solid on. They've even beaten TyLoo on it a long time ago, of course. But recently with this particular lineup, they really haven't played it too much, right? They played against Order, where they had a very close win 16-14. They played in Katowice at play-in, though, and that's when they went up against OG, losing 16-19. So they are a very solid team on this map. But the thing is, if you look at recent history for IHC, sure, their opposition hasn't been the caliber of, let's say, an OG or even an Order, but they have been looking solid on it. They've been beating TyLoo multiple times on it, twice recently, and TyLoo we know can be fantastic on Mirage. So listen, if I'm IHC, I do not want it to go to Nuke.
Yeah, okay.
I want to get this Mirage and get that sticker, right? So a lot of the line here with the Mongolians.
One of the things, like for me, Alistair on the first map, early on he had some good moments, but didn't really deliver. 10-17 for him is really disappointing. For me, he's the best player maybe on this lineup, probably alongside Ince. Yeah, you have to take like that. But as the Opper now going to Mirage, he's going to be a focal point. I believe that he will deliver, and he's going to make it more complicated. On the other side, 9. Not the sexiest Opper.
No, not really.
I don't want to say in the tournament there's like four Oppers here. So, but I don't think it's the same caliber of players essentially.
No, I can agree with that for sure, but we'll see how it all goes down. Mirage, thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. It's time for us to go to a break as always, and then we come back. We're going to see if IHC can pull off the upset and get a 2-0, or if we'll be going to a third. We'll see you in just a few.
We'll get back to Bucharest. We've got two teams here battling it out for a spot at the major. Renegades and IHC are now heading into map number 2. IHC have taken away Inferno and now looking to do it in 2-0 fashion here on Mirage Chat.
Now I need our viewers at home to do something because I don't have enough time on my phone right there to work it all out completely. I was just trying to have a quick little look on the interwebs, but I want someone at home to find out when was the last time we didn't have an Australian team at a major, and when was the last time that we had a Mongolian team at the major. So if you guys can find it out, tweet it my way, and then I can use it as if I found it on the broadcast for everybody to listen to.
Great idea.
Because if Renegades lose this, they go down to take on TyLoo, and that is not going to be an easy game by any means. That is to get that second spot for the RMR in Asia towards the major. This is the easiest route you could possibly win your opening game, win your second match, which is this game right here, and book your ticket. Book your ticket, not start slow on Inferno and lose to some very simple but beautiful Counter-Strike from IHC. This is the thing. They're just playing by the book. They went through their paces. We're not going to tell you that was a crazy exciting game of CS. It was just a standard game of Counter-Strike that you can appreciate. That's the thing. As a Counter-Strike fan, if you appreciate nice, well-played CS, that's exactly what we got right there, right? And I want to see more of it because doing it by the book is a fantastic way to get your team a ticket to the major.
And it's the biggest criticism we've had of the Asian region for such a long time is because they don't play by the book. They play this crazy, wacky style, and it's fun to watch, but when they go and play against some teams in better regions, it is easily picked apart. And so when you play this more standard, more fundamentally sound Counter-Strike, it surely, you know, should work out against European sides a bit more. Obviously, there's another level you have to go to, but it's a good base, a good foundation to build off.
Yeah, no, I want to kind of back you up here on this because some people might be listening, what do you mean a different style like Counter-Strike? Well, if you go back in the history books of Counter-Strike, all the way back into the 1.6 days when Asian teams got a chance to compete at international tournaments, or maybe we had some events in China, you would have like Project KR, which is a Korean team with some legendary names, Lunatic High, you'd have the TyLoos, which still existed back in the 1.6 days, WMV, right? There's plenty of names, and the way that they would approach the game was always off meta. Well, the thing in CSGO is the game is so discovered, so played, that there's not really being off meta anymore. You can have players who are meta breakers like the Arts of the world and a bit more of an aggressive maneuvers, but those things take time to refine, and they still come with a crazy base, right? To just have a crazy aim-based style of Counter-Strike coming from a smaller region, never easy to replicate that style. So seeing IHC put in the time, study the book, study the tape, and pull out this brand of Counter-Strike, and now going into map number 2, Mirage, which they won yesterday against TyLoo to put them in this position, means there is a chance for the Mongolian side to get a 2-0 over Renegades here and book that ticket to the major.
9. Gonna play down in middle. 3 players about to swing out towards his crosshead. He's getting to a better spot and does hop up into the more covered position of that window. But Hats has creeped his way out of ramp. Probably the only player creating space for Renegades in this series so far. And now continues to move forward. A Hats been spotted by Blitz. Now the mid play. Oh, about to come in. Hats has lost his hat as he's taken out by Blitz. And now 9 holding the mid play. They're trying to run boost and really distract and set up the peak. And eventually they will get that kill onto 9.
Well, they've been able to draw things back to a 4-on-4 environment here, and in still up in roost towards the B bomb site. If he calls them back over to assist and finish over here, look at this stack, look at this setup right now. Score over towards bench, the boost from Techno 4K and Cabal to take a bit of action and traction from the back of the site. They're getting lured into this. Blitz is calling mid clear. There's nobody responding over towards A. Renegades are going into the den.
There's a bunch of hungry lions waiting on the other side. Renegades might just be fresh meat here. Cabal holding to pick up initial information, should not commit to the fight, should just try and draw attention away and set them up for the site. And now they start to realize, Renegades start to realize, but it's too late. They've walked into the trap, there's so many players, and they've gone for the knife! Oh, Techno, what a way to start the pistol. Alistair now into the clutch. A 1v4 as he catches with death. Oh, nearly had a chance to pull that one all the way back in. But you can see Score hyped up because they know what they've just done in the pistol.
Wow, I cannot believe that profited, that they just stayed in that stack and the Renegades came on in, right? You see all the space that Hats was taking on A. The fact that he got away with so much room, he gets denied over towards this jungle position by Blitz. They still swing out mid, they trade one back, but they're not expecting this. Renegades are expecting more respect than what they're getting right here in Techno. The knife to the back, that is going to bolster the buy. Massive stuff here as Renegades without a plant again on their T side of pistol means it's a flat eco. It has to be the eco if they want to get the AKs out into the next round to play.
Well, they're stacking in the middle. We have the MP9 playing anti-flash close to the wall, so should actually wait on the swing out from Renegades. The window player will collect that initial information. They can flash then 9 into the peak with the MP9. So a lot of money could be made here towards top mid.
Yeah, and when you're Renegades in this type of situation, you want to wait out the utility. Well, if you have an aggressive stance with multiple members, you can hold this with bodies. You don't need to smoke it. You don't need to Molotov it off. You can actually just retain it with the crosshair alone. So
okay, 9. He goes into it. Just goes into the absolute stack of players. Comes away with 2, runs out of ammo, but should be the recovery here in mid by the IHC side. A lot of utility gone to the wind there, but kills nonetheless come through.
Yeah, so look, 1 frag is going to force a reinvestment, but 9 has 4.5k. He can buy an M4, and you know that AKs are coming out on the other side, so of course you're going to be purchasing into that rifle right here, right now. More than enough cash to splash in that regard. AWP immediately drawing out from Alistair here. So this is curious. He's going to be glass cannon, has a little bit of utility behind this, but they need to change the dialogue of this early. You can't just have standard rounds of play from Renegades because we saw how that worked for them over there on Inferno, and the answer was not great. Top of smoke dropped, has a bit of a gap to work with for 9, and you can see him gravitating towards that little slither. Run boost out, over, has been spotted, takes some shots, and nothing landing, but the molly's good. It's going to force Alistair all the way back. Is retaining this mid control from short with multiple nades, multiple pieces of utility. Look at all the bodies here on short. They are so ready to fight mid. The prep work for IHC must be off the bloody charts.
I'm absolutely loving this. Renegades have got a difficult task ahead of them to try and figure out how to maybe adapt within this game. IHC, not only have they got preparation done, they also have a bit of a game plan for how to deal with it.
Well, look at Renegades now. They're expecting the follow-through on this aggression. Right? There was an aggressive maneuver last round. There was a bit of posturing now, and well, 9 isn't pushing top mid. He's pushing through the underpass, and it is Liaz who has so many positions to worry about here.
Has to flick down and actually moved his crosshair just at the right time, and Liaz will come away with the opening.
It's quite fortunate for Liaz there that they dropped the smoke towards B. It meant that he didn't have to worry about the push through that choke point.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, helping him out a little bit there, IHC's B defenders.
Little detail. 40 seconds left. Now the connector ends run, spots out one close to the site, hasn't been able to take the pick. Hats into ladder room. It is Inns who finally gets that kill on towards
He split into 2 though. Oh, never mind, cancel that.
It's an MP9 here for Cabal. He's ready, actually into the fight, goes proactive now, better weapon available, ends up with 2 in the site. That's not bad from Cabal at all, but still 1v3 needed here for Techno.
Okay, well they will get the bomb down. Techno actually giving this one a look in. He's considering his chances here.
He's going to try and go through the market door. Techno has got a smoke at a kid. He holds it. Oh, it will be spotted. Sicko to the headshot out from the bench, and Renegades with their first round.
Yeah, fortunately they didn't get lazy in that situation, because if they did, if Alistair and Sicko had fallen on the side, that third player was so disconnected from the pack, he was top mid, and it wasn't even planted for him. So there's a world in which you can see that one starting to fall apart there. But good response in the first round on the board early for Renegades this time round. It was a force buy from Inns that you remember, sorry, a saved M4 from Inns on an eco, where Renegades were able to find a bit of traction early on their CT hold. Well, now IHC have gone for an investment. It's going to be a Digo and a Famus as the biggest sacrifices here. But 3 M4s out and another cheeky mid play. Boosting up, over, having a look, seeing nothing. There's 3 players waiting at the top here for Renegades.
Oh, Cabal, no way. They've had a lot of problems dealing with these smokes. As Blitz and Cabal open up with a couple, they know there has to be a player in the underpass, but Cabal has found another kill through the smoke and the wall. So 2 players to the good here, IHC, and it's all crumbling for Renegades.
It's just a different move every round, it feels like,
it's
from IHC.
So good
so
right
fantastic work again.
This isn't that same sort of... Oh, okay.
That's very telling, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Alistair realizes, well, I can't do anything here, and ends up just getting toyed with. IHC so dynamic. They've done a lot of preparation heading into this. You can absolutely see that.
Yeah, it's very hard to deny what's on the screens right now, and Renegades are being dictated to here. This is flat from them. They're unable to put up a fight. Because they're playing slow, right? It feels like IHC can get away with whatever maneuver they would like. Renegades, even on the T side of Inferno, were unable to set too much of a tone, and one of the last rounds they had is that light Tech 9 buy where they did go aggressive and got destroyed.
So the average age of IHC players is 21, Chad.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, very young team. I think Techno makes up for that as well. Got players coming out through the underpass. 9 having no problem inside of middle. They take it out. That's a quick. I like when rounds go like that, Chad. Nice and quick.
This is really smelling like a 2-0. I'm not feeling any resistance from Renegades whatsoever. Nothing to think that they're here in the server today, ready to play. What's on the line right now is so much. And I think you'll see in the celebrations, if you caught 9Z's celebrations yesterday when they were able to pull off the game against EG and then take down Pain to qualify for the major, this means the world to people to be able to qualify and play at the highest level of Counter-Strike. This is our World Cup. Oh, through their own flames. 9, risky business. Up, over, no smoke. Flashes either way, and he's just going to retain position. 9 is not afraid of anything.
The Hats are just waiting for that smoke to fade away. Expecting perhaps a player on the other side of it, but IHC not taking that full risk, and Alistair was trying to just force the fight towards B. They're smoked off. Every single chance for an opening is just being stopped.
But look in middle, that 9 is just walking around.
Yeah.
It's like he's gone for a leisurely stroll on a Sunday afternoon. It's a beautiful spring day. He's just out here for a walk.
And the fact they have him means they could just stack up the sites.
It's so crazy how much space they're working with right now. And if they gamble correctly again, they gambled on the pistol round and won. We saw some gambles for them coming on Inferno as well, and Alistair needs to hit this.
I've actually just alleviated position as soon as that chance was to come through. Smoke goes down. We now hit 50 seconds.
I'm not sure what type of Counter-Strike Renegades are playing today. It's meant to be diligent, but they're not finding anything.
Oh, the boost, trying to open things up. They've attempted so many different maneuvers trying to find this opening here, Renegades. But eventually, they're now going to have to just go through a choke point.
There's 30 seconds left, and they've done nothing.
Literally nothing. Now they got Connector, potential A split on the cards, but look how many players are here right now. 4 players on this side of the map for IHC's defense. Techno 4K takes out Sicko. 20 seconds left. Hats finally maneuvers out of the ramp, but it's the fight inside a jungle that matters here for 9. Still a player around the firebox of Score unchecked, and they're low in front of him. 10 seconds commitment to the plant. Score executes one, and the second locked out. Score into the clutch. Renegades are fighting back and forth, but they managed to pull it off.
And it just seemed way too easy there. Even though it came down to a 1-on-2 situation, at no point did that feel like that was going to go against IHC.
No,
at no
never.
moment. At no moment. And this has to be so frustrating for Renegades right now.
There's no one talking right now, it looks like, from this cam at least.
They've taken a timeout. Maybe it's going to be Kingfisher getting on the mic right now, but they need someone to G up the troops. Need someone to get into their heads right now and tell them what is really on the line here, because they're not in the game at all. They're just playing a stock standard game, and we were saying that was a positive, right? Basic, simple, by-the-book Counter-Strike was a key to why IHC were able to pick up map number 1. Well, Renegades trying to do the same here, but there's no pep in the step. It feels like they're afraid to take fights, afraid to take space.
Yeah, Hats was the only player throughout this series at any point that was willing to take a few risks and be a bit more proactive, but even he is now held back at ramp. He's not anywhere other than that one position. And IC, because they're getting so much info, they've had 4 players on the right bomb site twice in this game so far. This is looking very good for them. Perhaps an A execute here for Renegades.
Yeah, maybe just. So something more direct. Techno currently the only player on the site. The Molly is going to start to fade. Blitz can get on over and chip in.
Flashes begin to develop forward. Now the commitment into Techno is caught by the flash, but still comes away with a double. They push into jungle, but Blitz has the clothesline ready. USP to the headshot. Alistair out of the round. And now Liaz and Sicko. They have to try and move forward. Liaz taps the bomb, but Cabal have the angle to try and deny. Forces him off it with a couple of bullets. And now Liaz needs the pick, but he's spotted. Score sees him on the edge of the smoke. The younger eyesight for the better. And now Sicko left. 1v4 pinned under the wood, and eventually will be taken out. Not even competitive here for Renegades. Out, locked out, 6-1.
I think that's a key point, not even competitive. If you take a look at the frag distribution right now, Alistair has the most of 5, but we got 3 of those on the pistol that they ran into a stack, right? You've got 3 kills coming in for Ins, 3 kills for Hats, 2 for Liaz, 2 for Sicko. Where is the firepower going to come from here? Techno with 8, Score with 8, 6 for 9. That sounds so strange. And Cabal and Blitz with 5 apiece. This is fantastic work from the Mongolian side. I cannot sing their praises anymore. This is great stuff. Here we go, bit of pace. Fast, quick, in the face. Hats trying to take some room, trying to do it on his lonesome. Set up by the U2. Cabal knows that there's one on the plate and spotted. Surely Blitz saw it. He did.
Oh. Blitz is just holding now. Smoke will fade away. Dropping back, 9 elsewhere. It's found Alistair, and Blitz will confirm the second kill here. Renegades down to 3 players already. Cabal takes some damage elsewhere.
Pack it up. Get over.
Score's done.
Yeah, what is going on? I think
there's no competition.
It doesn't feel like it at all. This is a masterclass from IHC. This is absolutely beautiful.
Well, finally, one of the kills will go Renegades' way as we hit a minute. Blair made the point a little bit earlier on, chat. He confirmed the point that the last time a Mongolian team beat Renegades on LAN was when you were playing. So it's quite some time ago.
Well, now I'm casting, so maybe it's me that's the problem here. But there we go. Leah's trying to change the tune.
Oh,
2 big shots and away back in. 45 seconds on the clock, and Cabal is low. It's 2 AWPs to deal with right now. And this might ignite the fire under Renegades to get them back into the game. 9 dropping a defensive smoke over towards the A side of things to play around from triple here. It's going to start to dissipate by the time the Renegades get in position to attack the site. So it really is all going to be on 9, who's currently having to watch 3 different positions.
Top ticket.
Oh,
now drops back.
Timed.
Yeah, this is very good. Nine's had great timing so far throughout this map, and now plays some CT to separate them. That's one onto Liaz. Now it is just Sicko left. Bomb on his back, now recollected. 10 seconds. Oh, he has to commit to the wide plant, and quickly coming up through connectors. Cabal, he spotted him out in the jump peak, but Sicko to the headshot. Now it is 9 on 9 HP to try and win out this round. And like a cat, we'll see if he has 9 lives. Sicko holds back from Tetris, the reposition held. And 9 is just taking his time. Sicko just holding. Now 9 moves forward. Sicko should have this, and he has. Massive recovery from Renegades. Liaz with a big multi-kill in middle and a quick reposition to allow Sicko into the clutch.
Hopefully, as I'm saying, that reignites the fire here in the Renegades, because IHC are looking hot to trot right now. They've dropped the ball there a little. Just some big fights coming Liaz's way, and stepping up when they need him most. He's the most experienced member on this Renegades roster. He might need to be the individual to pull them out of this hole that they found themselves in here early. And unlike the loss that Blair referenced, this one means a whole lot more. This is to qualify for the major, right? So here, there's a lot on the line, and IHC, it's clear that they want it. They can buy back. No dramas there. They're going to retain the double AWPs. Cabal has bought into one, and 9 is going to do the same. So double AWPs help them in that round to find a couple of picks, but lacking that conversion is going to sting. Sicko gets Techno pushing, but this double here from Liaz was absolutely beautiful. And right there, you can start to fault what IHC are doing, taking one-on-one fights, untradeable positions, trying to get it back, and Sicko gets 3 in the round, but it is a 1-on-2 necessary to get this one done. A breaking point here within the game. If Renegades can win this one, should just be an eco going forward for IHC, and this scoreline can start to level on up. The nades exchange, deep up mid. That's his top cat. Ins and Liaz over towards the B apartments here as they walk their way down through the underpass. That was heard, that was noted, and this is a bit more of a standard hold here. Score, staying aggressive. 2 players over towards connector. They double up. They're not afraid to take a fight.
Are they going to get caught upon the split? Blitz look down into underpass, and 2 heads disconnected. Now Score swings from short. They have everything in middle needed, and Renegades down to a single player. This time the clutch looks much more difficult for Sicko, but he starts with the first headshot. 9 taken out, and now he crosses. Able to get deep towards CT. Techno has not seen that cross towards CT spawn, so Sicko has somewhat of an element of surprise.
Oh, they can piece this one together here to understand what is open, and you can see
they're
Score's
considering
actually
it.
Dealing with this, right? He's pushing forward though, Score.
Are spotted.
So giving away another one here. Didn't need to play so aggressive. The bomb's down top mid.
39 seconds. AWP now picked up for Sicko. 1 versus 2, and yeah, the bomb being top mid really starts to remove the opportunity to win this round.
It's a nice crossfire established here. Under window with the M4. It's a hard clear if Sicko was to go around towards window, and then he has 180 degrees to clear. Top mid and bottom mid.
Well, steps now mid. Realizes time is a factor. Techno will take him out. And the problem for Renegades in the first map was they were never really able to pick up consecutive success, right? They weren't able to put the rounds together. And that's exactly the problem here again. IHC have so many looks, so many different rounds they can pull on the CT side. Renegades constantly having to deal with this.
This is some real dramas. It was just a dry walk into mid. Right, the previous round, Hats went a bit more aggressive. He pushed on down. He took some liberties. Sure, it didn't get them a whole lot. But they were actually forcing some fights and forcing IHC to play responsive. Well, here, there's nothing to respond to. It's just walk on out as you like. And now, a Hail Mary B rush with Tech9s.
It's quick. It's got a bit of sting to it. Score looking to try and remove a couple of the forces that now occupy the site, but it's Cabal that's been tasked with doing that. Alistair finally moves in towards short, upgrades his Tech-9 into a rifle, but Liaz needs to chip away too. Some damage done. Renegades now move forward, Ins catches the timing, and we're back at a 2v2. Smoke goes down towards Market, and 9, just before it pops, gets out with a headshot, and Liaz in the 1v2. Tech-9 trying to find an angle at least to try and make this one competitive. But another smoke on towards Liaz.
5 bullets in that Tech-9 as well, so either find another weapon or go for the reload to try and make this one possible here. He has plenty of time to make this one work, Liaz, and known to be good in the clutch, but the HP, one of the biggest dramas right now.
Looking for a better weapon. There is an AWP down.
I don't even know if that's going to be too friendly to him here.
Now considered short, but they're doubled up. Continuing to maintain the 2-man setup inside of the Market, and Liaz now scopes for the overextension, but there's no reason for IHC to give him these chances. Liaz has to go to there. Now the peek comes. Now Liaz has a 1 versus 1. Will he consider Techno? He will. Techno, oh, just about misses out. Liaz, 24 seconds left. Bomb now on his back. He can put the pressure on Techno. Bomb committed too. Liaz then considers he could have repositioned, possibly, towards short side, but Liaz now committing to the fight. Still at Market. Techno holds the same position. Liaz, will he get the timing? Will he get the angle? He's holding forward, but a missed shot. Techno walks into the dry and walks out with a kill.
Sweaty palm moment right there. That one is a difficult round indeed. And you can see Liaz, the way that it was working, he gets the fist bump for the clutch. He'll even retain the AWP yet again. So a close one. And this came with some pace. Good trading onto the site. Not enough to get across the line. But one of the things that is so jarring to play against with IHC is they're always all there. Like, look how many quick responders there were to the B-bomb site. They're able to get in, they get a couple of trades, but that 9 kill, I think that really just puts the icing of the cake of how many fights they're willing to take. He's pushed on out with the USP. He's the AWPer. He takes that fight onto Ins. If they're able to establish in that post plant with multiple members, maybe, just maybe, it could have been around there for the Renegades, but not to be the case. They are back down into the losing ways. 8-2, the scoreline now reads. They can finally have a purchase back. The plant's good. It's something to work with here, but max loss bonus is in play going into the next. So maybe even residual buy off the back of all that damage and all that extra cash, but it needs to change now. 8-2. IHC are running away with this. And the CT side was where they had a bit more of their problems yesterday against TyLoo. It was the T side, I think, where they were able to pick up 10 rounds on their attack.
And it goes in towards top mid. Renegades taking another slow approach. This time they have got some mid-control to work with, and Hat's sent down. To confirm there is nobody occupying the bottom of mid. Now they're turning their attentions back over to B, Chad.
Well, the execute with the Tech-9s worked, and now with a little bit of extra utility, right? Maybe, just maybe, it could be tidy, but... Oh, that's a very missed smoke right there. From bad to worse is now to execute onto the site. It's just flashes.
Cabal holding, happily collecting a multi-kill. How has he got 3? And he gets out of the molly. Oh, it's a nightmare for Renegades. Down to 2 players.
Look how many responders there are. There's 4 players on the site.
Yeah,
a triple comes in. There's no pressure elsewhere. They're not worried about alert. They're not worried about any mid-control. They're not worried about anything.
It's easy right now.
Just glue their attention. This is such a simple game as Sias and Cabal looking for the ace. One more to find. Ins get something back, but Techno's there for the trade. 9-2.
And this is now focus time for IHC, who realize they are just moments away if they keep this up. Well, getting a spot at the major, and Renegades, they have to pull up much more than their socks right now. They're getting embarrassed, slapped around. These rounds are just not even getting close on the gun rounds of all things.
No, and this is the thing, right? This should be a comparable team for a squad like Renegades to take on, right? It's not detracting anything from IHC. They're playing a fantastic game. It's Renegades are the team who have more experience as a unit. They have a player on the team who's been in a major semi-final. They're a team who gets to play in more international tournaments against the better teams in the world in a little bit more frequent basis than a team like IHC. They've been doing it in their region.
They've been practicing in Europe.
Yeah, well, look, there's so many things that are in the favor of the Renegades here, but not the scoreline right now, not the map score.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah, and all you can do is sit here and be slightly bewildered by what you're seeing on your screen, but you have to just sing the praises. Continue to look at these positives. Look at this push. We've seen this position before.
We have, in a Snacks Wonderland once upon a time. Score, he's got to get checked. Alistair removes him.
Okay, well, that's a way in. Finally something. But look at this. 9 immediately aggressive. Alistair's just going to run to his demise.
Oh, missed shot from 9. Okay, a bit of magic potentially here for Renegades. They run into Cabal. He was the player that stopped him. Oh, he's blind. Oh, he's so blind. And finally, we'll get removed by Alistair. Much, much better, but maybe even a little lucky here for Renegades.
Very fortunate.
They'll take it.
Very fortunate indeed. Alistair getting all 3 kills in that round. If that's what it's going to take, well, then that's what it's going to take. And he should have died to 9, and then he should have died to Cabal, and then he should have died to the Molly, but he gets away with 2 HP and 3 frags. So maybe a bit of luck.
The Australian divine intervention has happened collectively across the nation. They've all done a shui to give a bit of power to the round.
How are you going to replicate some of these rounds, though, right? Like, let's talk about where they've come from. One was a clutch situation for Sika, where Liaz had 2 banger kills, and then Sika closes out a 2-on-1 situation. Here is an Alistair 3-piece, where it looked more scrimmy, right? He gets the first kill, he runs, the guy misses the shot, I get a kill, I push forward, I get another. It didn't look like it was Counter-Strike being pieced together like a perfect puzzle, right? It was actually a little bit more individual-based right there. Actually, it was individual-based. That's exactly what it was. So, great stuff to Alistair, but if we can only attest rounds for the Renegades to individuals who pop on off, that's not the recipe for success right here, and there's only 3 rounds of play left within this first half, and I feel like they need every single one of them.
I mean, one way you could find success here now is the fact that, okay, you've got a few kills in these rounds against IHC. That means their money isn't exactly great. We'll take a look at the buy here. Mike 7 in play, lack of utility across a few players.
That's about it, though, right? So, and this Mag 7, with some of the inventive ways that IHC have been able to position themselves with the gambles, with the stacks, with the moves, Cabal's holding B, right? The Swag 7 could do a lot of damage here if they were to go his position. Now, on the retake, it's going to suck. It's going to give him absolutely nothing, naught to work with. But do we just see the Lear out mid again from IHC? We've seen this before when there's not a lot of pressure, not a lot of contact. They just kind of glance on out, take some fights, set Blitz up for a couple of cheeky little headshots. And Renegades, again, are in this sit back and wait to respond default. 1 defensive top mid, 1 B apps dealing with any pushes from underpass and the B apartments. And 3 players right now gravitating towards A. Make that 4 as Alistair does join the pack. Now, they have enough utility to go for a set piece, but remember last time they went for an A split, there was a 4-man stack from IHC to deal with. They're going to have to clear every box in this site extremely diligently.
Smoke goes out. It's much more passive here from Techno. He'll throw Cinder down towards ramp to try and hold off that force. Here they come. He plays in front of the smokes. Techno not playing back towards CT, and a peek out from Connector works out for Blitz. Techno on the other side, a triple is taking down 2 lives, and Renegades down to 2 players. This has not worked out. They're completely separated, and Sicko is severed off 10-3. IHC with the immediate reply again.
They're trying to be so tricky with it, assuming that's going to draw the entire rotation over. But when they've hit B, right, there's actually been forces coming out and pushing, right? I spoke about IHC rotating and having so many players there. Yeah, because the attack's actually been coming through and multiple members are here. Blitz is still watching mid because there was smokes on the site, a missed Molotov thrown out from Renegades, and no pressure on any of the A defenders.
Yeah, utility has been a little bit lacking here for Renegades throughout this first half as well, not really hitting the mark. Fly back again for Renegades. Mid control looking to be taken. In's just charging this time, realizing we just need this control. We just need to head down into mid. We have to take a fight. In's has an opportunity, but
finally some pressure
out of Palace. This is more like it from Renegades, putting pressure onto the defense. Techno overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, but they pushed through window, and 9 was just waiting for it.
The better team here is Renegades on paper, and they have allowed IHC to play their game the entire time. Whether that's through the prep work they've prepared for, the setups that they've gone for, IHC have gotten away with bloody murder. Now we have a 3-on-3, a post plant on A, and a real chance right now for IHC to make this work. Look at all the util for retakes. 2 smokes, 2 mollies, a HE, a couple of flashes, and a defuse kit. Everything they need to make this one work.
Flash gets sent up for Cabal. Smoke out towards Palace. They'll start to clear out towards Firebox as well. And we'll put Hats into the fight against Cabal. Cabal wins it. 9 with the spam under the wood, and Alistair out. Not a single kill in the post plant. And IHC straight to the defuse, and 11th round added to the tally. Last round of play coming up for this first half, and IHC want to head to 12. Renegades, oh, this is just tough to watch.
It is. It's very hard to stomach right now, and I can't imagine the move within the server. It has to be at an extremely low point. Now, nobody at home played the little game and told me the last time a Mongolian team was in attendance at the major. So we're going to have to operate in the dark here, Dinko. But I do know that one of the last Mongolian representatives was part of Greyhound with Urk instead of Major. So I think that was back a couple years ago. So it has been a long while since Drinks. And wow, Blitz just standing, taking a fight and takes down 2.
Against Guns.
He just takes down 2 in the window. What are we witnessing here? Liaz gone and In's finally going to get a kill back. It's all for naught. It means nothing. It's a 4-on-2 situation. Sure, you've won a clutch before, but you have to win another now. And what a way to drop down to have to face TyLoo. IHC. This is some statement Counter-Strike.
The fact that we have got TyLoo waiting in the wings is very scary. Nice shot from Sicko. Minute 13 seconds still left in this round. 9 is pushed all the way through B.
Yeah, good luck rotating back through there. Oh, you are seeing 9 creep forward here, and his AWP scope definitely noted. He doesn't need to push any far further. He can actually just drop the incendiary, deny control. 50 seconds to work with here for Inns and Sicko. And Sicko's been a component in some of these clutch rounds. Now, floating over towards the ticket position, you are going to find Score, who still has an entire bag of utility. The same for 9. He's just found another Molotov to pick on up. Floating passively. Blitz has actually cheated over towards B to help deny any plays up that catwalk position. And now, as it's falls silent yet again, they do sneak in towards A, trying to grab some room, trying to grab something. But they have to finish A. There's 20 seconds left. There's just nothing on the map. There's no kills, nothing.
Nothing happening. Score now plays from CT. Nade could go in. Right on towards Sicko. Isn't going to remove him, but Spam certainly could help out. Oh! Nearly couples it for the kill, but Renegades do get the bomb down. Inns applied some pressure on towards Score, but now his teammates starting to come out and help, but Sicko starting to get a couple of frags now. Blitz out. Score in 9. Looking to recover and get 12 rounds at the half here for IHC. Renegades standing tall. It is Inns, the last remaining player. He's taking significant damage and Score. He's got a smoke, a flash, and a kit. A quick drop down into connector for Inns, but looking forward to Score. Couple of bullets away. In fact, just one away, but he's holding the defuse. Score has some cover. He's just sticking it. He's just holding it, and he has got it. 12-3. Defuse stuck, and a little celebration for Score as they are now 4 rounds away from heading to the major in Antwerp.
Inferno didn't feel competitive whatsoever, even though the scoreline was starting to get a little bit closer with that comeback. Now, this one is definitely not close at all. Once again, we could talk about the way that Renegades have manufactured these rounds. Look at the mood in the camp right there. Not a smile on her face. Nothing to be positive about here. You talk about the positive sides of things here for IHC. That major, that qualification, it's going to mean the absolute world to this team. And in the fashion that they're doing it, amazing stuff. But on the other side, it's going to be sourpuss all around. TyLoo versus Renegades for that second spot for the Asian RMR. 2 of the Titan names, 2 of the big names that are always the sure thing, the lock-in. One of which is going to be falling at the final hurdle. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. 5 sets of Kevlar to defend against this util. Lined up, smokes, flashes, HE, everything IHC need. It rings on through the sky. They're about to waterfall through Palace.
Beat down into the fight. Alistair, good for 1, but that's it. Score immediately removes him, and they just happily collect the second. Inns, Hats, and Liaz. Not really even competitive in the pistol. They're held behind smokes. They're close to a couple of shots here, but IHC are just having fun. Just outmatching them individually. Kill after kill, collective for the Mongolians, and now Liaz and Hats, a 2v3.
Pack it up.
Hat slips through, spots ahead towards the side, but really can't get in a position to get it. Score's just waiting to break that vent in towards Mirror Hall, has now done it. That's another pressure point for them. Blitz holds the site from default, kill on towards Hats. Now just Liaz rapidly trying to figure out where he's going to go, and it is Hell. And it's where he'll be found, 13-3. At this point, it's hard to break whatever IHC have brought to the table with a start in the pistol in the second half. They're giving themselves the best opportunity now.
What did Renegades win? 1 pistol. It was the first round of the entire series, and then they lost the force buy in the second. They lost both T pistols in both consecutive maps. Not able to get a plant on those T side pistols, so couldn't have a potent force buy. Now the CT side, they have to force, and they have. Scout, Famus, Deagle, Smokes. This game is done.
Yeah, so I'm looking through here, Chad, and it seems like the last major that didn't have an Australian team was the PGL major in Krakow.
That was 2017.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. That has been a long time since an Aussie team's missed on out.
Score. Drop it down. Techno able to come into play as well. And now Sicko and Alistair, 2 players left to prevent 14 rounds from being added to the tally of IHC. And yeah, good luck with that. Save an AK, save a scout. And it is 14 rounds now. 2 rounds away. We can start talking about it now, chat, because just think of what this means for a team like this.
Oh, it's crazy.
21 years old average across the side. Heading to the major, you barely get to play in any of this competition. You just watch all of the competitions from home. And now you're going to the major in a few rounds. That's just wild.
It is. And if you look at like some of their results online, right, they're able to beat teams like NKT, Mongols. Like they have a hard time against TyLoo online, right? But you think about this and the type of opponents that they're consistently playing against. If they wanted to play, right, we were talking to some individuals, they want to play in pugs. They don't have many options. They play on high ping online no matter where they play. So for these guys, it's always going to be a difficult way to get practice of any level. And for this squad, right, you can see them getting fired. You can see the smirk on the face of the coach right there. This is absolutely mental. This style that they are winning in right now, not just the Counter-Strike they're playing, that's great too, but the fact that they are drubbing Renegades, a staple of Australian Counter-Strike from the Asian region, the Oceania region, always a lock-in. Sitting now, staring down the barrel of what could be a 16-3 loss. They retain the AK. They get a FAMAS out again. Scout in play, sure. At this point, it doesn't even matter. It feels bleak. It feels flat. IHC are just running with all the momentum. They're setting up for a B execute right now. There's nobody on the bloody B site. The rotation is going to come in from Kitchen. What are they going to do? Hat's out of position. He's going to scramble to get on in. The MAC-10 coming fast, coming furious.
Hats has a smoke deployed out towards Bin, gives him a bit of a corridor to try and access the side again, but Techno is going right into that fight. Oh, spots Hats jumping over the top of the smoke, and Techno takes him out. So the advantage now with IHC. Renegades held back inside of Market. There's no competition again, just up until this point. Bomb will go down, and that kill from Sicko draws us back into the equilibrium. And Liaz, misses his chance. Cabal just swings upon him, but Sicko again for the follow-up here. He has been finding the most success here for Renegades, and Blitz to the headshot will drop him. So down into the 2v3 here. IHC in such strong post plants. Should be closing this out, no problem.
Yeah, bomb's halfway tick. This is 15 secured. IHC, they do it again. They make the right call. They walk in. Perfect execute. They play the number advantage, and now they lock this one out. Both kills coming in favor of Blitz and 9. And it's bewilderment. Do you believe what you're seeing on your screens right now? Because this is real life. 15-3.
The 2 teams everybody was saying should have been taking this are Renegades and TyLoo as the 2 teams through the Asia side of the RMR. Well, now we're looking at 15-3, 1 round away, IHC to take the spot in Antwerp.
And of course, the scoreline is just absolutely a smashing here, but look at the frag distribution. It's been a team effort across the board. And of course it has. Renegades couldn't hit the side of a bloody barn right now.
INS, or INS rather, gets close up towards Palace. Techno goes into the swing. It's a 1-for-1. Sicko trades back. Blitz into the kill now as 2 players still stand for IHC, but Renegades have come out on top. They've got the advantage.
Something to work with here, and
AK
giving up the site here, and Cabal's found one through the smoke. Just 2 more kills.
Cabal goes in towards jungle. Hats will beat him out, so 9. 1v2 clutch to send them to the major now.
This is so risky. What a play this will be. Tucking into jungle, they won't expect this.
They absolutely won't. 9 is in a power position to
Nobody's
try and
looking.
close this out, but they are ships in the night. They've crossed on by. He's spotted 1. Now the second. 9 to the execution. Headshot onto Liaz. Bomb is planted for the connector, but 9 has taken the AWP. Yeah, they switch to the AK here, 9. 1 more kill and he's done it.
Oh!
But he reloads on the drop back and Hats will chase him. He's going to get onto the defuse and hold it through.
Yeah, he's got time for this defuse right here, but close. By a Nats wing, they're able to get their 4th round of play, and only just. Look how tight that was on the defuse. So tight right there. Imagine if 9 gets around the corner. That's the round confirmed regardless. They know how close they are right now, IHC. Doesn't matter that you've dropped the ball in that one. You saw how close that was.
That was a very good visualization, really, of how close the major is to be given to them right now.
Jeez. Could have been over the blink of an eye. Any hesitation in getting that to defuse right there, and that would have been it. But sure, another round. Another round indeed, but 11 consecutive required. Good luck, have fun.
Swing into mid. Sicko, the first player to try and take a fight. Spotted and forced back.
What's the rush here for IHC? Go back to what you did on Inferno. Take your time. Play out the rounds. Do it by the book. Mid-control pressure applied. One spotted. Score brings out a couple of shots with the AK-47 to let them know he is coming.
Just imagine the heart rate right now for IHC.
Well, this is the thing as well, the moment, but the game has been so easy, right? The game has just come their way. So, stepping on out. Ryan will take some licks of damage down to 16. Fortunately enough, he is the AWP player here, so can still make this one work. But to let the moment get the better of you with such a large lead, it would have to be some insane capitulation. And IHC, they look like they're ready to take this one here.
50 seconds left. IHC come back to A. This is the play they want to close on. Inns going to be the first player to get contact here for Renegades on this hold. Plays close towards ramp, drop down from Cabal, steps being heard now. Inns at the ready rifle. Oh, it's dry. They go out towards the ramp. Inns is good for one. Alistair able to follow up. At least Blitz has got that kill into play here, but 25 seconds left for IHC. Score's still in ladder. He knows Liaz is here. He goes for the headshot and finds it, but time is a ticking, and the kills keep on coming. 17 seconds now. 2 players still over here for Renegades. Bomb going down. It's
denied.
Oh, it's denied. Hats with a kill. And now the pressure's on Alistair for the 1v2. 5 seconds. They have to start planning now. Score commits to it. Alistair still with a scout in hand. Score so close to it. Alistair down to 19 HP. Score is just holding. The youngest player. He's going to hold it. He's going to get it. Score takes him down. 16-4. IHC, they do it over Renegades. They're heading to the major in Antwerp.
Remarkable stuff right here, and the celebration's going to come on through. What a massive victory, and the way that they did it. Blowout against Renegades. They take down and topple TyLoo in game number 1. Game number 2, it's not going to get any easier, but they make it look easy. Massive performance here today, and beautiful stuff. The celebration, you love to see it. Hard work pays off.
I mean, you're stuck out in your region for so long. You're getting battered around by TyLoo. It feels like that's all your career has destined for you, but somehow, some way, they come to land. They take down TyLoo immediately. They move into a matchup versus the Renegades, and they find themselves a spot at the major. They've locked in some stickers. That is obviously a big goal for teams to earn that, and they've done so much now. It's all going to sink in throughout the day, I think, of just how much they've actually achieved today.
I don't think they thought it was going to be this easy, right? You come over here to European soil, you get it done in 4 maps. In 4 maps. You didn't even have to have a series that went 3, went the distance, and that one right there didn't feel like it was close at all. Beautiful stuff, a beautiful story, fantastic work. It's going to be a heartbreaking day for Chinese or Australian Counter-Strike, because we do have Renegades versus TyLoo for that last spot, and one of them won't be making it.
Yeah, well, Renegades have 1 hour. 1 hour to try and get out of the headspace of just losing that one to try and take down TyLoo, and TyLoo are going to be sitting in the wings, loving what they've seen today of their opponents. That's it for this series. IHC, congratulations on their way to the major. We have got the desk to break this one down.
IHC, your major, making it all the way through. The first one for the Mongolians. Blair's got a smile on his face, and what a convincing way they did it. That was just bullying Renegades.
Listen, it was all an anti-jinx. I said 2-0 to Renegades. It was actually
Of course,
I'm
course.
I'm kidding. You know what? We both predicted 2-0 to Renegades,
Yes.
and I still stand by the fact that it should have been 2-0 for Renegades, at least based on what we knew heading to the matchup. The fact that IHC have proven all of us wrong here is fantastic. I love the story from these guys. The last time, we've already tweeted about it, the last time a Mongolian team qualified to a major, it never happened. It was Mongols in 2016, again beating Renegades with Sponge on that lineup. That's the IGL, qualifying for the major qualifier for IEM Katowice 2016. Unfortunately, they weren't able to travel. Again, it was a major qualifier, so this is the first time for the Mongolian scene, who've been showing a lot of talent, a lot of potential over the years, to make it to a major, and what a convincing fashion they've done it in.
I mean, this was clean. They showed us really clean CS.
Yep.
Often we talk about Asian CS, great aimers, not a lot of cohesion. The team play isn't there. The protocols aren't there. Like, they played a really good style of CS. Like, European tier 2, tier 3, they could fit in. You take off the names, you would be surprised. I don't think anyone would pick this being, an Asian team. I think what they showed here was a game that was better than a lot of these Americas teams that qualified. Like, in terms of how clean it was, just everything, right? So it was amazing.
We've got to look at this, right? In all the games we saw, Blitz, not only the IGL, but the man that was able to put up great numbers, a fragging IGL out here. He deserves a lot of praise for being able to do it in this way. And probably Mara does as well, right, in terms of the coach, because stylistically, this team looks very good. Like you're saying, they play this like default Counter-Strike, and they have such good reads on when to push, when to go forward. These guys, they're on the money.
You can ask Hugo or Harry or any of the guys who are playing FPL, right? Like, FPL in EU. And many times they've come up against this checkmate, this IHC roster.
Oh, yeah, Pimp doesn't like him.
Pimp doesn't like them either. And we know Pimp is a very solid player. He never shuts up about him being a liquid, ex-liquid pro and all that. But jokes aside, these are guys who play at 150 ping in EU servers just because they want to play better opposition. They'll be playing full 5-man stacks and face just to execute certain things which they're trying to inculcate, right? They've been trying hard. They haven't really had they're in Mongolia. The internet's pretty rough there. The routing, even when they play to China, the ping's like 90, 80.
Oh, wow. It's even that bad to China?
It's pretty bad. When they play Singapore servers against the Southeast Asian teams, the ping's like 100 ping. And he would still beat these teams.
So where are they good servers?
So there are no good servers for them. And
Welcome to Asia.
It's a classic tale of, I forgot what it was. Was it Naruto or Dragon Ball Z? You have Rock Lee when he drops his weights from his feet, and it's like the training weights are off now, baby. Let's play on land, and they show up, and I'm genuinely so happy for them, man.
Well, do you know what? We've got a very happy player standing by. We've got Nine for an interview with us here. Nine, do you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Firstly, let me just say a huge congratulations to you guys. Now, I don't know if you heard what Blair was just saying, but it is wild to us that you are playing with such high ping and then coming over to Europe. But how do you kind of feel now you're on LAN and you're in the right environment? Does this just feel like everything's like easy mode for you guys? Because you guys dominated.
Yeah, I mean, I heard what he said. It's just like Blair said. We took the weights off, and it feels much more smoother. And yeah, it feels so good, man.
Nine, firstly, I'm really happy for you. A real big shout out, congratulations to you guys. Let's be real here, right? Heading into this tournament, you guys have been playing very great in the region, right? Especially all the online events. You have struggled against TyLoo. You haven't played this new Renegades team. Heading into this RMR, like, what were your realistic expectations? Were you coming in expecting a result like this?
Yeah, we were pretty confident in ourselves because we've been practicing EU teams with 110, 120 pings, but we were doing pretty well overall. So we expected to kind of at least go through this RMR. And yeah, I'm just so happy to go through it, man.
We've been kind of surprised by just how well tactically you guys looked, especially this game against Renegades, Inferno, the T half, and here as well. Like, where does that come from? Who is in charge in building this kind of game style for you guys?
Yeah, that we all just chime in and throw in our ideas and talk about it a lot. But it's mainly Blitz and our coach and me. So,
do you have like a European team that you kind of look towards to kind of model how you want to play the game?
Not exactly, but we really like looking at the NSOG and FaZe.
Okay.
Yeah, so we take a lot from them.
And in terms of just where you guys, when you're playing in Europe, like, which kind of teams are you practicing against, and how do these practice games go? Give us some insight into it, because I guess for a lot of us, you came in as an unknown quantity of what you would deliver in this.
Yeah, I mean, we're just at home playing with 110 pings. We don't expect that much. Like, some rounds we lose because of ping issues, because we just lost some duels we had to win, but we don't focus on that during the practice and just mainly focus on what we can do better, or some movements we should do faster. Yeah, we just focus on that during our EU scrims. So, yeah.
Well, Nine, thank you very much for your time. It's great to talk to you, and congratulations on making it to the major. Go off and enjoy the rest of your time and celebrate for sure.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks.
I feel like it still hasn't quite sunk in for him, you know. He's just like going through the motions, like, yes, this is definitely happening. I'm here. This is all real life. Because the whole story is wild. Like you just say that, like, we're playing against these EU teams. We just lose some rounds because of the ping and things. Something they have to deal with. But it's obviously something where it's conditioning them, at least in what they're doing round to round and how they should play in these rounds.
Absolutely, and just to like add on to what he said there, right? This is something which has been a common complaint for me when it comes to a lot of the Asian teams and how they approach practice. And it's so different. Like we kind of take it for granted, but for a lot of these teams, they're scrimming and they're, oh, we want to win. You know, we're going to try hard and whatnot. No, you're scrimming to try and fine tune your game plan, figure out where your holds are in your setups and whatnot, and basically just get better at what you want to get better at. And it seems like they have the right system behind them. Now, I don't know how big an org they are. I don't think they have like psychologists and like a handball expert standing behind them. But they have the coach.
Can't do without that.
Can't do it without that. You need that to win a major. But right now they've at least made it to the major. But you have, I feel like Mara as a coach, he coached that Mongolian team for 6 years back when they beat Chad and Renegades back then. He's doing it again. And then you have the IGL in the form of Blitz, who honestly surprised me. He's a young one, right? You expect Kabal and 9 to be kind of the IGL roles here. And the fact that such a young, high-fragging IGL is able to call so well and have a right understanding of Counter-Strike impresses me and makes me happy.
Yeah, I want to touch on Renegades a bit, if I'm allowed. Like, I've kind of
you might
portrayed them.
Come on, we'll go to the negative side of this, mate. No problem.
Resilient lineup and a team that, at least playing domestically, always can bounce back, even if it's a tough game. We saw that in the LFO match on Nuke. But here, it was really rough. It felt like, just talking about Mirage, like this could have been almost like a 16-0. They won one early round, which is a decent one. Then there was a 2v5 that they turned around, which is like a miracle round in itself. Then one round from Alistair, he finds 3 openings, individual kind of timings that went his way. And then the last second clutch from Hats on the CT side. That's the 4 rounds that they have. Everything else was super flat. They couldn't find entries. They couldn't really flex their muscle in terms of the individual players. And I feel like one of the reasons is how IHC was playing. Like, they weren't giving them a lot of duels, but also when those duels happened, like, it didn't seem like Renegades were on point. The aim wasn't there that they usually see with them.
And also got to point out, like, when you're touching about the Mirage and how lost they look, right? There was, I think, round 5 or 6 was a buy round, and it was like 30 seconds left on the clock. They have no controls towards B-apps, didn't play any default, they just grouped up at mid, and because they knew IHC were taking fights at mid, they're just waiting for them to make a mistake like TyLoo did yesterday, and just show themselves. They didn't peek, they had a flash, they checked for information, then it and it kind of turtled up. But IHC, they pushed B apartments. They knew where the play was going to be. And when they walked into the A bombs at 25 seconds on the clock, their 4 CTs, crossfire set up. So at that point, you're wondering, wait, who are the favorites here again?
Yeah, it was definitely that way. We're going to take a look at the bracket, though, and just see what we've got. Because only one more game here for the Asia Pacific RMR. And we do finally get it, guys. We're getting some Renegades taking on TyLoo. But what that does mean, the slightly more negative side, is one of those teams will not be going to the major. There is only one more slot remaining. And boy, oh boy, for me, Renegades need to play a lot better than what we've seen.
I did want to see a Renegades TyLoo matchup, as you said, James. Maybe not an elimination game. I was just looking through some of the stats. These two teams have faced in the finals of virtually every Asian minor, right? And every time we've had TyLoo and Renegades playing in an Asian minor, which was what these events were called before the RMR, it's always been these two teams qualifying, and they always played only for, who gets a first place and a second place. Didn't really matter. This is the first time they're fighting for elimination. Probably one of the most hype TyLoo Renegades matchups we have. And if Renegades don't wake up like you said, and if Dan King plays the way he did yesterday, we might not see an Australian team make it.
It's really worrying, especially the second map, the way that it went. They have an hour to kind of reset mentally and get into this game. Was it too early for them? Did they have not enough sleep? Maybe ate something bad last night. Who knows?
Jet lag.
Jet lag is always.
You've got all the excuses for them,
They've been here boot camping for 2 weeks in Europe almost. So that shouldn't be the jet lag.
So the Mongolians should have more jet lag than they do.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think from Poland to Romania that you get jet lag. That's my personal opinion on it. But
I traveled. I didn't get it.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
No
so
excuses.
It's hard to find excuses. Like they have to do it better. This is kind of disappointing.
No excuses, but Renegades will be going up against a refreshed TyLoo. That's the game that's coming up shortly, but we're going for a bit more of an extended break. So again, just grab some food, grab some snacks, go replay some CS maybe, or look back at some of the games from yesterday. Either way, make sure you're back here in about 40 minutes or so for the next game.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
It's a matchup that's as old as Counter-Strike itself, at least this version of Counter-Strike in CSGO. It's TyLoo taking on Renegades. It's a lower bracket matchup, though, and only one of these teams will make it through to the major. Blair, we could not let you go. You're not allowed any time off today because it's all about this region that you know and love. We brought Pimp on to make sure Prof could have a little bit of a break, you know, because, you know, Prof, you've got to bed him into this very slowly. He's not very capable of long days, is he, Pimp? Got to educate him.
He's a noob. He's a noob. Like, he hasn't even done a 3 best of 3 day. Like, what is he? Like, we've done 4 best of 3 days.
I was just about to say, put him on a DreamHack show now and let's see how that goes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be so ideal, though, for him. He would suffer for sure. But one team today is going to suffer because normally we're always talking about it, and we said it yesterday at the beginning of day one. Oh, TyLoo Renegades probably going to make it through. Didn't go that way now, did it, boys?
You said it was an iconic matchup, and there's no doubt about that. You know, these two teams, especially when it comes to the major, have played so many times against each other. But the fact of the matter is that we are in a position where IHC claimed the first spot from the Asian qualifier, and now only one of TyLoo and Renegades can qualify. I just want to narrow that down for the viewers out there, that this is an all-or-nothing game for both lineups. Everything is at stake.
Let's paint it in a little bit more of detail, right? The first Asian minor which was ever played was in IEM Taipei, where TyLoo got disqualified because one of the players, QZ, DD's older brother, had an old VAC ban. So they got disqualified.
Of course.
And the Mongols beat Renegades, right?
Okay.
That was what happened. The Mongols never made it to the major qualifier. That was for Columbus, if I'm not mistaken, because of visa issues, and that was also the major qualifier. After that, I'm counting this just to make sure. 6 minors in a row, TyLoo and Renegades have played the finals, but it was only for placings bank, so they both qualified. The first time they're facing in the minor, where one of them goes home.
So what you're telling me from this amazing story, Blair, is that because we've seen a Mongolian team make it through an IHC, someone on TyLoo is about to be VAC banned, and then Renegades go through anyway?
I did not imply that in no way whatsoever, Banks. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how it goes. Let's see if the full TyLoo lineup's here. The full TyLoo team is there, Blair. We don't have to worry about this one. But one player that Renegades certainly have to worry about is Dan King. We cannot ignore this man because he was punching his way all the way to success yesterday. No one stood a chance against him. He was in Apoc's head.
Yeah, like I remember, I think it was Maui who was talking to Bented, and Bented said, like, Dan King is probably the most skilled player right now in Asia. That is something coming from Bented, who we all consider as the best player to ever come out from the region. The thing is, Bented wasn't playing terrible either. He was very, very solid. Sure. We had moments of, aggression, classic aggression from attackers. Slowly, he's kind of the sacrificial player for this team. He'll go in first at times. He's the guy who can anchor down sides, a very solid player. But Dan King, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that he is going to be a problem because his counterpart on Renegades, Alistair, had a rough time.
Yeah, and that's actually a bit of a concern for me, the fact that Dankin and Bented so far has played well, and TyLoo has still lost 2 maps, quite convincingly to IHC. Dankin so far in the tournament is at a 1.44 rating, and he's played 4 maps only, so small sample size, sure, but he's lost 2 of those maps, and he's still posting simple-esque stats, in a fashion. So for me, that's a bit of a worry. What if Dankin is just going to be good instead of being excellent in this game against Renegades? Do TyLoo lack a bit of firepower? Do TyLoo's, support cast, you're mentioning them, Summer, Attacker, the rest of the boys, are they not good enough to support Benton and Danking? That's kind of what I want to see here, because he's been delivering on all cylinders. Now,
when we're talking about Benton, I want you guys to take a look at this. We've got a quote from him here, taken from HLTV.org. Thank you, Prof, obviously doing your work to just slip all of these in the whole way. I'd like to get revenge on IHC. Well, that's not going to happen yet, mate. But I would also like to play Renegades. You're definitely getting that, because my ex-teammate Liaz is playing there, and it would be fun playing him for a spot at the major. You're getting your dream here, Benta. Time to take him out of the equation, but is it possible?
I think it's very much possible. I feel like we've seen both sides of Renegades, right? Yesterday against the Looking for Org, they looked supremely comfortable. Everything was clicking for them. They didn't need one star player to really pop off. Sure. Today, completely deflated against IHC. Similarly for TyLoo, it looks like IHC is just the best team in this tournament, clearly so, right? But TyLoo yesterday against LFO, they beat down LFO even harder than Renegades did. So if you're going to compare it from that fashion, I feel like at least for TyLoo, what they may be lacking in communication in late rounds and, how to really
communicate in some of these messy situations, they at least make up for it when it comes to pure firepower.
I'd agree. Aggression on the server and just, not caring. Bented and Danking, they're always good for a couple of pushes.
I'm so glad you guys spoke for a little bit longer that time, because I was buckling at the fact that someone was just tapping Bentet at some point. It was like some Morse code tap. It was like tap, tap. Then he took his headphones off. Then another tap. Then he just sorted. Then another tap just to make sure he's okay. So you know what? Bring on the Renegades. Let's get some normality in here. You gotta love them, but right now they've got to love themselves a little bit and find some confidence in their game, because Pim, when they went up against IHC, not only did they get bruised and battered, they did not know how to play this Counter-Strike we're used to seeing this team play.
No, it was a bit of a surprise to see them being manhandled that bad by ISGC, but we got to give them credit, right? I think they did a fantastic showing, played a good game of Counter-Strike, and they made Renegades look a bit silly, to be completely honest. I do expect them to be much better in this game as well. Also, there's the fact that we don't really know too much about IHC, and neither did Renegades. Now, going up against TyLoo, as you said, Blair, there's no excuse whatsoever. So for the map pool, for how the teams are playing, for what kind of style they're putting on the server, well, both these lineups, they know each other in and out.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the bans coming out already, right? So we have Nuke and Overpass. These are the perma bans coming in from both the teams. TyLoo and Inferno, it's not a big surprise. They have been going for Inferno for quite a while right now. Renegades yesterday, they picked, I think, did they pick Mirage? No, it was IET, sorry, it was LFO, I believe, who picked up Mirage there, and they got battered on it. So Renegades like, let's not risk TyLoo and Mirage quite yet, and it is going to be the decider. I think Vertigo is a good pick. Renegades look very, very solid on it against LFO. The problem here for me is the fact that TyLoo are no strangers to Vertigo. It's a map that they have a pretty good win record on in the region. Caveat being, it's against mostly, tier 2 Asian teams.
Yeah, and I think Vertigo is one of those maps that really, like, for the team who runs the protocols well, the teams who have the good defaults, who know how to take map control and slowly but surely edge up that A ramp, take over B once in a while, I think it really elevates good protocols in Counter-Strike. And I'm not too sure TyLoo have the same amount of protocols as Renegades on a map like Vertigo. So I think it's going to be two like stylistic classes, I guess, when it comes to Vertigo.
Absolutely. And the thing for TyLoo is, like, we know we have the firepower right now. When it comes to Bented, we know he's got the most experience on his team. Sure. Attacker and Fancy as well. Summer, rather, has been playing around the scene for quite a while. Yeah. For Danking and somebody, this is their biggest game ever in their short careers. They came into this title lineup due to the COVID era when they started playing online and whatnot, so the pressure could potentially get to them. Number one, and number two, still the comms issue. Benton is still speaking a mix of English and Chinese, while the rest of the team comms in Chinese. So when it comes to these stressful situations, that could be a key factor.
A key factor indeed. Sorry, the producer's just in my ear, memeing on names of my ear. I'm just like enjoying the whole thing from start. Did you hear that one as well?
I barely caught it. No.
I barely caught it. I'll catch you up afterwards. One thing I want to ask you guys though, Pimp, you mentioned it, right? These guys should know each other a little bit. Sure. But it has been quite some time, and also we've never seen these two versions of the roster go head to head. Who are you giving the edge to right now? Because when I'm looking at the firepower we saw out of TyLoo and what we've seen so far from Renegades, I'm siding with the Chinese side.
I think you have to make up with yourself. What do you believe in the most? Do you believe in sheer aggression? Do you believe in individual firepower? Because I do believe TyLoo have the better individuals. Dankin, Benton, we've seen them before, also against top European opposition, do very, very well. Whereas I feel Renegades is a team that's played so much in Europe that they're constantly, whenever they're over here, trying to adapt the, I guess, more clinical, the more structured way of playing Counter-Strike. And it's, it's a clash between the two styles. Which one do you believe the most in? The sheer aggression, the individual firepower, or do you believe in Team Counter-Strike?
I'm going with TyLoo. I'm going with TyLoo.
Okay, well, it seems like you're going with TyLoo.
You know what? I'm going for European Counter-Strike inspired Renegades.
Classic Danes.
Here we go. Pimp's probably going to be wrong as per usual. Blair and me will be right. We'll have to see how it all goes down. But let's get with our amazing commentators. Hugo and Harry, this one's on you.
Hey, I think I really like this explanation from the desk, if I'm being honest. I love this idea that it is a battle of styles, of the kind of two prominent brands of Counter-Strike, right? Are you playing the clean EU-based looking affair, or are you instead just brute forcing your way in? Also, very, very cool that we get to have Buntet versus Liaz. I'm a big fan of that, right? Only enough room for one of them at the major now, so it's all on the line. Yeah. It's all to play for. Buntet got his kind of weird, wish pushes, wanting to hold the fate of his ex-teammate in his hands and potentially crush it like a bug. So let's find out how that's going to go down. Hugo, I'm going to come to you. Do you want to kind of set the scene for me here?
Yeah, the voodoo doll of Asian CS. We'll see who gets crushed today. I think it's especially hard for Renegades right now as the desk have set up. You know, usually this is the game to be going through in first seed, Harry. Usually both these teams are lock-in for the region, but it shows it's a sign of the times when we have, you know, so many more rosters, so many more regions, the first Mongolians at a major as well. It's a really cool time to be a CS fan. So got to get with the times here. TyLoo bringing Buntet back in, and we saw their Inferno yesterday. It was terrifying, Harry. It was scary. And Dan King popped off, so Renegades are going to need to put a stop to it. We already saw the pain of, you know, knocking TyLoo down to that lower bracket. LFO had to receive a bit of a beating there. It felt inevitable. Triple B stack. Let's see if TyLoo can take down some other Aussies right now. The read is good. They're walking through apartments. Sicko's on the back, but with Liaz in the pit, even if they get that pick, it may be discounted. We'll see if TyLoo have this flash set up in middle. It's on Buntet. And TyLoo at the minute marker ready to go.
Yeah, but Util getting lobbed in, right? Smoke on the hay cart to try and give you the angle, and they do at least trade that kill out onto balcony. Liaz down here in the pit, really gonna have to step up massively, and instead he's just overwhelmed right away. Slowly runs him down, and the A bomb site has now been overran by TyLoo. Dan King, definitely someone to keep an eye on in this matchup, right? He's been kind of this top performer for the TyLoo squad. Want to see if he can replicate that today. Alistair up the short side, trying to move in for the retake, has dealt with Dan King up in the apartments. And so now Renegades may be in with a chance. They flood the site. The kills are presented for Buntet. Him and Slowly combine for a killer piece, and it's all left onto Inns. Graveyard player going to peek out late, and he never even knew about attacker, so TyLoo locked themselves in a pistol.
Fighting from Buntet. We saw that as well. He just got loud after the pistol. Yeah, you know TyLoo is so motivated to make this, right? This is going to be their well, I say their best chance, their only chance. And, you know, as good as Renegades are domestically, I think it was Katowice they came into with like a 10-event winning streak or something similar back in Australia. Like, this is a different beast. This is the player we've called the best Asian CS player in Counter-Strike Go, and at times has been the best team as well in that region for so long, in fact, throughout multiple iterations. So very scary threat are TyLoo. Renegades find out in that pistol. TyLoo slow it down in no hurry in the second round. Don't want to get eco'd as Renegades have forced up Deagle armor. Good grenade. Hats is going to eat that. I think a lot of our question mark is how's Dan King going to look when the bar was set yesterday? It was pretty high.
Bro, you know, I think that's underselling just how
if you saw the game,
how impressive he was for them the other day in the game versus LFO. I mean, he was T-side open, and he had like a 16-3 start, I think, in the first 10 rounds, which is just unheard of. So, yeah, to say the bar is high right now for Dan King is almost understating it with how well he's been playing, and also how important that's been to these TyLoo victories, right? Buntet's kind of been more reliable to put up good numbers, whereas Dan King, strangely enough, has been the one with like the highest ceiling. Slowly out into top mid, gonna open this one up. Much akin to how he began the pistol, just running them down.
Nice.
Deagle, that's 3, and suddenly it started to fall apart. Summer 1v2, trying to get it back under control. Liaz has caused him a world of problems with his Deag, and they run Summer down. It's winter now, it's cold. The Renegades come in on top, and the force bite nets results right away.
Yeah, their summer is our winter and vice versa, Harry. They flipped the script. What a great play from Liaz. You don't see Deagle spam mowdowns anymore, not often at least. And I got a little worried after he tagged that first player, but the second man with full health swang, Liaz, he does it solo. And I liked how Renegades convert that round as well. They peel off the bomb. They wait till the time is against Summer. He knows he has to run for it. And as he tries to escape with the bomb, they just re-peek him, knowing that he's holding that S key. He's sprinting backwards. Very hard to counter strafe there. So great round out of Renegades. They already get on the board early. When we saw Liaz make his debut on LAN at Katowice in this team, he did look incredible, right? Obviously, Renegades got some tough draws. They played in Tropic. That was a very difficult game. I remember on the map of Nuke, Renegades were just getting completely blown apart on their CT side. But Liaz did look like the one player who was, par for the course. He was ready to play that level of CS. He'd had his time out in NA. He'd been in EU. So, bringing in that much-needed experience for Renegades in a team that, as we've already said, are the best in their region, and it's hasn't really been a debate so far. So this is a really cool addition. And Renegades find a force, Harry. Already this game getting spicy.
Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, you wouldn't want anything else, dude. I think the map pool is pretty interesting for this one as well, right? The Inferno to open up, then you got the Vertigo coming through. That's the interesting one for me, because both teams have shown that they're very, very good on Vertigo, right? They're both sitting on a 100% win rate right now, so that's going to come to a close for one of them. Right, someone's got to lose that. I think Renegades have kind of always had some pretty sound fundamentals there. Excited to see as well how the AWP head-to-head between Alistair and Dan King kicks off. He's going to have T-side AWPing for Dan King.
Yeah.
And I mean, normally you'd say, oh, that's pretty rough, but
not here.
I don't know. Like, for this guy, he kind of set the precedent the other day that, no, I'm able to do that. I'm able to T-side AWP. In fact, it might even be better than my CT AWP somehow.
Yeah, I like how it feels like even though TyLoo are still fitting in the category of being this wild team and being crazy and full of aggression, they definitely were doing that yesterday. We've already seen a little bit more the madness has been more methodical, more method to their madness. That's what I was trying to
do. There we
go.
go.
Even just running these slower mid rounds, especially on anti-ecos. Okay, let them down there, but that's more of just a deagle spam. If they trade him with either of those players, they win the round. But we saw signs of TyLoo trying to tighten ship and be more methodical on these T sides, and I like the look of that. I hope we get more of it. Especially when we, look at a team like Renegades and we, as the Death said, hype them up as this team who's come into Europe and, had experience and learnt and pracked locally against the best in the world. It's only going to improve your own style as well. Everyone says it. Come to Europe, learn a lot, lose a lot, go home, get better.
Yeah, actually, no, that's Hugo. It's a really good point. I've got to say, even though to echo your exact sentiment with how you open that, like, even though TyLoo are still kind of the wildest team here, right? It's like there is a lot more structure to it, and it is becoming more pretty, right? They're no longer the team that just does the wild thing every round, right? There is kind of a good bit of standardization to it with like some of the classic TyLoo flair on top. So it's not like completely dissolved the identity of this team, but it is more structured. It is kind of a little more European, you could even say, with how they look to approach it.
Yeah, I think, to me, it's really sad as well that we didn't get Lim Vision at this event, especially now that LFO went 0-4, right? Obviously, cool to see them back here in EU. Probably pretty rough just going home, coming back here a few days later. Imagine they're still jet lagged and they're already going back. That one hurts. But for Lim Vision, like, that's a Chinese team that have been in EU for a while now. They've been out here since, their debut at Blast, and they've been bracking out in Serbia. We even saw them when we were there for FunSpark. So, that I think that team would have been really exciting to see that head-to-head between them and TyLoo, see the effect of 2-3 months of EU boot camp.
Well, I mean, you saw the interview with Buntet here for TyLoo, where he said, like, the plan with this team is to spend more time in Europe than we do in Asia, which is sick. Like, that was never really the case for TyLoo. They'd come over, they'd boot camp a bit, but
Asian CS really is healing. We have so many of those teams. We have Mongolian teams here. We have Chinese teams here. Like, so many teams are making the run over to EU, and I think that's only going to be good in the long run.
Speaking of long run, look at this, Hugo. They're running up long. Oh, Alistair, it's ugly. Luckily enough, inside of the site, Liaz and Sicko are going to wrestle with the beasts of TyLoo and lay them to rest very, very easily. It's a little bit of damage done. But ultimately, Renegades are happy with how that one pans out. 3 still kept alive, relatively clean. You deal with the long component in spite of a whiff spray here and there. And now you have that chance to just start converting the anti-eco rounds, right, TyLoo? Gonna have to just bite the bullet on this one.
Even running these clocks down, okay, they're getting a little low in these last 2A plays for TyLoo, but even running these clocks down shows that how they're, they're playing more structured, they're playing more safe. Compare it to like a team where, who was it against Case, that was just, Isurus was just running out Monster in the first 20 seconds of every round for like 10 rounds in a row. Like that, it doesn't leave you much room for error there. You either win the round in the opening 10 seconds or you lose it. TyLoo at least giving themselves a little more room. But after getting 4 sport, you're going to be screwed money-wise, and TyLoo are receiving that short end of the stick. The Eagles out danking. Can't do it this time. Alistair knows what he's up to in Boiler. And TyLoo, they try and take mid. Flash peek. Alistair spots more. And he's trying to farm that AWP money slowly from ramp. Deeks him out. But it's fine. It was the one SMG. Now the rifles can do the heavy lifting.
And I mean, I even like this. Like, you don't really have a lot invested in this round, but what you're going to do is just kind of pump the brakes, and you go, hopefully, they get overzealous. People want eco kills, right? People want to pad those stats, or maybe we catch someone going for a stat pad round. You won't, and Hats will just tear through you, but, it was a neat idea. Renegades up on a 3. It was kind of funny, actually. Yesterday on this map, there was a moment where someone stopped Buntet from dying to a Molotov with a smoke. And in my head, that, made me celebrate. But only because of who it is. Like, the fact it was Buntet who got saved. It's like, back in, if we...
What
if we
language did he scream that
exactly,
in?
Right? It's like, because if we went back, a few years ago, he would have just died in the Molotov, wouldn't he? Like, they just wouldn't have realized in time what was happening. Because it's always been weird with how this team communicates. But you kind of get the vibe that, things are starting to work out. Things are starting to come together.
Asia is healing, Harry. Oh, this is a quickie. They're taking top B. Alistair, his first AWP, and he's put it to good use. Quick kill. Slowly he's going to grab the AK and double back as Bintet's already opened up that A site. A pick through the smoke as well to Liaz. That one's going to hurt. Sicko on Rops. Waiting on top, they're going to run right below, and he's only going to go 1-for-1. There's no one in the site right now. Renegades, they hung on to that triple B for a while after spotting slowly take the weapon, and that gave a big gap for TyLoo to exploit after Liaz got picked. They've set up in their post plants. 2 in the site is not ideal, but they're playing over the top of the smoke, trying to fight this long player from Pit is Summer. He could get mollied. It's going to go deep, it won't do a thing. He's very low. Hats, got to clear his close corners. In he runs, the wallbang, he won't be convinced. Slowly bails Bentet out, who peeks out next. And now everyone can try and take this fight together. It's a 3-on-1, and Alistair, not getting out of here for free, will be able to get that AWP. TyLoo just let him skirt on by, and they take a second in their gun round.
Yeah, at least gets out with the AWP. That's something to go off of. But a nice little A-side execute. Sees it through to the very end for TyLoo. Man, I know. Oh, dude, I'm just gonna hold my hand up and admit to something here. I know that with Buntet, it's meant to be Bentet, but that feels so weird to me with my accent. I can never do it, Hugo. I can never do it. It just
Harry,
comes out naturally as Buntet.
Here's what I'll say. You're the one with the microphone, okay? You can say what you want.
Well, no, yeah, but I don't want to,
Why bring it up then? Hey, it's this, but I'm not going to do it. But here I am acknowledging.
I just default to doing it wrong because of the weird accent. So look, here's Dan King opening.
That was a really cool run boost. We saw that start to make more meta at Kata when players like Simple were doing it, run boosting through the deeper G2 smoke and try and take that ult fight.
Did they throw it from spawn?
Dan King was ready for it, man. He was holding that play. God, the wallbang. I don't know how it doesn't kill Dan King. He's on 5-6 instead, but still a man up. TyLoo, and an AWP low isn't the end of the world. Boosting up over the smoke. Oh no one sees anything. And just crouched and slowly gets the drop on him. Knows there must be another man here. He does get dinked through the corner, but it's still going to be TyLoo holding a nice advantage. It had to make a decision there, and he goes for the safe option of 2. keeping the B site alive, and it's actually forced to rotate as TyLoo double back.
Summer up in the apartments, creeping forward. Liaz on this little rotation, but they're both over at long. You know, one little moto smoke could cause them a world of problems here, so they're going to try and get ahead of it as those smokes come down, and they do run down slowly, but there's a lot more bodies where that came from. And Ben 10, there you go, even going to nail the closer.
Yeah, I didn't know what was so hard. Say Ben 10.
Ben 10.
Yeah, you didn't say Bun 10.
Ben 10.
It's easy. Just say his name. And, you know, you have to say his name. Put some respect on it as well while you're there.
Man.
Sick
Ben
round.
10, what a guy.
Yeah, he gets the wristwatch out. Danking was holding for that exact peak we just see. Waiting on the edge of the smoke. Can't pull that run boost. Cheeky idea for Renegades, but...
I didn't realize
yeah,
he got him through his
teammate.
That's funny.
Nades down mid. Say throwaway round for Renegades, and they will throw it away right down mid. Nice opener. Maybe there's something here to marvel at. Slowly helps out. Tanking wants the pistol kills, and he's here to deliver. Attacker wraps the back of ult, and 2 kills on that round is very nice for Renegades. It's all you could ask for. TyLoo still get it under wraps, and now look to go into another gun round.
How do you want to try and deal with this if you're the Renegades, you know? You tried your little innovative method to get the AWP pick down through mid, right? You tried using the G2 smoke coupled with the run boost, and TyLoo was still ready for you. Instead, Alistair's going to be leaning B this time with the AWP, hoping that this can net him a chance at the opener. A lot of nades have gone over, but doing very little damage, and so Alistair was able to hang around for a while, gets that tag onto slowly. Now, even looking to go back in. That was very close. Missed shot onto the man he tagged up earlier.
I do like how much they're allowing Alistair to play these openers as well. He's hoping that TyLoo is sloppy on their map control and that they're not flashing all the corners. If they don't, then he's going to be given a lot of chances for opening kills. He had one at B in the other gun round with his first AWP. TyLoo still won it on A. And even the run boost is an example of that. Tapered off a little bit in B here. TyLoo are going to run through. Good flashes. Alistair sees nothing. They're already in the bomb site. Crossing pool. Hats could get wallbang, but he hasn't given up the aim of the game. TyLoo smoke it so they can chase down this orb. This is lovely. They're trying to get in Alistair's face. They're even planting in the smoke. Oh my god, Hats gets dropped on from Bentet, and Inns double up through the CT spawn smoke. Still TyLoo have an AWP in the post plant. Anything is possible.
The attacker's not swinging either. They're going to have to come seeking. They're going to have to come find him and flush this guy out. Molly will push him into the open, but he's still able to get one. Danking going through.
Hello.
There's another man in CT that he just wasn't ready for.
Yeah.
And so it all looks a little bit silly, obviously, in hindsight, but he's trying to get out there. He's trying to reposition and play around the bomb.
Yeah.
Only knew about the other man over at Ruins. Wasn't aware of the second CT player. And so Renegades do manage to make the retake happen after all. Yeah. Considering that was a 4-on-2, definitely had some legs on it to get interesting, right?
In Danking's head, the way he's calculating that is there's a 1-on-3 chance. There's another player here. Either I'm getting late banana flanked, and that smoke is a fake, or it's double coffins, or it's double CT, and that's what happens. But, you know, nice try. He was smoked off at banana, so there was nowhere else to go. If he didn't pull his knife, maybe there was a chance at a second kill there. The trade swing never came in. Renegades get it done, though, on the retake. A very close round, nonetheless. Alistair, not going to be starting with a pick, but he will be boosting his teammate up on the porch side and fighting. If Alistair gets blinded, Siku can turn back and help out. It's a nice setup. Renegades have, you know, kept it fresh every round so far. Not letting TyLoo make a read yet. TyLoo have moved away from their early B default and going to try and pop middle together. Flashes again, but this is exactly what Renegades are set up for. They trade it with a molly, buying more time. They've done a good job of holding onto their util early, not fearful. Nice grenade, there's the pop. Sicko can turn back and he will find one. Liaz helps from long. The orb does fall and Sicko doesn't know where to shoot, but he will go back to safety.
You dealt with their attempted taking middle, and TyLoo likely don't want to go back to it. Dan King still here with the bomb and this AWP scoped up on the short side while his teammates are leaning towards B now. They can lob some of this util in, right? They're hoping this is going to bait a bit of a rotation out of the Renegades. Dan King's actually coming back. Oh, this is all getting a little bit wild, a little bit weird, and we're approaching the end of the round. There's 20 seconds left. Now rejoining them over here in Banana, throwing the nades in towards B. CT player smoked in hats, but he goes running through it. And even though Dan King is good for that kill, it's 6 HP on him. Up close, gonna get finished by the FAMAS. And so Renegades do respond to the B play, and they respond well.
Yeah, they respond loud. The hype's coming back the other way. See Alistair getting shouty as well. I mean, Bintet set the precedent after winning that pistol round, so it's nice to see it going right back the other way from the Renegades. If you're just tuning in, this is the final game of the Asian RMR. This is the last spot remaining between Renegades and TyLoo. Usually the lock-in teams to every region, but with IHC spicing it up this time from Mongolia, from downtown. Only one of these two legendary Asian Oceanic teams can make it. Liaz timing there, could have got pre-fired.
That's one of like the coolest things about IHC making it, right? Is that like so often these two were just safe bet teams, you know, like
it was boring. It was like, you don't even need to watch it. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think even at this event, I don't think people expected that result. I didn't.
No.
They did. When we spoke to Nine after the game, he was like, yeah, we were confident. I mean, everyone's going to say that, but hey, they've got proof in their pudding. It's delicious, as is this Anti-Eco. Renegades find a 6th, and they keep 4 up as well. Anti-Ecos have been clean this game so far.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how they're being able to best TyLoo pretty decisively in a lot of these rounds. Right, we kind of talk about the endless amounts of brawn, of muscle on this TyLoo team, and right now, you know, none of them really finding the impact that's needed. It's actually slowly set up top of the board, right? Definitely going to need a little bit more out of Bintet or Dan King. Nades up into top middle, and they're running the way of the mid hold. It's very, very pacey indeed. Right up long and into this double setup from Sicko. And Hats, Alistair's nailing shots on the short side, and even though they've dealt with one player on the long component, there's still so many bodies over towards this side of the map. Attacker trying to clear apartments, but Alistair's already gone very, very deep here. And King holding middle, first shot connects, but so often the case, he's just not ready for the trade. And I mean, that's really been like the essence of so many of these Dan King rounds, right? In the moments where versus the other teams here, you know, the likes of LFO just the other day, he was able to go on these massive tears, and very infrequently were the trades there. Whereas here, he's punished every time. He gets one with the AWP, and then is immediately traded after the fact.
Yeah, and then some of that is like the expectation of playing against sloppy teams and teams that don't have the fundamentals right. You think, oh, one player per spot, but Renegades are not giving you that that opening, that opportunity. They're really playing well right now on the CT side, trading off of each other. Even in that round, you know, okay, it falls apart early. If TyLoo get kills, maybe it looks different, but Renegades, TyLoo was set up with 4 on A, fast up long, and then Dan King was holding Banana for aggression. Renegades never gave that aggro. They just safe rotated, left a solo B player as, you know, TyLoo just get given nothing in that 2-on-4. Renegades tighten it up and find another gun round, and as I said last time, TyLoo have not really been able to accomplish much on these ecos. This game flipped in round 2. Felt like we were going to have the TyLoo show, but they got decode, and they've never been able to do it back.
Oh, even taking this Banana control now for Renegades. Yeah, they will actually taper off. And, you know you're only up against pistols here. You don't need to take so many risks down the banana side. They're going to leave Hats to just jump spot at the half wall, right? Play for that info, play for the early rotation. I like it. It's good risk management out of Renegades. Like, very, very rarely are they in positions where, one kill and suddenly the whole round falls apart. Like, Hats here, yeah, you can get one deeged on the jump.
You can.
That's like the scariest part, but he just got the info. He saw them, and now he knows they're coming. Going to drop this smoke with a clean little underhand. Look, there it is, going in. And now he's bought time for the rotation. So literally, as minimal risk as you could have possibly undertaken in that spot there. And now you've got this double hold here in B in time. Re-smoking. If TyLoo wait for that to fade, they're pushing with like 10 seconds left. The spam. Hats. Oh, TyLoo is sweating bullets right now. Gonna get the quad kill. And now on for the ace. Hats manages it. What a round. There it is, baby.
Lovely stuff. And yeah, no warning, nothing. Just shooting through smokes. And was like, yeah, I'll just keep firing. They keep coming at me. Hats gets the ace on the anti-eco, and we just said the anti-ecos have been clean. Well, what an example of that. 8-4 now, and that's got to feel a little bit good. Nice deagle work as well. The bot to end it. No chance for TyLoo. This gun round has to be something special, or they're about to get swept in this first map of the series. Dan King has not been the Dan King show today. His first couple of orbs looked good. It looked like there was a chance, but Renegades have run a very good CT side. Back up Banana, slowly being loud about it. Has to smoke his own Molotov. Renegades again, 3B. They've made the read. They've got a flash ready. He's going to go in. Hats wants to get aggressive. TyLoo are tucked in tight, though. You won't see a thing. Mollied off. But when TyLoo are mollying this, that's when you know it's a sign of the times. They're having trouble getting back up to car slowly. Given nothing. Renegades are triple fighting for this position. And TyLoo have often been caught off guard by these heavy setups. Dan King's going to work it, try and post on the corner. There's the off angle. Int catches the first kill, and now if Liaz swings, Dan King's ready, but they fight together. Nice entries, and it does come crumbling down. Dan King posted, and the double entry on top of it is all TyLoo ever wanted. They deal with that heavy setup. This is a 5th round. This is Renegades saving. Nothing they can do or say in this position. But that's fine. It was about time that TyLoo popped in B. It's what they were doing against LFO. They were really abusing this B bomb site. Not just on Dust, but on Inferno as well. More so with executes than these contact plays. But, when you get 3 kills in car, you just commit.
Yeah, right. You don't get more of a red carpet than that, right? So it's a bit of a response from TyLoo here as we approach the end of this first half. And, considering they could still go on this little berth up to 7, you're never willing to write it off just yet. Finally putting a stop to Renegade's streak. Sicko even chased down right at the end. It's not the end of the world losing him there because you've got plenty of money. You can rebuy. You can have a player get dropped. I think one of them had a little less cash than the rest.
Yeah. But,
it's still a fairly expensive round. I'm going to need to take a look at the money when we get back in just to see if it's going to be a problem in round 15. That could always be a bit of an issue. I guess it also depends what you're looking to invest. So it will just be saved up for Alistair, gun dropped over to Sicko. And yeah, it can actually cause them a couple of issues here looking into round 15 if they lose this one now as a result of how expensive that last round became.
Well, just win it then, lol. It's got to be the mindset, the grind set. Renegades may have won the half, but they haven't won the war. TyLoo, they have Banana. They're even taking apps late as well. They want options open in this round. Bombs resetting to ult mid. TyLoo planning off the bat to end A. Renegades have pre-rotated to the AWP back. It fired off some long shots, and it's going to swap off, drop some util on their way as well. The pre-scope for Alistair doesn't want this AWP to be known by TyLoo. Danking's holding mid with his, but TyLoo taking it pretty easily so far. Molly's forced out from Renegades. They've got a good bit of util out off of that rotate player of Ins. Now it's going to be back to this B-pop. What TyLoo love, these executes. Smoke is fine. The timing's not too bad for TyLoo. They can afford to wait a few seconds. They can pop through it right at the end. They're not announcing this again. They're going for one smoke, one flash. In they go. Alistair getting run down. Hats doubles up. Everyone's blinded. The flash doesn't do TyLoo justice there. Even Attacker gets mollied out while blind. Alistair and Hats is doing it again. This is an eco. It's not supposed to go like this, but Danking trades. He's not going to get more than one. Renegades stop the B play, or rather Hats does solo.
Yeah, man, that is just insane, isn't it? And, you know, the best thing about his team, Fortress, over towards that B-bomb site is Hats, dude. Look at him go. Popping off with the A1S. Love a bit of this guy. Oh, it's all so clean. And those are that's what you need out of your B anchor right there.
Double-digit half on TyLoo's map pick? Is that a possibility? Certainly could be. They want the round. The economical woes aren't a problem. Bentet's cornered. Oh dear. Running low on ammo, but doesn't matter. Spams out slowly. Bentet tries to hound him down. Oh, just about gets caught. Bentet ready for more, but he won't trade Hats. It's the AWP instead. Danking has been the trade man. And because of how many triple Bs there have been, TyLoo don't commit off that kill. Danking was alone. He had no support to go forth, and so he has to give Renegades the respect. Play a weird 3v3. With everyone still split on this default. TyLoo can just group an exec, right? But I say exec, they got one smoke, one flash. It's a TyLoo classic. Very bad smoke. Very bad smoke. And don't walk into that, Liaz. Because Danking knows where you threw it from. Sicko's waltzing over as well. And TyLoo, this is just to get something at the end of the half to be proud of. Can they do it?
If they manage to get in, this rotate of Alistair is so far away. Got to get past the double hold though. And Danking's gone back to watch Banana. That left just two players to actually push on in. He was throwing the coffin smoke. Now trying to run down the defenders. Danking all alone, late to the site. CT smoke starting to fade as well, but that's not where he needs to be worried about. He's getting wrapped up through Banana. Likely just going to let him have the plant. It doesn't have any implications on this situation for Renegades. The Banana flank is what they were hoping was going to save the day. Although Alistair's throwing out that nade. So now Danking knows about Banana.
Okay.
Trying to thread this needle, trying to find the gap. He's seen the shadow, he's seen the man up close, goes back and is sandwiched between the two. It's a good try. You could see him attempting to piece together that round, but it will get stolen away.
That's just, again, a comm issue for TyLoo, right? Like, they're ready to go. They're all set to pop B. And then Danking runs back to throw a coffin smoke, like you said. You called it out. Like, the timing is just off. If he was going to do that, he had to do that earlier. His team were already running in. There's no trade potential. And that has been the problem for TyLoo, right? When they've, like, triple entried, they've been fine. But when you don't do that, when you're struggling to even go 1-for-1, yeah, this is the result of it. Constantly left in clutches. Maybe he wins them yesterday, but this is not yesterday.
And you know, that is even like part of the whole kind of mental side of this, is like flowing through your brain is all the highlights of how good you were yesterday. It's the same reason why, you know, folks like Rush, the Observer, can't play DM, because he just says that, like, when he isn't nailing shots like that in a real game, suddenly like gets in his head a bit. Yeah. You start to. I'm not saying, by the way, that Danking's thinking that. I'm just saying, you know, he's remembering how good he was yesterday and how everything was flowing. It was like flow state for TyLoo, and now it's gotten a bit ugly, and they don't really have like that backbone. You know, that kind of fallback strategy, going to what's comfortable, what you know and love. It was very much hinging on individuals, and when those individuals aren't in the same state as they were yesterday.
Yeah. This is awesome, though, for Renegades, right? In terms of the B holes are looking really, really nasty. Hats with a 4K with an ace. You know, Alistair, he's just been hitting a couple of opening kills, not really needed to go crazy. Sicko's 18 and 8. Like, yeah, there's no problem right now for Renegades. T-side pistol is as good as it gets right now. TyLoo are trapped into a very safe setup, a box in this A-bomb site, and Renegades are poised with the same pistol strat that TyLoo ran to pop out apps.
Yeah, one man down in the pit and then a double site setup. It's not terribly uncommon to see TyLoo just concede this early mid fight and play back within A, but it does sometimes get very exploitable, and it sometimes makes me a bit worried. This long play is given a lot of freedom in Sicko. Liaz even gets down into the pit. This double sight hold now, getting split from 2 angles at once, and there's all that room that's afforded to Sicko over at long, coming back to haunt TyLoo.
Yeah, it's just a great read again. Like, Renegades realize they have that room and they take it. You even called the long gap before it happened, and not only is all the attention of TyLoo on that apps pop as it should be, the bulk is coming through there, but Sicko just puts the knife in the back of TyLoo, and some whiff shots is all that matters. Smoke on Buntet, otherwise nothing. He's already saving it. Slowly, he's kind of trapped in, trying to get exits, and Sicko will make him exit from the round with a third P250 kill. He is ferocious right now, and Renegades have a reason to be feeling good. This is their opponent's map pick. They've won a pistol going into that second half, 10-round CT side. This is it. This is the Aussies coming in with quite an upset right now.
They're very much rising to the occasion. Plus, you know, I mean, they're going to be feeling nice and warm.
That's
you
true.
know, that's another thing.
Yeah, I thought last game would kind of like kill their mental, to be honest. They got wrecked, but
yeah,
it seems like it's done the opposite.
You know, I think a part of you just goes like, look, we kind of need to prove to everyone that we are still legit. We need to prove that we can beat TyLoo here. You know, it's our last chance to try and make it to the major. And they are at least delivering on that. Now, there's a 4-spy here for TyLoo, including a Famous on Bentet. Want to see what he's able to do with it. Dead right away at top banana. It's Slowly's Deagle to trade that out.
Yeah, we know the Slowly Deagle can be devastating, but at what cost? Famas gone. Inns could even take it. Although, why would he? Slowly has a gap. But he's going to have to move, and Renegades are about to execute. There's still 3 players on A for TyLoo with mid smoked as well. Slowly getting aggressive. They're filling with nades, but he can't kill them. Finally converts hats. Won't follow up. If he gets 2, maybe there's a chance. Instead, there's no kit. Renegades, a quick plant can concede a round for TyLoo. They're not convinced. They have to clear the corners first, but eventually Sicko can get that stick in. TyLoo double nade, and there wasn't even a tap. There wasn't even a fake. It's way too early. That won't do a thing. Sicko wasn't even in the bomb site.
Oh, Inns is getting real risky with it here. Playing up close. He's being a little scared, and yeah, that's going to give the freebie over to attacker. Sicko trying to push over towards CT, but there's 2 of them here, and he will respond with the double. Summer is blindsided by Liaz, and Sicko, the savior of that round there, right, gets it back under control with the CT push.
To think that they had double nades for the plant and they don't wait for the plant just shocks me in that position. Like, why would you lob them out? Why wouldn't you just wait? You had the smoke down in CT. There was no hurry. TyLoo just waste their trap card there, Harry. More like Yugi no.
Yeah, it's kind of weird though. I feel like you sometimes see those double nades like do exactly that. I'm going to say like 60% of the time, yeah, right? Because sometimes when you're rotating in and it's all scrambled, you're worried that like, oh, what if we missed the tap? What if we missed the plant? But
well,
yeah,
they did.
No, I'm inclined to agree with you. You know, I'm jaded by it. I've seen so many of those.
We're seeing mistakes out of TyLoo. You have to draw attention to it. Like, Renegades are exploiting. Renegades are playing a really tight game, but there's definitely been some oof moments for TyLoo in this map. Beautiful shooting for Inns. Both players committed in banana and removed with ease. He's going to get that bomb back to A, and they're just winning their fights all over the map. It's TyLoo full eco. It's never going to be anything else as Renegades convert their pistol round. Just Summer in the way of that. And, you know, I think it doesn't help when the 2 stars of the show in Bentet and Danking have gone pretty quiet in a game like this.
Yeah.
Danking's T-side wasn't effective. And so Renegades, we said a pistol might be enough. Well, now they can basically confirm it with a rifle round. Could even upgrade this MAC-10. Why bother at this point? But also the threat of the MAC might force helmets to be bought by TyLoo. But he's gone for the AWP in the first gun round. I respect it. Renegades want to shut this down. They want to close it quick.
Where are we sending that off? It's going to go banana bound. Util lobbed in from either side, although ultimately it's far more punishing from the Renegade. Slowly keeps his gun out and does use it for a double. Helped out by Buntet. Alistair brings us back into a bit of a 3-on-4. They're going to concede the space at Banana, going to lean away from it. There is only 2 players for TyLoo inside of this A-bomb site. If Renegades go now, they might even be able to catch this player crossing into the pit. Now that timing has somewhat been missed, and a double pit setup is a nice way to two-man hold this site. Once again, it's going to leave you a bit of a gap over at long, and with how often Renegades have got this room, it wouldn't surprise me to see them exploit it. But they will just go back and double up on the short side. Molly on Alistair is pretty big. Sicko's got one as well. Oh, yeah. You can clear the pit with these Molotovs, but instead they're taking them wide. They're going to lob it into backside. TyLoo have played a double stack here before. They used the second one in big pit, so they learn about attacker. Question is now, are they ready for Summer alongside him?
Yeah, even if Summer dies here, they'll think that's the player who smoked the molly. So yeah, Sicko's in the bomb site. He's seen one player. Can he even get the plant? Maybe he could just try and stick it safe, forget about his teammates, deal with this threat later. 20 seconds, Summer getting aggressive. Could be nice. Attacker's been cut down on a pit. Rotate as well gone. And this is falling apart at the seams for TyLoo. Beautiful shooting from Alistair, posted up, and TyLoo feeling the burn, feeling the pressure. They try and get aggressive and stop that planter, and that just lets him walk into the scope. Alistair, his first extremely high impact round, and that's not because he's been sleeping at the wheel. He is not needed to be a powerhouse in this game, but finally the T-side AWP, best round yet of it. And 14 now for Renegades, with an AWP save for Dan King. Couldn't even play into what was TyLoo's most important round yet.
And, you know, I mean, it's going to really suck for him because he was the third component leaning B at the start of this round, which, as we then end up seeing, ended up being like a bit of a misread on behalf of TyLoo, right? And when you essentially only have one proper rifle round to try and make your stand, that is the worst way for it to have gone. Like, you know, if you caught the game versus LFO yesterday, you know Dan King was a menace with that AWP on the short side. You know, would oftentimes have the read on, like, apartments peaks. But he went B there. That's a judgment call, and it ended up being wrong.
Yeah, this has just been a perfect game plan for Renegades all day. Literally nothing has gone wrong. To think that it started with a TyLoo pistol and Renegades won the force, like that's the cherry on top for this matchup. Danky with the AWP, best gun right now, and all they've got to play with. He gets that pick. They try and run him down. Attack is dead. They know Danking's still here, swinging wide. He wasn't convinced. He didn't clear it, and Hats has found the gap. Hats off to this man. He's running up long right now. It's only Summit in the site. Stuck in apps. A 1v1 perhaps. Liaz, does he clear the corner?
Oh, no, he wasn't ready for that. Summer, though, they know about it. They know they've got him trapped, and Hats has opened this round up with a double. He just saw this last man crossing out of the apartments. Alistair waits. Now, he does have the bomb on his back.
He knows.
Can't go down here. There we go. That's a freebie. Summer falls. Rotations for TyLoo are a ways out. Only Bentet here. Slowly all the way up. Banana is even paranoid about CT. Oh, this is rough for TyLoo and for Renegades. You know, this one's for APOC, mate. Wrecked Dan King over on the short side, didn't they? Accomplished what LFO tried and failed at for so long. Bit of revenge for their fallen Aussie counterparts. And now for Slowly and Bentek grouping for short, looking for a way back into the 2-on-3.
Yeah, creeping up. One weapon trade won't save the day. Alistair hits his, and of course this has got to be the safe unless they feed him, and they might. 2 kills. He has the kit. Alistair, the bomb's not for him. He's tucked in at long. Can Bentet work that one out? It seems like he doesn't know. Clearing every corner. Fake on the bomb. Alistair's run him down, and it doesn't matter. It's a round for Renegades. Alistair even gets the kill just for the style points, and that plant position alone just confuses Bentet, just melts his brain. Renegades, they do it again. 15 rounds off the back of a 4-on-5 as well. They've won so many disadvantaged rounds on T-half. Even their first gunny was a 3-on-4 into A. When Alistair popped off with 3, he does it again here. And my goodness, TyLoo just never woke up, never warmed up. They might have to rely on Vertigo, their opponent's map pick in this series. Running backwards, eating bullets, and Spam will do it. That's a 5-on-4 for Renegades. They've never had the rounds this easy.
I mean, Alistair's like bottled up all his AWPing prowess to use in this series now. You know, he's given us a great game. Hell of a T-side AWP out of him. You know, he's had, I think, 2 3K rounds now since bringing this AWP out, which is just unreal. You know, we were kind of praising Danking's T-AWP the other day. Well, Alistair's made his look just as deadly, if not even more so, kind of spearheading this 15-5 scoreline. Him, of course, Sicko and Hats, I think, definitely deserve honorable mentions as well. Sicko, incredible game. Hats' B-holds have been second to none in the first half. And now they might be about to run away with a 16-5. They're getting ready to exec B. Nice. And with Slowly Dead, there is no one here to hold the site. It's a 3v5 retake for TyLoo. Oh, and guess who hears literally all of this? Liaz sat in second mid, maybe even about to get a freebie. We'll just sail on past him.
Yeah, Danking knows if he wants to actually win this round, he can't afford to get bogged down with Liaz in alt mid. He's just got to run for the B play. By that point, Liaz is already going to be there, just making sure there's no flank. Assures Renegades the TyLoo are triple CT right now. This is it, folks. There is no coming back from this. Just the closing kills. Sicko gets his, Hats follows up, and he can't double, but Alistair trades, and it's apt that he closes 16 rounds for Renegades. That is a beating. That is a dominant win over TyLoo in the first map of this series, and now we head to Renegades pick of Vertigo. Harry, are we poised for a 2-0?
Yeah, we really could be, man. Like, Inferno has been such a comfortable map for this TyLoo squad, right? It's one that they're always able to push you to your limits on, and they get ruined there. They get bodied. But Bentet, man, he looks shell-shocked, like you really can't believe what's just happened. That is one of their most dominant L's yet at 16-5. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's hype for Renegades, right? I think no one, but TyLoo were definitely favourites coming into this game. Somewhat of that based off of the form that we've seen this tournament already. And for Renegades, they just came off of a big L, right? We argue that maybe that would warm them up, but for some teams that would melt them. Not for Renegades, it built them back as we get ready for our next map.
That's right, we will be getting ready for our next map. Thank you very much, Hugo and Harry. As Simon Sicko Mode Williams dominated TyLoo in that game. He gave pretty much all of TyLoo a taste of their own medicine. It seemed like, the anger and frustration built up against IHC earlier came fully out from Renegades this time, and they played more like what we expected. But they didn't even give TyLoo a chance.
Yeah, and you have to give credit to Renegades for the way they were able to, and I think Harry and Hugo brought it up as well, the fact that they were able to kind of just press shift and delete on their keyboards and just ignore what transpired earlier today and just come back all guns blazing. Yeah. And for TyLoo, you can kind of see, Pimp, like when it's a case of if they get off to a hot start and things are going their way, it's that the avalanche or the snowball effect, so to speak. But when things are looking grim for them, I didn't really see them able to really adapt, able to really put up a fight. Well, I think Harry mentioned as well how towards short yesterday, the way they were playing so fantastically, it was getting just split apart by Renegades, and they really didn't have any counter to it.
No, and if you allow me to be a little bit rough on the edge right here, it's kind of the problem with, I feel, TyLoo all the times we see them in these qualifiers and whenever they make it to Europe. It's a bit of a one-trick pony, If it doesn't, as you said, if it doesn't work to be good individuals, if it doesn't work to play fast-paced Counter-Strike, and if you don't win your opening duels, which they, for a matter of fact, didn't at all in this game. At one point, they were down 13-4 in the opening duels against Renegades. Yep. Then you're not going to win, and then I'd like to see a team being able to say, okay, this is not working right now. Let's shift to a different way of playing Counter-Strike. Let's try plan B. Let's try plan C. But it feels like to me that TyLoo is going into every single game with a plan A, and if plan A is not working, then done deal, right? Game over. And that's a bit of a problem, especially when you play a team that is, I guess, European-inspired in Renegades, who have more strengths to play off.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, right, again, when it comes to TyLoo, we saw an interview Ben did get for HLTV as well, where he said that right now, we're still a new team comparatively. When he came back to joining TyLoo, he was playing from Indonesia. So this is the first time he's actually sitting on LAN together with his team. And he's never played with Danking and Slowly as well, right? So there are a lot of ideas that he probably wants to inculcate into the team from what he's learned from, overseas and whatnot. Again, the language barrier comes into play. I was actually a fan of TyLoo when he made it an all-Mandarin team. The language barrier goes out of the window. But it's kind of like a rough choice. You want Bentet, but you'll always struggle with a language barrier. And it was late bear to see here. Sure, they looked great yesterday against LFO, but this is a whole different ball game. And Renegades, they were clearly the better team in the server.
Help me understand, Blair, though. How good is the Mandarin coming out of Bentet?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay, there you go. Because
is it
they
tough?
keep taking
it a tough
through
language?
this. Yes,
it's one of the hardest languages to learn, and the fact that he's able to, when he had Excurrent in the team, I don't know how many of you guys remember that particular title, and some of you probably don't. He was speaking in Bahasa, which is Indonesian. He was speaking in English and Chinese. So he's calming in Bahasa with Excurent, calming in Chinese with some of the guys, and English for the entire team. It was madness.
Sounds like a disaster.
I'll give you the fun story. There was one where we were back on the other minors, and it was when they had Peacemaker as a coach. They also had Bondic on the team. So Peacemaker.
I remember that.
Peacemaker was telling what was needed to Bentet, and obviously Bondic were listening in English, and then Bentet would type it down to the Chinese players of what was needing to happen. That was a wild world. That actually happened. They
actually won games with that lineup. Not tournaments, though. Not tournaments, though.
It is a unique world to sit in right now, but this is very scary if you're a fan of TyLoo, right? You are always making it through. This time around, you're going up against Renegades, who looked like they could have been beaten. Now they've come back full force on your map pick. You didn't stand a chance. You're going into Vertigo. Now, okay, Blair touched on it. They can kind of play Vertigo, right? But I don't think they can beat this Renegades. I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit afraid for TyLoo as well. I was looking towards Renegade's result in 22. They're yet to lose Vertigo. They won 3 out of 3, and they're yet to give up double digits in any of those games. We even saw it in the first one against Looking for Orc, completely dominating them. Starting on the T side, still winning 16-8. So if you're TyLoo right now, I really, really hope that you have looked into the way Renegades play Vertigo and you found some sort of a weakness or something you think you can exploit. Because as I said, if this becomes a game of running defaults, then Renegades is going to run all over TyLoo.
Yeah, and the thing for TyLoo, the one bright side I would say here, or a potential map 3 on the horizon, could be the fact that they are comfortable in Vertigo as well. Different stylistic approaches. Yeah. And for me, I remember at the PGL Major, during the Challenger stage, they faced off against Movistar Riders, where I believe the deciding map, or the first map, I forget, was Vertigo. Okay. And it went down to OT, and Movistar Riders is a pretty solid team on that. So I do still have hopes for TyLoo, but they need to quickly reset, because this is a different TyLoo from what we saw yesterday.
And you saw Bentet's face at the end there. It wasn't looking good for him. It's not looking good for TyLoo at all, but the boys in Renegades could be looking to 2-0 this and find their spot at the Major. We'll be finding out after the break, and we do have a little Asian speciality surprise for you when you come back from this one before you go into Game 2, so stay tuned.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Well, Renegades, they just shut out TyLoo on their map pick. Now we get ready to head to Vertigo. I got Sudan with me. I got Blair, you know, Mr. Asia, they call him, right? So, come on, talk to me about this matchup. Do you think TyLoo can bounce back?
I don't know. I really think they can. I really do believe they can because they have looked good. I remember when they played at the PGL Major, just like, what, 5-6 months back? They took Movistar Riders to OT, losing in a very narrow fashion. It's a map that they're pretty comfortable on playing in the region. But then again, Renegades, man, they looked incredible here, able to shake off that loss they had in the previous game. For TyLoo, though, man, it feels like they need to kind of have the snowball effect before they can win a series. That beginning, there was no momentum there.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, there's kind of no denying it, right? Like, there's been such a focus on two individuals, really, for TyLoo, right? Stepping up and having a good game for them to win. Oftentimes, it's been Dan King popping off. Wow, look at him go with the orb, doing things that can't be done. And then Bentet is like this pillar, this rock. You normally know what you're going to get before you've even gone into the game, right? You can normally expect a good performance out of this guy. Both of them felt like they were struggling, honestly, and Bentet's wishes of, you know, playing Liaz in this big showdown to see who makes it to the major, his ex-teammate from Extremum.
He got it?
Yeah, he got it. He got what he wanted, Blair, but is it what we want?
I mean, I wanted to see this matchup. And listen, look, I kind of felt we were... whenever we've seen TyLoo, and I said this on the desk as well, whenever we've seen TyLoo play Renegades in an Asian minor, as it was known before the RMRs came into place, it was always a grand final.
Yeah, this was always like...
Where both the teams have already qualified. So there was not much of pressure, right? They were like, we lose, it doesn't really matter. It's a little bit of prize money. Loser goes home. The pressure's really on. And for me, I'm glad you brought up Dan King, because Dan King and Slowly have never played a game in which there's so much on the line. This is the most important game in their young careers, and the question is, can they handle that pressure? Because to me, it didn't look like they could in the previous map.
No, and you know, like then you kind of have like problems where you look at like Bentet as this very experienced player, but how well can he relay those experiences across, right? This is like the kind of communication problem that there's always plagued TyLoo whenever Bentet's been in the team, right? It's one thing that he's come from like Europe, he's come from NA, he's had all this experience, all this tenure. But how are you meant to try and relay that over in a nice, cohesive manner in the middle of a series that decides whether or not you make the major, right? Like, that is kind of mission impossible for Bentet. I like to think he's just kind of playing his own game right now, right?
Yeah, and it's not exactly Tom Cruise either, unfortunately, for Bentet. and the thing is, his English has gotten fantastically better. He could always speak great English, but now, you know, having played with the Extremum guys and Genji and all of that, his English has gotten much better. But coming back, that doesn't matter, right? Now you need to brush up on a Mandarin again. And for TyLoo, they have this particular core. Like, ever since they, you know, they lost Bentet, they picked up Dan King. I mean, they had Zeta playing for them for a while from South Korea. They had Freeman as well earlier on. But once they picked up Dan King, and slowly it became this all Chinese core. So it became all about pure Chinese communication. That little language barrier just went out the window. They were looking great. The only team really challenging them was Vici Gaming. And now Bentet comes back, and they're like, boys, we gotta start speaking a little bit in English again. So there's so many things here, so many outside factors which could potentially be the barrier here for TyLoo. But even individually speaking, I felt like in the previous map, Renegades was just insane. Sicko was going sicko mode.
Yeah, he really was, man. Dude, no, like... It feels like a very rough culmination of Renegades upping their level while simultaneously TyLoo have hit the greatest wall yet, right? It really is kind of sad to see that first map fell on deaf ears so much from the side of TyLoo, but you've got to give props to Renegades. And now that we look to head into their map pick of Vertigo, one that's always been a bit of a staple of this team, one that they've always been able to play. Both these squads at 100% win rate in the last 3 months here. Well, that's only going to keep up for one of them. And for TyLoo, it's their major lifeline, all on the line. So, a T-side start for the Renegade squad, and out towards mid early. It's a bit of a lurk for Sicko, top performer from the last game.
We do have Dan King all the way towards mid, a little quiet in the first map, but he'd be looking to try and redeem himself. A bit of a passive hold here towards the A side. Slowly, the only one looking to make contact. It is a bit of a retake setup, and he's going to draw first blood. Hats will fall, and Renegades, it does feel like a bit of a ruse here. You can see a couple of players waiting for TyLoo to try and flank around B stairs and attack her in an uncomfortable position
position there, but he will find Liaz, and it's an early 3v5 man advantage for TyLoo.
Yeah, how could this possibly go wrong, right? You're in such a good position.
Don't say that.
You would have to find a way to throw this one out the window. Alistair gonna leave the B ramp. Looking to rejoin with the rest of the team. I'm assuming just an A hit. Considering the limited utility, and when I say limited, I mean literally nothing, it's going to be a little rough. I'm pretty sure that's just a decoy. Yeah, it is just a decoy for Sicko. So you can pretend to flash your teammates in. You can pretend to flash TyLoo, but that's all you're going to be able to do here as they creep up through short. They've hit a pretty good timing. Slowly's checks didn't spot them till the last minute. However, TyLoo have already pulled everybody in towards this side of the map. Ins with the first. Oh my god. Oh, dearie me. In the blink of an eye, 3 kills have come in. This was meant to be TyLoo's round. This was meant to be theirs. And now the bomb going down for Renegades. TyLoo, they're the ones on the retake in a 2-on-3.
Oh, okay, attacker, he strikes a 1 versus 2 now for Alistair. He's going to try and play the bomb, but they know exactly where he is. They're just going to tap it here. They're going to face him, and none of his shots really connect. 7 and 44 HP. Harry, it should have been this close.
No!
It should not have been this close.
Oh, what a roller coaster of a pistol round. I don't know if I was ready for that one, player. Okay, right, let's just breathe for a moment. So yeah, really nice stuff for Renegades to even make that look doable, to even be the team in the advantageous position. But then, simultaneously, props to TyLoo for building back in to a 2-on-3 retake where they don't have any site control, they don't really have any util to flush players out, and they just win fight after fight to make it happen. Pistol rounds on Vertigo, man, they get pretty exciting, but now we're into the 4 spies. Renegades gonna grab some Galils, a MAC-10, on Liaz, bit of utility as well to try and make this play happen, and a lean towards B while still considering the other avenues on the map. Inns is holding a ramp, and up here in mid you've got Sicko just locking out that early mid info.
I can see the Galil's coming out to play, right? Although with the Galil buys utility, while they do have a decent bit to work with, I don't know if it's ample enough for them to really go for maybe a fake, right? Try and use the utility to kind of bait out TyLoo. Here we got 3 smokes, a handful of flashbangs, no Molotovs. And that means they have enough for maybe a full-fledged execute.
Oh, I like it, actually. So they don't have a lot of smokes, as you pointed out. They had 3. They've thrown 1, which is like the big corridor smoke at ramp, to give the illusion that they're pushing behind it. And that's going to keep bodies over towards the A side of the map. Now you've got these other 2 smokes to lean into the B exec. They go up, they go over, they try to play contact early. Now those smokes land.
Molly.
They've got to flush out attacker because he's causing them problems. And the longer this guy's allowed to stay alive, the more rotates start to pull over. Renegades, this has really drawn itself to a bit of an awkward spot here, grinding to a halt. Dan King will get dealt with on the wraparound, and with 30 seconds, there is a part of you that thinks maybe we go back to A now. They feigned the footsteps, but it's not the commitment. They will be going back into B, and this is still where TyLoo have everyone.
This is a huge round for TyLoo. Just 1 player survives for the side of the Renegados, and Liaz able to at least find 1, but they will be taken down, and a couple of upgrades coming up. For TyLoo, that's a fantastic round, right? There was a full buy from the side of Renegades. They're going to be upgrading from one of the MP9s to the Galil as well, and they know it's going to be Farm City right now. We see the SMG in the hands of Mr. Dan King coming out. So TyLoo, off to a pretty solid start here, all things considered. And for Renegades, I felt like they kind of got stuck there, right? Again, the lack of utility. They didn't have a Molotov to flush out attacker from his position. So once they knew where he was, they're like, okay, what do we do?
Yeah, right. That very much was the problem. It's like, okay, well, we've done our big master plan, and he's done the one thing that really does counter it. They got a little nade stack here, right? I like it. There's always like some purposeful investment, even in rounds like this. You've got the triple nades. Now you hear this Sandbags player. That is an invitation to lob those nades in, and I am shook at how little damage those nades did. They've glocked out Dan King on a ramp push, but slowly should be here to just clean house. And yeah, it's nice, it's easy. He never even breaks a sweat. Also, homie got hit by 3 nades and took 19 damage, so we really are living in the upside down.
CSGO nades, man. I know it's been a couple of years, it's 3 years now at this point, where CSGO, Mr. CSGO, it's like, we've fixed the nades, and they have fixed it for the majority of these situations.
It's
sometimes
better. It's better.
But sometimes they're like, he should have taken more damage than that. But, all right. AWP will be dropped slowly. You know what? This is why I like slowly, right? You look at his team, like Attacker, oh, Summer, oh, Bentet, Danking. You talk about all these stars in his team. But slowly is a workhorse for this lineup, right? He's the guy who's going to be dropping your weapons. He's the guy who's going to be going in for these hard entries, creating space, being the anchor, and just a safe pair of hands for this lineup. So he is one player I've enjoyed watching. And right now he is delivering indeed, being kind of like taking this duel towards ramp. He does have backup nearby if needs be, in the form of Danking. But for the time being, Renegades taking slow, looking to find an opening pick.
Oh my god. And Danking wins.
It's a bait! It's a bait!
Dude, that is insanity. Baiting the shot out of Alistair. I mean, don't get me wrong, it worked like a bait and it looked like a bait, but I am astonished that if that was like the plan from the
It was an unintentional bait, let's be real.
Right, so little Molly to try and flush this ramp player away. He drops himself this smoke. It's a lovely one. Right, gives you this kind of one-way gap down towards ramp. Also means anyone coming up and over has no choice but to sit in the smoke, and you probably spam that if we're being honest. Slowly deals with hats and is ready for Sicko's drop down. Doesn't make dealing with him any easier though, and Inns has double opened on short. All right, Renegades, this is a nice little response here. Rotations arriving now for TyLoo. Nades for the plant. Sicko might be dead. Attacker. Oh, the molly denied him. The lineup going in now, and it will finally deal with Sicko, pulling it back to a 2-on-2 in the retake.
This is very, very winnable here for TyLoo. They got the smoke. They have a kit as well in the hands of Attacker. Some slowly creeping up. A lot of noise being made here by the wall bang, dealing so much damage from Inns, but it's all a bait for Liaz, tucked in behind the sandbags. They're not even clearing him. They have no idea where Liaz is, and all he has to do is just pounce and pounce. He will indeed. Attacker now, the 1v1, and it's just going to stick it. Inns, he's got to clear this out. He's going to take the shot, finds the kill, and that's going to be Renegade getting on board with the first round.
It's coming down to some very slim margins, isn't it? Man, much akin to the pistol, that these A plays just going so back and forth, so down to the wire. And dude, I got so paranoid because when Liaz was tucked in at the sandbags, he could actually see the player up on boost. He could see the barrel of the gun, but clearly just tunnel visioned in on his crosshair, tunnel visioned in on the idea of playing around that defuse, and it almost cost them everything.
It is a bit of a fumble from TyLoo there, right? I think Danking was holding towards short, and he was like, there's no way Inns is so close by. He was just falling for the fact that he was getting wall banged down. But TyLoo, I like this. Reply with aggression of their own. Bentet catches a player that's going to be hats to fall, and he has made enough space for himself to fall back to safety on the bomb site. It's an early skirmish towards ramp, and TyLoo coming out on top. Bentet being tagged on 38 HP, but is going to be pretty happy with the way that played out. Do expect him to maybe swap weapons with Summer if the opportunity does present itself. And right now for Alistair, though, he's going to try and make a little bit of noise or maybe catch slowly, trying to be aggressive while Renegades, they're grouping up together, going for this B hit and making no secret of it. Molotov will be deployed. An Attacker, he does have backup in the form of Summer, who's slowly going to be creeping on up with an MP9.
Oh, Alistair winning that is pretty nice. Even though it's traded by Bentet, it still keeps pressure over on this A site. And Renegades is still curious enough that they want to come back and try to give ramp another look. Inns, don't die to this MP9. Oh no, spammed by it. And so it starts to go really pear-shaped now for Renegades. They kind of got caught, transitioning between the B play back into the A site after Alistair's success. And after losing both players on either side of the map, these two with the bomb are left, like, you know, going into just sites that they no longer have control of. So they kind of get lost. They kind of get buried under the aggression from TyLoo. I'm impressed with this CT side so far, I really am. You know, with the kind of beating that Renegades dealt to TyLoo in map 1, TyLoo's map pick of Inferno, I thought this was a done deal, and TyLoo are very much making me reconsider that sentiment.
I feel like for the CT sides of TyLoo is where they have been
been historically much better as well, right? Even yesterday, you look at Mirage, sure, IHC kind of had TyLoo's number in Mirage, but you look at Ancient, they knew exactly what they were doing, apart from maybe a couple of rounds which they desperately needed to win. On Inferno today, they never really had a chance to get going, right? They had a pretty rough T side there, and then not really having the economy to put the AWP in the hands of Danking much, and I think Renegades did a very good job just closing out the map as quickly as possible. But TyLoo CD side, again, right, it comes under the comms where you can have like maybe Attacker and Summer play together, Danking kind of be the float, and I feel like they rely on these pairs to just work together as a unit, as like, you know, multiple units where you just trade efficiently, fall back, just play some textbook Counter-Strike, simple Counter-Strike, and it can work out. Right now, though, this should be round number 5 here for TyLoo. Danking and Summer holding towards mid, and it is going to be Farm City. Summer with a 3K looking for the 4th, but Danking seals it away. Easy little eco, not an ace, but like a 5 kill between the two of them. And for TyLoo, 5-1, solid start. Solid start for the Chinese Indonesian side.
Dude, it really is. It really is, and of course they're playing for that slot, that last remaining slot at the major for the Asia-Pacific region now. You know, you don't have to really worry about slots. Actually, it's very easy for us, folks. We just scan that QR code and you can actually just buy tickets. So, yeah, there's always that way to attend as well. There's still a couple left, so be sure to snatch them up. Going to be one hell of an event.
I've never been to Antwerp.
No, me either. It's a cool, new, exciting location. Exotic, even.
Hey, we got little McDroney drone face. Attacker, also known as the aimbot. I won't argue with that. The guy is insane. He's actually insane. I was watching this Mirage game yesterday against IHC, where it's ridiculous, Harry. Like, it's a 4 versus, I think it's a 4 versus 3, favoring IHC in a B bomb site of Mirage. The bomb's not even planted yet. He runs in alone and kills everyone on the bomb site. And I just look at it, I'm like, is that Attacker? Yes, it's Attacker. Classic Attacker. And right now, he's looking classic as hell. 8-1 for the man, as we see the buy coming in for the side of Renegades. AWP out in the hands of Mr. Alistair. Of course, Danking with a Zoom banger as well, looking to find something. Right now, Alistair, though, he knows how they're playing this, right? We have this consistent ram aggression. We have slowly playing towards short, and Danking kind of floating around the sandbags here with the AWP. We haven't really seen too much of a variation from TyLoo yet. They really haven't been tested too much. And Renegades, if they're fortunate enough to find a pick, again, this A-bomb site could be open, but right now, TyLoo seem to have the read. 4 players lie in wait.
Look at this A-lean, man.
No one in B.
Crazy. There's no one B. They've barely got mid. Attacker's kind of like holding for the jump up over construction and occasionally checking that no one's made it elevator. But like, this is next level. What on earth has led to you calling this into the round? They are fully stacked up, ready to fight you at ramp. I love the position out of the site, man. I think it's Summer up here, yeah. Just holding on, Bentet at the cranes. Gonna throw a bit of util in. Flashes himself for the peak, and they all run into Renegades. It's been derailed. Wow. I've not seen a round pan out like that before. They just flash in, they self-flash into ramp, and they peak it with 3 players in a 4-man A-stack.
I mean, we just literally saw the drone right before the round played out, and it's almost like TyLoo's like, can we just borrow the drone for just this round and send it through? They read Renegades like parchment, like open parchment. It wasn't even a book, Harry. Absolutely slaughtered. And there's no way Renegades were expecting that, right? There's no way you're expecting TyLoo to have 4 players and even a setup. And they were just holding crossfires, but hold up a second here. Sika getting the kill on the Attacker and Danking in a bit of an uncomfortable position. He's been seen as well, but he does have backup in the form of Summer, who's not going to miss his shots. There are 2 quick kills. The Tech 9 from Sicko able to find 2, but the danger has quickly been evaded by TyLoo. 7-1.
Dude, Summer's like the spray god as well. I feel like that entire round, he's just holding mouse 1, tracking the 2 dudes who come into the site, flicks back to trade Danking, who's rushed down at the generator with him by a Tech 9. And I mean, dude, that was like so pivotal for Summer to even kind of have an element of control over that very chaotic situation at B. Renegade's going to throw the short smoke, so I'm assuming a bit more of an A-lean here again. Lobbing the util up, okay.
I like
Innovative, Alistair. Nice way to get those flashes back in your teammate's hand.
I'm really enjoying where they're playing Danking, right? We saw him on the B-bomb side the previous round. They make him kind of a float opera, making him unpredictable. And when you have an opera of that caliber, why the hell not Summer? I like him peeking with the flash, spotting a couple of players out, slowly scaling the way towards mid. So TyLoo, they are aware of the potential of this B split coming in.
Yeah, Attacker lines himself up a double. Oh, makes it a third. Not content with just the two-piece. He wanted to end the whole damn round. Alistair, he was suspicious of the flank. I think it kind of dawned on him, well, why do they have so many at B and mid? It's almost like they knew. And he was right. They did know, thanks to Slowly's aggression down through A. Now, when you see that orb get the kill in the 1v5, you might be anticipating a save, but Alistair has actually gone all the way up A ramp, moving in towards this side of the map. Low HP on Attacker, who's rotating in and hearing this scope. Missed shot for Alistair, though. And Attacker's going to seal the deal with 4 in the round. TyLoo up to 8. This is wild, Blair.
TyLoo are on fire at the moment. Renegades have only won the first gun round. That's it. TyLoo have had their number every single round after that. They haven't even got the bomb down. And what a hole from Attacker here. Finds the first 2, and it just peaks for the third as well, and that is confidence from Attacker. Like, everyone's having a hell of a time. You're talking about the stars on this team. Everyone seems to be a star here. Summer, just a bit of a throwback map from him here, 11-2. And now, Renegades is trying to go for a facet towards A, but this Incendiary is a flashbang, just keeping them at bay, and TyLoo again slowly. I love this repositioning. I don't think they're going to be expecting this as Summer with a perfect nade dunks hats down 6 feet under.
I do love this caller Slowly. Like, it's pretty intelligent. He knows, you know, you've heard the Tech-9s. They don't have util. And so he's gone, oh, they don't have utility? I'm going to go to that one really annoying spot that you can't clear because you need a Molotov. Ha! And that's how he's playing it. He's just sat here, and the only way they can learn about him is by pushing him. They will run down Danking on short, who's a little slow to pull the trigger on the Tech-9 rush. Slowly goes peeking out, though, and quickly restores normality to the server with 3. It's just like everyone gets a turn multi-killing around, apart from Danking. Everyone else gets a turn multi-killing around.
It's kind of hard to have a spray down with the AWP.
No, right, yeah. I mean, it's forgivable.
He's still 7-6.
I can't help it. He set the bar way too high on the first 2 appearances for TyLoo.
He kind of farmed a bit there against IHC. Sorry, against LFO. But even against IHC, even though TyLoo lost that series 0-2, and as we were talking in the desk earlier today, he was still top fragging for the team, and he was going positive. So fantastic showing from TyLoo thus far. 12-2 for Summer and Attacker. This is a throwback map, because ever since you started getting these players like Danking, Bentet, Slowly, and a while ago Excre joining this team, you know, Summer Attacker slowly became kind of like the pillars of the team rather than being the star players. And this is a bit of a throwback performance coming out from these two, and that's great to see. Maybe not if you're a Renegades fan, because map number 3, if you do see it, Harry, is going to be Mirage. That's an El Clasico map for Oceanic Counter-Strike.
I mean, it's looking pretty good to get us there, you know? Like, I ain't saying this is done. Why on earth would I say that? I know better. But it's certainly a compelling case for TyLoo. 9-1 out towards middle. Renegades trying to run the mid push. Noise made, missed shot for Danking. So right now, unpunished in middle. Chance to reconsider. You don't get many of them. They will drop back and look for results elsewhere.
I do like how TyLoo isn't really over-rotating out, right? You could see presence towards mid, you saw a player towards, you know, bottom of B stairs, and it almost feels like Renegades would be telegraphing, you know, they're kind of telegraphing this B split coming in, but TyLoo still content having those 3 players there. Faith in the firepower, in the anchors of this B bomb site. And it looks like indeed it is going to be a B hit coming in. 45 seconds on the clock. The Renegades have a lot of utility to work with. 1 Molotov for the back side perhaps, or for the back pillar. A multitude of smokes and a lot of flashbangs. But look at Attack's position here.
Yeah, you want to know another problem? Slowly's got all the info at A ramp, and this has kind of taken so long that TyLoo know it's not A, so they're going to start to move bodies over towards B. Attacker's only good for the first, and Dan King is run down. Hats, that's more like it. Doubles down and is even looking for magic number 3 up close to the generator. Summer will get the better of him, and actually the mid-timing was just missed. Oh no, they've gone back and dealt with Sicko. Liaz up close, shot in the face. Summer having a hero round on for the triple. Chases Alistair down. That's one frag too many. But the trade is immediate. And TyLoo, they keep this coming in. Up on a 10 now. Oh, man. That was one of the best chances Renegades have had yet. And if anything, I think TyLoo kind of underplayed their hand over towards B, considering all the info they had at A ramp. And yet still they're able to come up with the goods.
Dude, Hats did everything right. His scaling into that site was perfection, right? He takes care of Attacker. That's a great trade right there. He catches Danking with a bullet on the side of his head, pushes it towards Gen, and the bomb crosses with the flashbang. Everything was perfect from Renegades. They even had the flank taking place, and TyLoo were like, yeah, well, we just got to retake, and we know exactly what you're doing. What a clean retake. What a clean read coming out from all those members of TyLoo. And from a 4v3 favoring Renegades, it came down to 1v3 for Alistair. There was nothing he could do. The bomb just gets planted and the retake is already on. But at least for Renegades, they get the bomb down, bonus money. They will have enough to eke out another pretty decent buy. The op in the hands of Alistair. And this time, it looks like the A bomb site is where their affections lie. Some are already the bottom of stairs, and that means TyLoo, they're ready here for this A hit.
Yeah, I mean, once again, already the rotates are coming in for TyLoo, and Slowly is actually in the site trying to fight around the smokes. Now he will get bested. We saw back at ramp, Liaz goes wide around the smokes, but is now in a position where they've got him trapped. He cannot go anywhere, so his teammates kind of need to bail him out, and they're all trying to swing. They're all trying to offer up some assistance to the guy, and they're chased down one by one. Alistair, now alone with the AWP at ramp, is annihilated. TyLoo, what are these retakes? Nothing can stop them. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Just a vulgar display of power from TyLoo. I have nothing else to say. 16-3 for Summer, Attacker 15-3, and the retakes they're so. These are so well thought out. I like Slowly's position. Thankfully, Alistair knew exactly what the play could potentially be. But look at his retake, right? You have Bented that clip with the nade. Actually, sorry, Liaz catches Bented, and we had the flashbang for the player towards short. They're being so clinical, peeking together. Summer from above catches Sicko simultaneously. Attacker catches Liaz, and I'm not a big fan of why Renegades were playing the post plan that aggressively, right? Dude, maybe they try to go for a smoke diffuse, perhaps.
Is something. Firstly, I think they're trying to help Liaz out because there's no ignoring. He is in a horrible position when he gets trapped. But a part of me just goes like, man, just write that off.
It's fine. Let him go.
Feed him to the wolves, feed him to the lions and all that. And make,
the dragon in this case.
And dude, the other thing I'll say, we can't need a pause for Renegades, and on top of that, they need to start faking out some of these sites. Maybe take top ramp control, then lean back into a B play. It's too easy for TyLoo right now because wherever you make noise, they just push the other side of the map. They confirm that it's not B in that last round, as an example, and so then they full rotate A. It's feeling a little bit one-dimensional. This round is one of the better layups so far for Renegades, right? Where they're taking top ramp. They've already stripped this control away. They made some noise at B, denying that early info, and now they spread themselves out, leaning predominantly towards A, but they've at least denied some of that early information to TyLoo. Now, Summer's still grabbed it from a late B ramp push, so at this point, TyLoo is starting to realize it is just another one of these A plays. However, they're a little slower on the rotations. They're a little further out of position, and Inz is going to capitalize on that all day long. This is much better for Renegades. It was just better from the offset. The default was nicer, the info was denied, and surely this is one that cannot be retaken by TyLoo.
Surely not, Harry. Surely they don't lose this one, right?
Oh dear.
No, it's not going to happen.
Luckily enough, Dan King is like in T-spawns.
Yeah, he's like, I ain't coming for that. Summer will summon 13
Summer's
HP.
still going for it. It's like, man, it's so tempting though. Come on.
He's going to try and do something here. Oh,
hang on a moment. Let's just.
No.
No.
Oh, well, okay, never
thank
mind.
goodness.
Never mind. He's just trying to
shot
draw
one
them
ball.
back so they die to the explosion and maybe take away a couple of guns. And yeah, they will indeed take away a couple more guns here. So 11-2, still very, very TyLoo-sided right now on this the second map. Again, reminding everyone tuning in, right? You've seen in the past, you look at all the previous Asian minors, you've seen TyLoo versus Renegades time and time again, but it's always been for the prize money, because by the time they play the grand finals, both the teams have qualified for the major or the major qualifier. This time, it's wholly different. This is the most butt clench, the most intense TyLoo versus Renegades matchup I've ever seen, because the loser goes home. The winner goes to the major.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you struggle to even put into words. I think the best way to put it across is to like talk about examples. Like, just think about Exit, man, and what it meant to him, like getting to the major. You know, it's a very, very similar vibe for a region that's even more underrepresented at the top, right? This is like the biggest stage you get to compete on if you're on these teams, and so it matters just so much.
Oh, they're doing it again. Doing it again, Harry.
Flashback in towards top ramp. I do like this, dude. It's just a quad A-Lee. Now, mid is open, right? And that gap wasn't exploited last time they did this from Renegades. So if they're able to kind of trade evenly here on the ramp fight component and then have this mid lurk, pinch it in late, that's going to be lovely. Inns has got advanced positioning up through the short side. Now kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. Summer's threading the needle at ramp. Sicko's behind him. It's all getting weird. And Sicko's throwing into a 1-on-3. It's flanks on flanks. And now just one man left at the end. 40 seconds. What on earth is Sicko meant to do?
Sicko mode. We saw him go Sicko mode on Inferno, and now he's got to go above and beyond. However, it's only 6 and 13 right now. 25 seconds. It doesn't have a lot of time to, you know, leg it to the B bomb side. Oh, Danking his back's turned. His back's turned. He's so sure, but that's okay. Slowly was watching his back, and Sicko will fall. TyLoo, once again, the setup, man, they just don't seem to be ready for it. Although, as you pointed out, that flank coming in from mid could have completely ruined TyLoo's day, but it got a little weird. And TyLoo, even though they have ramp control, they don't stop there. They continue to push in further down the bottom of ramp, and basically just kind of trade efficiently. It got a little weird. It got very weird. Summer here just pushing at the bottom of ramp, catching the player running across. And in the end, Sicko, unfortunately, walking into Slowly's crosshairs. 12-2 for TyLoo. And for Renegades, oh, never mind. Liaz gets absolutely dunked by Danking. And Slowly looking to finish this one and make it 13-2.
Oh, nade pull. The timing's kind of... Oh no. Oh no. Inns literally saw the nade come out. I thought he would have looked, like, just on the trajectory alone, but yeah, Slowly flies under the radar and somehow gets away with a double. Bentet's peeking ramp, and I mean, the fate of Renegades here looking sealed at the end of this first half. It's 13-2 to TyLoo. It's just beating back now the other way. Right, obviously, they got dominated on their map pick of Inferno, and they're now trying to do the same to the Renegades. A bit of a taste of their own medicine on this, on Vertigo.
13 opening duels won by TyLoo out of that 15. I mean, sure, it's a CD side, but that was dominant. And I did have my worries, Harry, if they could, you know, kind of forget what transpired in Inferno and mentally reset themselves, because this Renegade squad has way more international experience as a whole, as a 5-man unit. And you talk about Liaz as way crazy, like major experience, right? Playoffs experience. And for the side of TyLoo, apart from Bentet, and maybe Attacker in Summer, you're looking at Slowly and Danking, the first biggest game they've ever played in their careers, already down a map and facing elimination and everyone stepping up. I didn't expect to see this, but TyLoo, they keep surprising me time and time again.
No, I was thoroughly impressed with their info gathering on that CT side. And honestly, I was kind of underwhelmed at the fact that, you know, Renegades didn't really kind of wisen up to that till the final couple of rounds. So, yeah, you know, really impressive TyLoo game. Now, there is this big wrap coming in. TyLoo may be expecting a little too much respect for a pistol round. And Ins with the double, they turn, they're fighting, they're getting crunched from the top of ramp as well. Oh, it's claustrophobic down here. Summer, he's on vacation in middle, man. He hasn't had to go through the stress of everyone else down here towards the bottom of B, and now he's got a chance in the clutch, a 1 versus 3.
Oh, this is rough. This is very rough for Summer. He's got no Kevlar, Harry, because he had to go for all the utility. And they're giving him fights, though. He's going to find Sicko. He knows where one is, looking for the second player as well. Lia's down 53 HP. Alistair, though, he's got all the health in the world. Just baiting it out. He's got time to work with. That is something that Summer has. Trying to bait out a shot. And Alistair, he's being very patient. And now, look at Lia's repositioning himself. There's no way Summer checks this. He's waiting for something. He's got to drop on down, but Lias and Alistair to strike in tandem. And Renegades, a much needed pistol round. But is it enough, Harry? I don't know. They're still trailing by 10 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the problem, right? You can field a phenomenal CT half. All it's going to take is one kind of heroic moment, you know, one big step up from a Summer, from an attacker, from a Bentet. And suddenly, you know, you're right back to square one. You're going into a third map. So let's get in. Let's strap in for the wild ride that is this attempt at the comeback from Renegades. You just got to take each round as it comes.
It's simple. Just win every round. Just win every round.
Yeah, I know, it's that easy, right?
Yeah,
like, what if we just don't lose rounds, guys? Why has no one thought of it like that?
You basically win 16-13. Lias. For a moment, though, I thought we were going to be caught napping in hats.
Well, slowly has
been
caught
Don't
napping.
go for the knife. There's
Wait,
right
there's
behind
someone
you.
there.
How does he escape? How does he escape from that? Oh,
no. Well, there we go.
I'm on my knees, Harry. How does he get away with that?
What just happened?
I don't know.
Is this what it's like to watch the Asian CS player?
Why do you think I'm a few marbles loose?
How did he get the knife?
I don't know. There was a guy right behind him. You know, I was ready to say, Hats, that's what you get. You get punished. He gets a knife, he gets a shank in, and he turns around and gets the kill.
His teammate is like just watching him get assassinated. Like, man, if only I could do something about this.
Oh, I'm buckled.
Look, there's the replay. There is someone right behind him.
Where is he? It was right behind him.
And to Summer, just watching off from the side going, damn, man.
What was Summer doing?
If only I could intervene, but I can't. You know, he's like a Nat Geo Wild photographer. He's just watching the deer get torn limb from limb going, I could have intervened, but I have to document this. Oh, dear. Okay, well, it's a little bit wild.
Whew. All right.
Renegades onto a fourth. Still a long way to go, and I don't think that one round should take away from just how good this map's been for TyLoo.
All right. All right. We got the guns out. We got the guns out, Harry. We got AK-47s in the hands of TyLoo, 13-4. They know they can close this out as quickly as possible. Great flashbang, though, and Bentet will be found. Now they know Liaz's position. There's no Molotov, though. And Liaz still hugging the pillar, looking for more. And I like how Alice is coming in, making a lot of noise. They want to be potentially expecting the third CT as well, right next to them, which is Sicko, with that MP9. So the smoke keeping TyLoo at bay. And slowly, they are peeling back from this B bomb site. Losing a man, not quite able to trade. And now Danking, trying to go for the big play, trying to wrap around from middle.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, like much akin to TyLoo's CT sides, Renegades have got one man just jumping A ramp for the info. So they've fully lent B. They've got everyone else here, with the exception of Hats, who was playing for the A side information. This should just be a bit of a mow down, and it's going to be exactly that. Sicko closes it with the kill onto Danking. Yeah, dude, I mean, same critique of TyLoo, really, of what I had of Renegades in that first half. They just need to do better at stripping away this information. We need to see a round where you have someone holding for a B push, someone holding for the mid push. Maybe you go 3, you try to strip away that ramp control. You can even go more over towards A early. Just be cognizant of pushes elsewhere, because Renegades, they get all the info at ramp. They know it's not the A play. That frees up the other 4 players to go and play on the only other position it could be. So, yeah, you know, I think once we get TyLoo stripping away this ramp info as the main focal point, that's when the T side's going to look a lot better.
Yeah, I feel like even though it's still very early days and we've only seen this one rifle round coming from TyLoo, I feel like Renegades actually had a better approach on the T side, right? We actually had them try to go for a little bit of ramp contestation. We had a player waiting towards the bottom of stairs and even had a late look towards mid. Unfortunately, TyLoo were able to shut it down, but feels like we did see a little bit more variety. Now, Hats has spotted at least a couple of bodies here down the middle, down ramp. And for TyLoo, just a couple of deegs. Make that 4 deegs, in fact, in Tech 9. They don't really have any utility to work with, so they're hoping for Renegades to just present a body, maybe, for them to just try and group up and take down. But Renegades are playing this one just textbook, not really overfacing, not overcommitting, not stacking. 45 seconds, and on the dot, a flashback for Hats, actually for Liaz to peer around the corner, finds one, is looking for more, and he's got backup as well. Another flash comes out. This is just some clinical stuff from Renegades, not really overfacing, not giving any fair duels to TyLoo, and not letting those Deagles do anything. As I say, that Sicko goes for one, and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to struggle to make it any more than that. And why are you going back A? These are the questions we've got to ask ourselves. There's 15 seconds, and they're going to try and run the gauntlet into an A play. Now, you've got to be loud because there's no time. And now you're dead, and they don't even have to fight you. And if anything, you're very happy that Renegades do fight you there. They could have just elected to kill you after time or had you saving Deagles. So Renegades actually bailed TyLoo out of their own money getting ruined by deciding to fight. I would have loved to have seen Renegades peel off and engage those players 2 seconds later after time. But, you know, that's kind of a... That's a very, very like slim, you know, small hair to be split in, I guess, as to how that one panned out. It's still a Renegades round.
It's still, and it's also Vertigo, right? When you don't have that much time, you have no control towards A. You're just legging it there. You're going to be giving all the information, and Renegades would be able to even count your footsteps, and they would, of course, have the stack waiting. Danking spots Alistair right before the smoke blooms. Unfortunately for him, Alistair will manage to make his escape. Alistair's playing a dangerous game. He's rattling off a lot of shots. And TyLoo can triangulate his position even though it's been smoked off. But this is much better, right? Showing the presence towards ramp. Summer waiting for a peek coming from Liaz. Liaz has been pretty aggressive playing towards the back of quad here. And now Liaz, his position, he's been spotted out. And now he needs a little bit of backup. Smoke's there to obscure vision. In the meantime, with a flashback, keeping the mid play at bay, but Bentet's able to trade. Hats able to find another one. It's a back and forth trades here, and Liaz still alive behind the smoke, even though he's been taken down to 23 points of health.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. Danking can't commit to the mid-wrap. He's the guy with the bomb, so he's going to have to rejoin the rest of the gang outside of B. Going quiet here is nice, though. It cuts off a lot of the info that Renegades have. They've had to once again split this defense 1-1-1 between, you know, A, mid, and B. You at least have the synergy, the interplay between the mid player and the B player. But right as I say that, Sicko's left. And it was only Liaz alone. He's now very far removed. This is going to allow TyLoo to get into the site and get this bomb down. Suddenly, Sicko needs to put up numbers. He needs to deliver here. Creeping in through CT. Knows that someone's trapped in the site. He's gotten past Dan King. Oh, he's milking it for all he can. Sicko with a double, trying to make it a third. Attacker, the man still to beat. Alistair's now moving in for his chance to win this clutch. Can he convert what Sicko started? Oh, yes he can with the swing. Renegades. Another CT round, the retake works wonders, and Sicko finds and exploits the one gap that was available.
What were TyLoo doing? No one was watching towards the left of Gen, the left of E-Box, what do you want to call it? You had both we had Danking with the AWP looking towards the right-hand side. We had, I do believe that was Attacker hugging Gen and looking towards the right-hand side as well. So they were watching the same angle, and no one, I thought the player all the way towards Sandbags was probably covering the cross from the left-hand side, but no one was watching that angle. And again, Sicko, incredible trigger discipline. He could have gone for the first kill, but no. He finds Danking first, and then catches Summer, and in the end, Attacker left in a 1 versus 2. I don't even blame him, but where are the comms there for TyLoo? And it goes back to what we said Bentet say in that HLTV interview, where he said when it comes to these post-plan situations, when it comes to this
last-minute fights they have to take entering into a bomb site, the comms can and always do get messy, despite the fact that it's these are the 3 Chinese players left live in the server. And I think that's a perfect case of TyLoo's historically, infamously terrible comms.
Yeah, at the worst possible time as well. You know, if you'd won that, Renegades don't really have any money. You know, you're up onto 14.
That was a reset round.
That would have been your chance to very comfortably put yourself onto map point. And instead, you're still competing for a 14th. You know, you're competing versus the Renegades that are believing more and more by the round, and they've got that cushy little advantage of being a map up already.
Riaz has been a problem, and even though he doesn't have too many kills, just the fact that he just finds 1 kill around, right, just stays alive, I think he does a great job. I'm not too sure about that from Inns. It's a 5 versus 3, favoring your side. There's no need to just creep around the smoke around. Just play the ramp, play towards scaffolding, wait for TyLoo to make a play. Instead, he gifts TyLoo a frag, and with that, it's a 4 versus 3. Still an advantage for the Australian side. And Bentet trying to sell a bit of a ruse towards that A-bomb site. And Liaz, though, he's the anchor. He has been instrumental in holding on to this B-bomb site, and he continues to deliver. Finds Summer. The flashbang's a dead giveaway. That is more TyLoo members making the presence felt on his B-bomb site. And Danking, he knows where he is, but Liaz just doesn't face. The Molotov will finally force him out of position, and now they walk into the blender, and Hats and Sicko. 2 quick kills, and 13-8 for Renegades. The comeback is truly on right now, Harry.
Dude, I'm so scared for TyLoo. Like, after that first half, I thought this was a lock-in. I thought it was pretty much a done deal. You've got to admire the tenacity on Renegades. And I mean, really, there's so many kind of comparisons that can be drawn between both the CT sides and the T sides in this game. It's pretty wild. There's been so much info. You know, there was that 1 kill in that round from Dan King on Twins, getting aggro down through ramp. He took like 1 risk, really one of the first risks he's taken. And, you know, even then, they're still able to see it through. Even then, they're still able to convert the round and deny a T-side round to TyLoo. I wouldn't mind seeing a mid to B. Part of me is kind of convinced that could be the answer here for this T-side out of the TyLoo squad. Renegades, very, very often, they're dropping the ramp smoke. They're playing around it. They're trying to deny that early rush and then just playing for the late round info. I think the only gap that ever opens up in a situation like that when you're triple leaning towards a ramp is this mid area is normally a little weaker in the start of rounds, right? You imagine if there was a lot of pace on this and you're running out in towards middle, there's actually only Sicko to beat. And yeah, I know Alistair can get there and help out, but it's still a potential way of cracking the round open. You know, you just haven't had the results here at ramp. They're going to go and push up into this double hold. Now, caught with nades out is Inns. Hats falls as well. Alistair's got to pick up the pieces. Has brought it back into a 3-on-3. And the momentum that TyLoo once possessed has just been sucked out of them on the back of those 2 kills there.
They do have the... They did have the incendiary in the smoke, which they will deploy. And Summer still making his presence felt here. It kind of felt like Danking and Bentet, sorry, an attacker would probably peel back. And attacker just making sure there's no flank taking place has to slow things down. Still a minute on the clock here for TyLoo. For the Renegades players, all 3 players now grouped up on his A-bomb side. And TyLoo, what are they gonna do? No utility remaining to be picked off the corpses of the 2 fallen Renegades members. They do have the rifles, though. Bear in mind, these were just pistols and some Kevlars being purchased by TyLoo. And now they have a couple of AK-47s. They have the A1 as well. Oh, head spotted there by Sicko. And now he knows at least presence here from TyLoo. But time is of the essence. 25 seconds. They need to creep on in. How are they going to cross on over and get the plant?
I'm not too sure. They don't really have much time here. The smoke's going to dissipate any moment right now. And Summer just opts to take the fight, which isn't quite the play here. Alistair paranoid about a potential flank taking place. Attacker on the bomb side looking to face, and he will be taken down. That's a bomb down. 7 seconds on the clock. Danking. He's just going to walk on past. Sicko's going to find him. And TyLoo, for a moment there, I felt like they might be able to pull off a miracle. But Renegades, they shut them down. And TyLoo, man, they start to second-guess themselves here.
Look at this round timeline. From 13-2 in the first half, Renegades are now trying to one-up it. They are well on the way to making this comeback happen. And what a comeback it would be. You know, something that we've brought up a decent bit throughout this is the idea that normally, like, this was the game that would take place to you know, end the minor, end the qualifier to the major, whatever it may be. And so, you know, the stakes were pretty low whenever we would normally have TyLoo versus Renegades. Now, it's all on the line, only one more spot at the major. And Renegades are trying to make it theirs. A 2-round T-side that they're managing to make competitive.
I genuinely thought when Renegades only had 2 rounds in a T-side, I'm like, that's not enough to work with, right? You
like
ever.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of breathing space. And look, this isn't ancient. I know this can be a little bit CD-sided at times, can Vertigo, but it's not an ancient or maybe train of old,
there
right?
isn't a map in the pool that exists where this scoreline would have been realistic. Like, even old Nuke, you would have been like, yeah, it's not enough rounds. Like, nearly enough, sure, but not enough. No, it's incredible. And, you know, TyLoo, it's going to really hurt. It's going to start to break you mentally if you don't find a way back in soon. Even just to get your first, even just to get the ball rolling. And they're hoping it can start with this A play, but Alistair's not missing a beat. Kill at the top of ramp goes the way of Ins, and even though Buntet trades, he can't get past the short side AWP. Alistair building back into this one. Building back better. Renegades up onto 10, now double digits, and attack pause for TyLoo called out.
About time, about damn time to just slow things down and just like think what they're doing right now, because whatever they've tried has not panned out at all. And even when a couple of rounds we've seen from TyLoo, Harry, like we saw the round with the pistols where they get some of these opening picks, they kind of have the side and slow it down. They just slow it down and then it just haphazardly walk into the bomb side. They're not working as a unit. They're not trading. And Renegades are like, yeah, thank you very much, kind sirs. We'll have the round. Thank you.
The thing that kind of concerns me is sometimes with TyLoo, like you see what they're doing, and it maybe like just looks a little dated, for my opinion. And I was thinking, like, well, with Vertigo, this is one of the newer maps, right? You're going to struggle to make this look like it's a couple of years out of sync. And if anything, they kind of are really guilty of that. Like, so many of these rounds are just A-ramp walks, and that used to be how you played Vertigo back when it was first added to the pool, but now there is a bit more room for variation. There are other things you can try. A mid to B is all I've wanted out of this T side.
It's happening.
The entire time TyLoo have been on it. And so it looks like we're about to get that now. You've got the molly for construction. You've got to worry about CT. If you've got a smoke to help you here, would have been great, but they're going to run it dry without that. There's a big gap in middle, but Sicko and Ins are trying their best to plug it. And honestly, that Molotov slows the rush down for TyLoo over construction. It makes it super ugly. They have to start to try and flood CT instead. I always prefer the kind of, you know, mid to B smoke that we've seen teams throw in.
Yep.
I think I'm going to throw out a bit of a weird name here, but I think Ecstatic, they actually have a great mid to B here. The bird from Sky, right? He throws like a mid to B smoke, couples it with a flash, with a deep CT molly to stop someone playing the boosted angle for construction, and then you can flood and pincer that B site. For TyLoo, it gets a bit awkward because they don't have a smoke to nullify CT or elevator, and they molly construction, so they kind of force themselves to take the longer ranged fights.
I kind of felt for a moment there they'd probably try going for an A-Rap, actually, you know, especially with the lack of a smoke. You're like, okay, you're just going to molly off the window and just like head straight through with CD spawn to A, but it was a half buy. TyLoo, now the guns are out again. Not that the guns have really made much of an impact thus far in the second half, because Renegade 13-2. 9 rounds on the trot, back to back for the Oceanic side, battling for that major spot. And right now, looking at the, I mean, if you're talking about momentum, it's completely shifted into the other direction, Harry. And for Renegades, 5 rounds, they make it to the major. 5 more rounds.
And it's always going to be better to be the team coming back than it is the team getting comeback, right? Ins boosted up and over, but only 1. This is one of the better starts to a round TyLoo have had. Like, they didn't get the opening kill, but they got the trade at least, and that's not something that we've been able to say a hell of a lot. The fact that it's 4-on-4 and they've got this top ramp control is lovely. But now they go back to what they normally do. They slow down. They wait to see if there's a response out of Renegades. I can assure you, Renegades aren't going to go peeking you guys. You've got to go to them. You know, they know what you're doing here. Flashes now go over. They're up past the men in the site. Hats has to go aggro on the short side. He comes back in for even more. And it's only Bentet left. Up and over. And now into the dirt. It's Renegades onto 12. 1 away from tying this game up at 13 all. TyLoo haven't moved a muscle on that scoreboard. Not since the end of the 13-2 half. Right now, everything is coming up Renegades. Not a single T-side round in this second half of play for TyLoo.
This has to be perhaps... Look, we've seen 6 days of Counter-Strike so far at the PGL RMR. This might be the most monumental comeback we have witnessed thus far. And you got to understand, this is for elimination. This game, this map is for making it to the major. And Renegades are like, we are not going to play Mirage. We're not going to take it to Mirage. We won the first map, and we're going to close it out on Vertigo. And TyLoo, I mean, just look at Hansel's face, look at Bentet's face. He looks just frustrated, just lost. And I have to say, TyLoo's coach, Casa, recently departed the team just a couple of months back, if I'm not mistaken. I think almost just a month back. They don't have a coach right now.
Yeah.
And that, you know, sometimes when you call it a tactical timeout, you want an extra pair of eyes coming in. But all right, guys, let's try something different. This is what they're doing, right? And I feel like that's what's lacking here for TyLoo. But, well... No time to ruminate.
I mean,
they just need to go for it here.
They look shell-shocked, don't they? Like, they cannot believe what is happening, right? In every single one of these cameras where we cut back to them, it's just a look of, like, bewilderment almost. You don't believe that this is the same team you 30-2'd in the half. You cannot believe that it's about to be a tie game, but it is. And they haven't had that voice, that extra pair of eyes to weigh in and try keep everyone calm. You know, this is where your hands start trembling. Your heart is racing. There's so much stuff happening that you don't even register just how much pressure you're feeling. You feel numb to it all as it's starting to turn back against you. A 4-on-4. Dan King at least trades this ramp fight. Attacker waiting outside of B. This is actually one of the nicest defaults we've had out of TyLoo yet. It wouldn't surprise me if this ends up becoming a pretty close round. They feign the A play. They deal with the info player at top A, and now they fall back into a B hit. They've got 2 smokes. They've got a Molotov as well. If that goes out towards default, that's going to force Liaz into a fight that he doesn't want to take. So here's the util going in. They burn out quad instead. They see Liaz in the site. Sicko's come rotating over from middle, and Liaz not moving, not budging, but now has to put up a defense as he's here all alone, flushed out by Attacker. Alistair up close with the orb. Him and Inns fighting to try get themselves to 13. They're on what? A 10-round streak almost? Yeah, a 10-round streak right now, trying to make it 11 to tie this game up in a 2-on-3.
Oh boy.
TyLoo a full stack. This is the weirdest post plant I think I've ever seen. Look at them. It's like an Astralis pistol stack. Bentet's falling to his death because of the flashbang. No. Oh no! Don't have this be the undoing. Up close, Alistair swings. Inns gets 1, and now they're on the bomb. They're sticking it, Summer. He needs to get them off, but he can't find them through the smoke. We're up to 13. Renegades with a 2-on-3. And
How
they now
did they win
tie up the game at 13 all.
Bentet just fell to his death. He didn't even fall off the building. He fell straight into the floor. Oh, you said it, Harry. You said that was the strangest postman you've seen. 2 of those players were so very low. That one flashbang, and Bentet just...
That is going to haunt you. That is going to haunt you. That is the best spot you've been in, and you literally fall to your death to lose the 3-on-2. I'm not seeing anything like this Vertigo game before. And everything is going in favor of Renegades right now. Even gravity is against TyLoo. Alistair nails the opener. And TyLoo head in the hands. A 4-on-5 now to try and pull back.
11 in a row. 11 in a row from Renegades here. You can see on the top of your screens, they're on fire. They are a blazing Inferno right now. Attacker gonna molly off the back pillar. Lias though, playing on the bomb side, and Attacker's running up. He needs to get this kill, but Lias will be saved by Sicko. Summer with a quick trade, however, finding Lias, and Sicko still holding the line. They know he's all the way towards Jen. Alistair arriving to try and bolster his B bomb side defense. A 3 versus 3. TyLoo with a great opportunity. Smoke will bloom. There we go. Alistair's vision has been cut off, and the bomb will be planted, but slowly the nade is going to find him, and the bomb will not be planted. 33 seconds. A 3v2. Bomb yet to be picked up, and TyLoo looking very uncomfortable.
Summer's up close. He needs to be the savior. He needs to be the guy to step up and deal with this, to contain it. Dan King manages to get out. Summer, one here is not enough. You need more, and he's going to get none. The wraparound as well is dealt with Dan King, and Renegades are now up in the lead at 14-13. It is unbelievable. They want that major. They want to be in attendance. And TyLoo's just another name on the list as far as they're concerned. From 2-13 at the half, they're now in the lead at 14-13. It's unbelievable. It really is the resilience, the tenacity to have pulled this back. And for TyLoo, man, if they weren't checked out before, after that 3v2, after that round there should be no way back in. They should be cooked.
They had opportunities, Harry. They had so many opportunities to close out this game, but every single time something goes wrong. It's a classic case. Oh, I'll get back to it later on. They're going for the contact fight here, and Hats is more than ready, as Benton able to find Hats despite being blinded. You know where his flashes came from, and Lias, the repositioning is perfect. Summer doesn't expect him to be playing in front of the pillar. An Attacker now looking to trade, but Lias, he's been such a demon on his B-bombs, but Attacker, he could find a window to sneak in, but Lias aware of it, but so is Attacker. He turns away. Lias using that smoke to perfection. He doesn't need any help. He's a one-man army, a one-man turret on the B-bomb side. And TyLoo, 2 versus 4. It's looking like it's almost impossible, Harry. Benton at least has a little bit of forward positioning towards the sandbags, but Renegades, they could be expecting this.
Look, man, if anyone was going to try and save the day, if anyone was going to step up, it needs to be this guy. It needs to be Hansel. It needs to be Buntet in this position, right? Mr. Worldwide, the one who's been all over, the one guy who managed to really escape the clutches of Asian CS, now needs to bail them out and try to still carve a path for TyLoo to get to the major. Alistair's blinded on short. The bomb plant is in. Dan King's going to be left fighting up to his own devices here. Entet's wrapping the short side, but he's doing it quietly, so Dan King needs to stay alive, needs to buy time. Up through short, Alistair holding, and he's been holding it this whole damn time. This fight matters so much, and a missed shot. Dan King in with another. They're off the bomb now. They're pushing in at the top of ramp. Dan King, it's a tag, but it's not the killing blow. Goes back in. Dan King with the clutch, and it's 14-all. The first T-side round for TyLoo comes in. And it's map and match point denied the way of the Renegades. The battle rages on.
They needed that. They needed that from Dan King, and he finally delivers. Oh, the final no-scope. The final no-scope as well. I think they had time to go for the defuse if Alistair finds Dan King. But TyLoo, a tiny respite. A tiny... There is a pulse. There is still a pulse. But is it enough? We don't know yet. Renegades... The streak has been stopped, but the momentum is still firmly on the side of the Australians. 14-14 TyLoo. They have the bye. And here's the problem here. If Renegades win this round, it's 15-14. TyLoo's money's gone. They're crushed, Harry.
I mean, it's the same case for both teams. That's what's so insane. This round decides who wins Vertigo. Essentially, you know, you can win a 4, sure, but no one wants that. No one wants to be 4 spying in round 30. And so it's all on the line. The entire last 28 rounds of play have all come down to the result of this round.
Forget whatever transpired in Inferno. Forget Inferno ever happened, right? Like, it comes down to the final 2 rounds here. And TyLoo, they know it. How can they capitalize on the heroics of Dan King is the question. He's got the AWP. They have the weaponry to work with. And if you look at Renegade's money, they're in a similar boat as well. Their money is kind of shattered right now because of how close some of those rounds were earlier. MP9 for hats, the M4A1s, not a lot of utility remaining. 35 seconds on the clock. TyLoo once again going for this A hit. All 5 members gathered up, and Dan King looking to make contact. He notices a player nearby. Spots the arm. Alistair falls. They still know there could be another player around the corner. Hats, though, able to find one, but the trade is good. It's a 4 versus 3. Dan King finds ins about the smoke, and Renegades at the very last hurdle. They seem to be falling apart. It's a 3v2, and the bomb has been planted.
Yeah, if they go for this, they need to win it. Dan King, he's been quiet all damn day. It hasn't been the usual performances from this guy. He's waited till round 28, till round 29 to really come alive. Sicko up the short side does best summer. They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. The spray's going to connect. They take him off. No! But it's a lineup for Sicko. 15 Renegades. They managed to retake a 1v2 to get them onto match point. The major in their sightlines. Dan King doing everything he can. And one man has just stolen it all away. Sicko, take a bow. He was the top performer back on Inferno, and he just won a 1v2 to find 15 for Renegades and save the damn day. Oh my God. Look at Renegades, man. They know the impact of that round. They know how important it is. With the bomb plant, TyLoo, they've at least got guns. They've got something. But is that any match for the confidence on Renegades right now? The elation that they are so close to feeling.
It's A again. It's A again, Harry. Back to back to back, the A hits, right? And they've got so close. They won that 1 round because of Dan King. And now once more, the A bomb side is where TyLoo looked to be ending up on. Just waiting, biding the time. Waiting for Renegades to utilize all their utility. The flash is going to pop. There's someone nearby. Someone right close by, and it's Hats, and no one's checked him. No one's cleared him, and he's going to find an attacker. Bent that spins around with the Galil and finds his head, however. And with that, Inns will peel back a 4 versus 4. Still a minute on the clock to work with for TyLoo.
Oh my God, hang on. Alistair's lining up a flash. Alistair's lining up Inns to take a fight here. Oh, this could be the fight that makes or breaks it for Renegades. And the flash might never even get there if TyLoo peek ahead of it. Now that he is the util, he's after the flash. Inns goes in, and it's only 1. Slowly he's going to trade it. Rotation's now coming through. Sight gets taken by TyLoo. Bomb plant could come in. Is there a nade for it? No, there isn't on the side of Renegades. They can't stop that plant, but they can spam slowly through the smoke. Bentet and Dan King, the guys that won the 2v4 in round 28, have now got to win a 2v3 to lock in an overtime for TyLoo. Bentet with a swing on the ramp side, goes fighting, goes hunting, and he's dead, so Dan King's got to do it alone. They're on the bomb, but it's just a fake. In the peak, Dan King's counted to 5. He knows they're not sticking it. Damage to Sicko. It's the 2 clutch kings of their respected teams head to head, and Dan King takes us to overtime. 1v3 goes his way, and we run it back again. Oh my goodness, Blair. Can your heart take any more?
Forget me, how are these guys still handling this game, Harry? 13-2, 30-2 the first half, and a monumental comeback to, at the very end, just stumble a bit, and now we have OT. So basically, whatever happened in this previous 30 rounds don't matter. Nothing matters right now. Now it's all about that OT. First team to win 4 rounds will come out on top. But what a massive clutch from Dan King. The 1v2 at the end, getting the 3K. I do believe he got a 4K in total in that final round as well. He was kind of quiet. You were talking about it in the first half. You're like, everyone's popping off. Dan King's doing nothing. But the 2 rounds they needed came off the back of Dan King.
Yeah, back towards the A plays. Can't say you blame TyLoo. And I mean, dude, this is where everyone's just nervous now. Like, no one is riding a wave of momentum. Everyone's feeling the shakes. Everyone's feeling the nerves. And whoever starts to get this momentum first is going to be riding a real big high in this overtime. Molly to wins, but now they know they've got him trapped. Slowly, he's even working this short side control he's been given. Flash to try and get ins out of there. It's good util to get this player out of the danger zone, out of the little cage they had him trapped in. But Renegades are still a man down, and they're not even sold on the idea of this being an A play.
They're wary, Harry, that TyLoo might switch it up and maybe go for a B, but TyLoo seems to have learned the lessons. They're just going to be going for this A bomb side once more. Attacker, Nade's going to be chunked in, but this time around, it's not slowly planting the bomb, so even though he takes a little bit of damage, the bomb will be planted, the numbers punched in, and the retake is on. Once again, Renegades, man disadvantage. But for TyLoo, they have a player on the bomb side. Attacker hasn't budged yet. He's been seen, and Inns finds him. Smoke as well on the bomb. Sickle finds slowly, and the man advantage that TyLoo has is quickly being swept aside. They're on the bomb. Summer, he's gonna go for the spray. He's gonna whiff it, and Renegade, the 3 versus 4 retake once again. They make it happen. How are they winning these rounds?
Dude, it's insane. Like, I mean,
I can't.
It was competitive. Somehow in a 13-2 the entire second half, and I mean overtime is much the same. I've not seen a game like this, Blair. I really haven't.
You've been in EU for too long,
The
Harry.
Renegades are just giving it all they've got, right? And TyLoo, it looked like they were out of gas. It looked like they were out of any hope. But Dan King has reignited that hope, and so we're keeping it close in overtime, coming down to such thin margins. Alistair, a bit of mid-aggro spammed by the ladder player, no less. But now that spam stopped, Alistair knows he's been given a bit of room over here in middle. Ops, not ideal for it, but he could look to use it. He could look to push. Hats is getting aggro down through the ramp smoke as well. This is pretty ballsy from Hats, and that's one word for it.
He's just biting the smoke, and it's an angle you usually don't go for a spam. He just got to peer around the corner. Waiting for the flashbang to depart from Sicko, but Bentet, barely flash, still gets the kill. He said it's a ballsy play. Unfortunately for Hats, it doesn't quite pan out. Still, though, Inns, top of the smoke. The nade's going to deal quite a bit of damage here. Actually, not much. Attacker and slowly barely get chipped. In the meantime, Summer on a bit of an excursion of his own. And once more, you have Liaz. And once again, he has backup in the form of Sicko. Alistair, though, he's all the way towards the ladder with the AWP. What? Oh, no. No way he pulls his flank off. He's got the AWP, Harry!
Yeah, it's going to be weird, and they heard him dropping down, but he's still going. He's still committed to it. Was wondering at the start when he got all this room if we were going to see the flank come in. It's very awkward for Alistair now that they know about the flank, right? It's going to be hard for him to find too much impact. Anything he can accomplish should be celebrated, but will it be enough? Smoke down, he's swinging. Alistair, a second. Now there's a lot of bodies on the other side of this one, and so he's finally put in the dirt. 2 from his wrap brown, and he pulled all the attention away from the site, giving more room to his teammates. His death might be in vain, though. Dan King locking in the kill on the diffuser, leaves it all on Sicko. Another clutch needed out of this guy. Only this time, TyLoo are not giving him the room. They're not going to line up today. And I mean, these closing moments of rounds so often coming down to Dan King versus Sicko, and who can hold their own better in the clutch. Sicko, for the longest time, was winning them, but now it's starting to go back the other way.
You could literally count on one hand how many post plants TyLoo have actually played right. And this is one of them, Harry. Again, some pretty crazy shenanigans from Renegades. I'm not too sure why they want to go for this when it's in OT, right? We saw Hats out in the open, trying to be over-aggressive. Then we saw Alistair with the AWP going for that mid-flank. Sure, it panned out. He found Bentet, but still some risky maneuvers coming out from the Oceanic side.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of coming with the territory. They feel like they need to take some risks because if you remember, they went on an 11-round streak, and at that point, nothing at A was working. But if you do look at it like round by round, I think it's like, at this point, what, it would be 3 out of the last, let's say, 6 rounds have actually gone the way of TyLoo in these A plays. So they're trying to mix it up a little bit. They're trying to come up with solutions to this while they still have breathing room. Only problem is, no one wants to be trying stuff for the first time in OT, right? That's the scary part here. So I like that they've stopped taking so many risks. They've gone with a different setup at ramp, but one that isn't as aggro. Will this be the answer? The molly means Alistair's got to take nades out. Hats is effectively alone with no one nearby to trade, and Alistair trying to come back through. Oh my god, slowly! What have you done to them? The triple ramp setup is dismantled by just one man. The bomb is going B, and slowly to say he's selling an A fake is one hell of an understatement. Both CTs are here. Both players for Renegades are looking for him. And he's sold them down the river. He's on for the ace. 4 out of 5. And he can't quite deal with the 5th. But he's won TyLoo the round, I guess.
Yeah,
There we go. Oh, bloody hell. And that's now 2 on this T side out of TyLoo. That was all they could manage in regulation. That was all they were able to get. Well, in OT, when there's only 3 rounds a half, they won 2 of them on this T side. That is worrying for Renegades.
The previous 9 rounds, TyLoo have gone to the A bomb site and they've planted the bomb every single time, Harry. And then this one round, they're like, slowly, we wanted to go fake A. We're gonna go B. And when your faker just goes and just eliminates, just dismantles, annihilates that A defense, I mean, that's more than you can really ask for. A huge... Not good, not bad. I would say average, the graphics say. I say slowly was a star in the previous round. He was definitely playing above average, getting a massive 4K. But at the very, very end, the final stages of what could be, TyLoo going home. It looks like TyLoo is starting to come alive. They're learning how to play the post plans, Harry. And now once more, they are back in the lead. And Renegades on the T side. And will their woes continue is a question, because their T side was as flat as TyLoo's.
Yeah, the smoke spam to start it is just going to leave such a bad taste in your mouth. Like, you haven't even had a chance to do what you wanted to do in this round yet. Before it's even really began, you've got a man down. And there was nothing the Ins could have done differently to affect the outcome of that one there. 4v5 for Renegades. They wanted it done in 2. They wanted it. They wanted the comeback, but it might all be for naught. They've now got to pull back a 4-on-5 to deny map point to TyLoo. Slowly was flashed into ramp. He didn't see anyone. Now, he's still cognizant that they could be up short, but he shouldn't expect numbers like this. He shouldn't expect so many here. Tucked into this corner, flash goes around, but Hats is still going to nail him. A 4-on-4. Sicko with a tap through the smoke. Nades now start to just rain in fire and brimstone onto the CT player. And Alistair even looking for an angle with the AWP. They're so blind. Dan King with the spam. Alistair's replied with his AWP. It's neck and neck. It's back and forth. He's trying the wall bang again, but this time Alistair's down again. An attacker, 1v2. Surely can't stop the bomb plant, can't disrupt it. They tap it the first time around. Sicko now with the commit. Attacker's going to go up, going to go over. And Alistair misses his opportunity. Now the 1v1. Attacker so quick in moments like this. I haven't had to see too many clutches out of this guy, but this is his attempt. This is the game in the palm of his hands. The tap on the bomb. Alistair runs into the site. Knows he's got him off. Knows he's not on that defuse anymore. Attacker's lost him. And out through the smoke, it's Alistair. No scoping him down. Renegades take 17, and they tie the game up again.
How can he go so back and forth in a round, Harry? How can he go so back and forth? They get the 2 openings. Danking lands the wall bag. They get the bomb done, and Attacker brings it up to a 1v1 where Alistair lands a no-scope walking out of the smoke. I want to see it from his POV because he had no business winning this. Oh, that was quick, Ali. That was so quick. And Renegades, well, they get 1 on their T side. 17-17. It's tied up all over again. And now Danking looking to take the fight to Renegade. He spots a player. If he sticks around a little too much, Alistair, he's waiting for him.
He is waiting for him, and Danking is playing with fire, but better sense will prevail. He will fall back slowly, just looking to gather a little bit of information here. Renegades are playing this a little bit more default here, right? You have player towards mid, you have one watching the B halt for a push, and Ali with an AWP. He is feeling fired up, and this is brave.
Dude, that is so close. Still on the angle, still hoping they give him a chance at getting this opener. They're going to start to lean away from A. They're going to start to give it up entirely. That re-smoke for TyLoo isn't actually ideal. It isn't actually as ideal as you might think. It means that slowly now on this jump peak, he knows like when it is ramp, but you kind of want to keep a second player in case they explode through that ramp smoke, which Renegades were never planning to do. They're leaning into a mid to B, something that TyLoo haven't really had to contend with. And unlike when TyLoo attempted this, they've got a smoke to try and make it happen. Stops the molly from Buntet. Now they look to get up and over in towards Con. Oh, Summer's so blind. Hats can't control the spray. What's just happened? Danking's on the rotation, nailing shots with the AWP. The bomb's out in the open. There's 15 seconds. Alistair entrusts it to a no-scope, and that doesn't help him. TyLoo win the round, and they're the ones arriving on map point first.
What was that from Hats? He had him in his crosshairs. It was as blind as a bat. He had all the time in the world, Harry, but he fired his gun a little too early, dropping down, wasn't quite able to control the recoil, and everything, just like 10 pins, start tumbling down for Renegades. Great reaction from TyLoo, I have to say. I love how Danky just runs in from CT, lands a nice flick shot, bent it as well, keeping them pinned down, pin set in the window area. I like the idea from Renegades, but yikes! Map point for TyLoo. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. After what we've seen over the course of... It feels like it's been half a day now, Harry.
Dude, it's actually insane. And I'm so glad that this is the map that you got to come cosplay, man. Like, this is...
The one map I cast for the entire RMRs, and I get this banger.
Oh, it's so good. And, like, I think no matter who wins, there's going to be an element of heartbreak here, you know. Difference is, if TyLoo are the ones to do it, it means this score gets settled on Mirage. Renegades doing everything they can to take us to a double overtime affair. A lean towards B early with Inns faking the A play. And I like this. He's dropped that big corridor smoke. That's going to conceal all the info at ramp. This forces TyLoo to keep players over towards A. And now the reaction at B is a lot faster, right? The rest of Renegades start to walk in. They haven't seen Attacker at double, but he gets the info very late that they're so deep up in towards his bomb site. It is a bit worrying that he gets away scot-free in spite of the flashes, in spite of the advanced positioning. And so now he's called for rotations. Renegades, this is grinded to a very awkward halt. They were hoping to have a lot more real estate at this point in the round.
There is a window here for Inns to sneak his way. All the way to its window, but Attacker's watching their position. And now, if Bentet pushes up towards mid and replaces Attacker, there we go. If Bentet holds this angle and Attacker can commit towards a B bomb site alongside Summer, this is going to be a nightmare for Renegades to make their way into.
Yeah, smoke's going in, moving up. Renegades pushing up in, well down to there. Oh, hang on a moment. Sicko's trading one back. Alistair with the AWP. All right, it's not over till it's over. On the mid line, Inns has come up big, and it's Dan King, 1 versus 3. Normally the clutch player. Oh, the Deagle brings Sicko out of the round. And man, but Inns on the mid flank denies the clutch, and we go to another overtime. Dan King, so close in the clutch. You couldn't have asked for more. And I mean, credit where credit is due. Inns with the tenacity to challenge him, to take down Dan King while he's in that clutch mindset is something that so many have tried and failed to do. He's able to deliver. We go to another OT. The game that would never end. It's a battle of attrition now as we get deep into this one.
I thought Dan King had that. He just popped into Dan King mode, right? He's like, I'm just going to get Alistair. I got the Deagle. He knew exactly what the second player was, but then, yes.
The clutch going the way of Renegades. I've lost track, Harry, of how many clutches have gone back and forth between these two teams. Second OT. Again, for those of you just tuning in, Renegades lead one map on Inferno, and right now in Vertigo, TyLoo are battling, clawing, just hanging on the precipice of defeat to try and stay in the run. You're taking to map number 3, because one of these two teams are going to be going home at the end of the day, and one of them will make it to the major. In Antwerp and TyLoo now, they almost had it, Harry. It was so close, but Renegades, credit to the boys, they never say die as they push in, and Ince avoids the flashbang and slowly will fall, and TyLoo, a man disadvantage with still a minute on the clock. And looking at where the Renegades players are lying in wait, it does look like the B bomb site is where there might be a little bit of action. This is a bit of a ruse towards A, but the remaining members are creeping and Danking though takes care of it. I don't even know how he hit that shot.
Him through. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, now they're creeping up the ramp into the B site for Renegades. There is nobody here. Attacker is only just moving back into the site, but it's a little late. Uh-oh, he's seen the barrel. Oh, Hats with a quick turnaround has dealt with the incumbent CT, and Liaz follows up onto Buntet. Summer out through construction, dropping into the generator, hoping he can carve a path for TyLoo back into this round. Man down retakes have been their bread and butter. Only this time they're going to go hungry. They're going to save, holding on to the AWP, the M4. It's the best call, but it's going to give over the first T-side round in our second overtime to the Renegades.
This is massive for Renegades, right? One thing we noticed is the CD side on this comeback trade was pristine, but the T side was just like a lack of imagination. They were getting shut down time and time again. They kept going for these A hits and just getting mauled alive by the TyLoo defense. But this time around, they crack it. They crack the code. Great timing on that pincer onto the B bomb set. And TyLoo, yeah, able to only find Ince, which was a kill Danking found, I do believe, at a wall bang to the scaffolding at A. And if they can take away these two guns, this could be huge. But Danking somehow lands a fast scope onto Hat. So they will, he's not missing anything right now, Harry. They will save the AWP and the M4 going into the second round of second OT. But for Renegades, winning the first round on the T side here, that is massive.
Yeah, it really is, man. And, you know, I mean, it all kind of starts with a bit of an uncharacteristic push from slowly down towards the bottom of A, right? So often been this safe pair of hands player. Well, as we get deeper into the overtimes, as TyLoo feel more desperate to try new things, they might make more mistakes like that, take more risks, more chances. And Renegades are going to capitalize on them. Danking, he saw the mid-fight, and a lot of players would just keep holding the angle with the AWP. He's really pushing the boat out, trying to peek his way in. Double nades come over, and actually, he's pretty thankful he was slightly out of position, or else they would have killed him. He gets out at 45 HP, and Renegades leave mid. It's a mutual decision to just concede this territory and go somewhere else.
Alistair, he saw the player just jump spotting towards sandbags. You can see the adaptation coming in from TyLoo towards the B bomb site, but that's not where Renegade's going to be winding up towards. Alistair, so lucky to be alive, just getting tagged down to 32 points of health by Danking, is going to continue to rattle off shots, and now they're going to be grouping up together, and he might not be expecting another player. Instead, he walks straight into the waiting arms of Alistair. It's a hug of death, Harry. A 4 versus 5 with 40 seconds on the clock. Renegades are looking to pounce onto this A bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, those are the risks that we talk about, right? The kind of pushes you wouldn't have seen in regulation. Well, now it might decide overtime. Bentet dead off the one. I think he just burnt in his own Molotov. A 2 versus 3. Oh, pushing through is Summer, but Liaz has got his back. He bails out the bomb planter. And Attacker is left in the 1v3. With money on the line, his only decision is to save. And even then, this next round is going to have some limitations for TyLoo. At this point, Renegades have set themselves up to go flawless on this T side in perfect fashion, wrecking the money at TyLoo after the first round and really doing a number on it now. There was never a world where Attacker could have even attempted this clutch. If he went for it and died, you would have had players on pistols in the last round of this first half of the second overtime. It's quite a mouthful, isn't it?
It's a bit of a mouthful, Harry. And listen, for Danking, we might have sung his praises thus far. He has been the guy keeping TyLoo not just in the game, but in the tournament. But that was a fatal mistake. A fatal mistake. And this is the thing, right? You play in a region for too long. You're not exposed to playing to like other teams from like EU, from the Americas, even against Renegades. Danking, I don't think has ever played against this Renegades lineup. And he's like, I'm just going to peek around this angle, and I'm going to find him, and I'm going to win that duel. Not every time, son. And Alistair, that's a lesson. If TyLoo ever loses game, that Dank will probably never forget, and that will hopefully lead him to lead to him becoming a better player. But that's not now. That's later on. And for the time being, Renegades 2 back-to-back on the T side, and that's going to force TyLoo to go for an aggressive play, trying to find Alistair, and they have taken control of ramp, and that is huge for TyLoo.
Yeah, I mean, best reaction to this might just be to rapidly accelerate Nick to B, right? Because you know that temporarily there's still 2 players dedicated to this wrap round. Alternatively, you throw all that util, and now you try to retake ramp room far later in the round. Slowly making this decision to back up and get out of there. I think, you know, this is kind of wisdom beyond his years almost to have conceded this ground and not stick it out. He's not given up this kind of opener into the A play that Renegades were looking for. And now with this jiggle, he sees them, he hears the footsteps, flash to set him up. It is a beautiful flashbang from Bentet, and slowly gets away with a lot of damage on the back of it. This was a lovely little wombo combo between the two of them. And with Bentet tucked in at the sandbags, this kill is free. Sicko's not considering it, and neither is Alistair. So TyLoo, they manage 1 CT round, but is that going to be enough?
Someone needs to hold me, Harry, because I'm shaking, man. I'm shaking right now, Harry.
We're both just pacing around this room. It's like a prison yard in here, man.
I'm so red in the face, and it's not even warm inside the room. It's just so butt clench, this game, man. For TyLoo, they know. You can see how... Oh, Danking, he knows. Oh, okay. There's no need to stop yourself, Danking. Stop slapping yourself. It's fine. Couple of mistakes. He knows. Its margins of error here are not in inches, not in millimeters, it's in nanometers. One mistake and it can all come tumbling down. And that's what happened in that one round, right? Just losing that opening duel. And now he knows our T-side hasn't been that great, and Renegades, they're 20-19. They need 2 rounds to close this one out. So for TyLoo, they can't make any mistakes. They can't miss any shots. And Alistair, Ali has been a monster. He's been going toe-to-toe with the AWP of Dankings and is looking to do more.
Yeah, pushed out behind the short smoke. They're peeking under. Oh, I wonder if they can see him. They look so aware. Yeah, slowly seeing something here. He knows the AWP's gone ahead of the short smoke, but that's not going to help him. Alistair still gets him on the smoke fade. Oh, man, this AWP. It's the first nail in TyLoo's coffin, and Alistair's the one to put it there. A 5-on-4 to open up their CT side. TyLoo are now clutching at straws. Anything they can as Stripper, man advantage away. They're going to try and run boost the AWP across. It does mean that Alistair misses that timing on the little gap. Danking. Oh my goodness! He saw him through it! A taste of Ali's own medicine, perhaps. There's the response. That's the Danking we need. A little more measured, a little more calculating, and it goes a long way. Bentet, leaving the bottom of ramp, is able to best hats. Oh no! This was a 5-on-4, and it's rapidly turning against the Renegades. Sicko needs a B-hold. He needs something massive, and the molly forces him into attacker. It's only Inns left standing.
It's a 1v2, Harry. It's a 1v2 still. They need to get the bomb down. 15 HP Inns, 52 points of health. He's got no utility. He's got no nade to delay the bomb plan as well. They tap the bomb, expecting a nade being lobbed in, but Inns is going for this, but Bentet clutches it, and with that, he drops a 30 bomb of his own. And TyLoo, they win a belabored round, but they get it done, and all of Danking spotting Ali through an inch. Even with the X-ray, Harry, I couldn't barely seen him.
That is unreal. And dude, I do love that it's like the two players we were really kind of pinning as the titans of TyLoo in Bentet and Dan King over towards a ramp that pull back those 2 kills to flip the round on its head. And they go about it very intelligently. You know, that kind of that aggro mindset, the over-peaking, none of it was present there. It was more calculated. They went about it in a very deceptive way, and it's put them on level pegging with Renegades. Now the AWP fight, I mean, dude, it's a case where both AWPers know that this challenge at ramp decides the outcome of rounds, or at least that's how it's feeling. Try to swing Dan King. He's very, very quick. You know you're lucky to be alive. You know that you don't get that second chance often.
Slowly, Molotov with sandbags. And has already evacuated the premises, and now slowly living up to his name, inching forward. In the meantime, Summer, he's trying to keep Liaz busy, and as long as, you know, this nade, it doesn't deal too much of damage, but that's okay. That's going to force Sicko to stay alongside Liaz in case it is going to be a B hit, in case the noise is being made towards the A ramp is all but a ruse. And with 38 seconds, TyLoo, they need to make up their mind. The smokes will be deployed. Molotov towards Headshot as well, as the bomb in the back of Bentet will arrive at the bomb site. Early Molotov, though, so they will have to go for the... They have to delay the plant, rather. They're just waiting for the flames to dissipate. The second molly comes out. 22 seconds on the clock now. They need to get the bomb planted. They have another one, and Bentet burns alive. 17 seconds! Someone needs to get the bomb, but the Molotovs, they keep lobbing it in, and finally, slowly comes charging in. This is chaos. This is madness. And slowly attacking. They're gonna find the fight. There's no time. There's no time to get the bomb down. And Renegades, they're gonna win it based on the time. What?
That is insane. They're rushing the plant so much, so badly. It's so chaotic that they plant it wide. And so the last second run-in from Renegades is enough. Oh my goodness. You've never seen anything like it. And look at this, man. Getting animated now, TyLoo. That comes down to just the utter chaos of that situation. Chaos that Renegades crafted and was only exasperated by TyLoo fumbling the plant time and time again.
Did he not have a smoke, Harry?
It's insanity. And now, you know, it all comes down to this. Do we get another overtime, or do Renegades 2-0 them? They've got an openers. They've got the 4-on-3. Bentet, one of the more experienced voices here, out of the server, gone. Now it's the rest of the gang who need to pick up the pieces. We need to see that vintage Dan King. He's the guy who's going to have to save them. It's not the cold, calculating Bentet. It is the wild stallion of this AWP who's going to have to help get it over the line. Dan King on the short side. Close on the timing, but close isn't what you need. You need results here. A-side smokes getting lined up. Renegades just 3, now 2 kills away from doing it, from 2-0ing TyLoo and going to the major. Slowly in Dan King, they don't realize it yet, but Renegades are fighting them, they're running them down, and there it is, from 13-2 down, Renegades do it, they're going to the major!
It's just incredible stuff from Renegades, man. 13-2 down, Harry. They were 13-2 down with Vertigo, and it takes 2 OTs, but they get it done. And for TyLoo, spare a thought. That game almost broke me, Harry. It almost broke you. And I'm sure right now TyLoo are broken after what they had to go through. They almost had it. Some of those rounds could have gone either way, but Renegades, credit where it's due. The fact that they clawed back, the tenacity on these guys to come back and take that map and close it out 2-0. I just came in for an easy cast, man. I'm like, hey, Hugo, I want to just jump in for, have a nice cast in Vertigo, a casual game, but this is what we got, and you can see.
Dude, it does hurt, like, looking at them, and, knowing the relationship that, like, Bentet and Liaz have. Kassad even put a tweet out saying these guys were best friends for the last year. Like, he wanted to face him, he wanted the better team to make it to the major, and Renegades, they were the better team today. That is just wild. I've not seen anything like it. I mean, like you say, your heart goes out to TyLoo. Ultimately, Renegades, props to them. The tenacity, the grit, the resilience that they just showed. It's second to none. It really is.
It's also the first time, I believe, apart from the first Asian minor back in IM Taipei, that TyLoo playing in an Asian minor / RMR have not made it to a major. So history has been made, honestly. Right? We've seen some crazy upsets, IHC, really flying the Mongolian flag high and making it work. So, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't quite pan out for TyLoo, but super happy for the Renegades guys. Yeah, the boys, they make it done. They get it done.
Yeah, pleasure casting with you, Blair. Let's throw this one back over to the desk, see if they can break that down.
Break it down, Harry, Blair. More like we are broken by the end of that. All jokes aside, congratulations to Renegades for grabbing that last major spot here for the Asia Pacific, but that was not pretty. It was not clean. It was very rough on the eyes at all sides. It got scrappier and scrappier. But the fact they came back from that 13-2 half shows at least a lot of resilience from the Renegade side. I did expect better. And just so everyone knows, there's no camera tricks. It's just Blair from a box has become Hugo on a box, and now we've got a Pimp as well.
Nah, Pimp's just short. No one realised we're...
I never realised you were so tall.
I know, neither. It's so great. Well, Blair's stealing my co-caster. I got to steal his tricks as well, Pimp. I mean, Renegades, what a day for this team. To consider that they got bullied this morning by IHC, went down to this lower bracket, 13-2 down on this map as well, pulled it back to a double OT and closed it. I'm gobsmacked.
This must be one of the most stressful games they have ever played in their entire life. Let alone the fact that there's a major spot on hold right here, but Vertigo was just so back and forth all the time. Obviously, first half going the way of TyLoo, second half going the way of Renegades, but every single round, it felt like in overtime, and I guess in the last 5 rounds of ordinary time as well, was down to a 2v2, 3v2, 3v3, etc., etc. This was insane, The quality in the game, maybe not too good, right? There was a lot of mistakes being made and a lot of weird scenarios, but you could just see all the players constantly being stressed out, and sometimes that's what good Counter-Strike is.
Yeah, good Counter-Strike.
Entertaining Counter-Strike.
There we go. Thank you, Pim. That's a better word for it, I think, for sure. It certainly did have some entertainment moments, some highlights coming out from all of these guys, because it got to the point where you could just see they both have really no idea what was going on. TyLoo were forcing the issue at A-ramp every single time. The plants were going down, but eventually the better team did win. But Renegades are going to really have to go back to the drawing board to not be able to fight this scrappy.
Yeah, those T-sides are a real problem for both teams. It's something that we've always attributed to TyLoo, especially with the comms issues. I even want to compare sort of the T and CT sides in that regulation game, at least when things were more standard. For Renegades, when they were on T-side, mate, those rounds were ending in 10-15 seconds. It was often TyLoo playing these flash pops on A-ramp, decimating 4 or 5 players in the opening few seconds of a round. For Renegades, when they swapped over, when they were on CT, the crazy thing is they were in so many disadvantageous positions. They were in so many clutch moments, so many retakes that they picked up in 3v4s, 4v4s, which is, Vertigo bread and butter, of course, but still all the more impressive when you got TyLoo on the other side.
I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because when Renegades were playing at their CT side, as you said, they had to fight Nathan Tool for every single round they would get, right? It was a 3v2 all the time, 2v2s, 1v1s. Whereas for TyLoo, they were destroying Renegades in many of the rounds.
Not close.
In particular, I remember the A-ramp duel. We always talk about that when we talk Vertigo, right? TyLoo were showcasing some setups I've never seen before, some sick flashes, and that's, sheer aggression that we like to see from Asian Counter-Strike as well, came into full force from TyLoo. TyLoo were the better team here in Vertigo. They just didn't have the ability to close down the game, and at the end of the day, they end up losing. So I feel for them, but no doubt that they were the better playing team, I feel like, on Vertigo.
Yeah, and you got to say when it comes to Renegades, right, the teamwork was just so much better. In these situations where they're down men, where they're having to retake, their protocols were coming through time and time again from it. It always took something crazy like the Dan King moment or something from Bentet to pull them out of the bag.
We actually have that, we have that clip we can show for you.
Yeah, Dan King had a great game. I've brought up one round in particular as well on the T side near the end of that, around 39. This was really cool. Alistair's holding the pixel gap, the Zywoo-S gap on this yellow thing, and Dan King gets run boosted over. Alistair misses this completely. He can't see him. Dan King's gone over the scope, and then he shoots him right back through that tiny little gap. We saw it from Dan King's perspective when the game was live. He sees a little pixel of Alistair going in through that yellow, and he picks him off. Like, just cheeky little plays. TyLoo, I think, it's going to hurt losing a game like that, but I still think they showed us a lot of grit, and some of the individuals this event have looked incredible. Bentet's still in good form. Yeah. Dan King looks like the next big thing. It hurts to lose a game like that. Back to the drawing board for TyLoo, but I was still impressed at some of the rounds we got over there.
Allow me to put it into context though, because this is my problem with TyLoo. Because every single time we see TyLoo at a major qualifier, we speak about the communication potentially being a problem. We even did it coming into this game. There's a reason why they ended up losing so many 3v2 scenarios where they were up a man, even 4v2 a couple of times as well. You could see that communication-wise and playing off each other, you know, having that, I guess, understanding for where each other are and who plays of whose contact, etc., that weren't really there for TyLoo. And that must come down to communication, right? Because even players in Face It nowadays know how to communicate, know how to say, you play off my contact, no, I play off yours, yada, yada, yada. It didn't feel like TyLoo had that narrowed down, and that's a problem, because it's been like this for the last 5 years. Always communication issues. Skill on the server, no doubt, but communication-wise, well, struggling.
Even throwing it back to the first map as well in Inferno, where there's so many moments where Dankin would get a pick with the AWP, and then he'd like pull his knife out, he'd let his guard down, he was never ready for double setups. Renegades are really, really clean in their fundamentals today, and have been in general, and I think especially when you're dominating your region and you're not getting the same level of competition that maybe Renegades bring after all this time in Europe, especially back in Katowice, I don't think some of the individuals on TyLoo were ready for that, as you say.
And when you're talking about that, though, being ready for it, right? In the past, you two were used to facing off against each other a lot. Do you think that one of the problems here was for Renegades was the fact that they weren't used to this style because it's been so long since they have faced? Because TyLoo is such an unknown, like, even they don't seem to know what they're doing at times.
It could be. I mean, it's hard to say, and I'd love to speak to them.
It's kind of like playing against Furia. You know what you're going to get.
Sure.
It doesn't mean you can stop it, right? Like, just some of the CT aggression we get from Fury, even in their domestic region, like when they were dominating NA. It's like, people know you're going to rush down mid on Inferno. Doesn't mean I can actually put a stop to it. And TyLoo are even more unpredictable in that sense. Like, some of their CT sides, like, that 13-2 half was just despicable for TyLoo. It's just a shame it fell apart.
Well, let's try and get some answers, because we do have an interview standing by, and we've got Liaz here from the Renegades. Liaz, can you hear me okay?
Hey, mate. Yeah, I'm all good.
Yes. Well, congratulations, first of all, on making it through to the majors. Certainly a very stressful game at the end there. But what is it like for you playing against that TyLoo? Because honestly, I think all of us here, we just expected like a better, cleaner game from yourselves.
I mean, first of all, mate, Pimp, what are you saying? They were the better team? What game are you watching?
I meant on Vertigo specifically. You had to fight for every single round?
Nah, mate. We were just defaulting every round, letting them come to us. That was the game plan. It worked out. But, oh, fuck. Our T side was abysmal, and we'll definitely go back to the drawing board with that one. But, I don't know. Any team with Benny, like, I was playing with Benny like 5-6 months ago, and the guy's a freak. Like, I know that he's really good, and he sort of takes control of that team like the second that he goes into it. So, we knew it was a tough matchup, and we thought they were the scariest team at the minor, but it happened to be IHC this time.
Liaz, allow me to ask, right, because we saw Vertigo. Obviously, the first map, it looked better. Vertigo was a bit of a mess, especially on your CT side. It felt like you had to fight for every single round. You often found yourself down in a 2v3 scenario. What was it for you like? You won the majority of those. Was that just better communication, or did they mess up? How did it feel on the server?
I think our comms just sort of like picked up towards the end. Everyone started getting a little bit hyped. I know Inns sank like 3 Red Bulls or some shit to like get himself like pumped up.
That'll do it.
I mean, I don't know. Like, our game plans are also sort of like play a little bit more slow. Like, the Asian teams are very aggressive, and they sort of like run at you and give you a few peaks. I know that Benny must have interjected and said to like slow down some of the rounds, but yeah, we were just holding like a lot of util at A, and I think we were playing like a lot of late rounds. But I don't know, mate. I was just sitting on B. I was just sitting at quad. Whenever they came B, I was just fucking screaming for flashes. That was it.
Liaz, talking about getting pumped up, right? Obviously, you guys played a game earlier today. Didn't go to plan. You guys got kind of slattered on that second map. For some teams, they like playing, maybe a warm-up game into a day, and they feel fine taking on a second BO3. Would you say that, obviously Inferno looked really good, but as a team, did you find that as a nice warm-up, or does that take a lot of energy out of you losing like that?
Oh, bro, yeah, it destroyed us for a little bit. I think for like an hour or something, like, everyone was in the dumps, and as I said, everyone just started slamming Red Bulls and nicotine and anything they could get in them to get themselves fired up again. But on Inferno against TyLoo, like, we sort of started off pretty well, and I think that sort of gave everyone energy again. Whereas against IHC, like, we just never really like hit the ground with our feet, like we couldn't really get started, and just nothing happened. We're all pretty tired too. I had to get up pretty early for that game.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Like, yeah, it's a gamer.
Yeah, not gamer
like morning. Exactly, mate.
Now, Liaz, I also want to ask, right, we were talking about it at the same time, with TyLoo, and obviously you guys have not really faced off against each other in a long time. Is it such a different thing to kind of get adjusted to, like to be ready for this style of team when you've been playing obviously against teams in your region, you've been a lot the European events as well? Is it something that's harder to adjust to?
Just to TyLoo or to IHC?
Just to the Asian teams in general, right, their styles and how they play so different.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played against Asian teams for like 2 or 3 years now. It's been a while for me. But IHC like really surprised me. They play like a very like European brand of CS, and I mean they just won like every fight. We were just, I don't know. I guess we expected something different from them. They just destroyed us. But TyLoo was still pretty similar to the old TyLoo. Like I don't think they've changed too much. I think Benny has a lot of impact in the way that he's calling for them right now.
Yeah.
Like you saw at the end of the video game, like their T side is actually pretty good. Like we won a lot of disadvantaged situations, as you said.
I actually want to ask about that as well, because obviously we saw you in Kato, making your LAN debut at least with this squad, and you look really good, but maybe the result for Renegades wasn't great. When we heard from you there, you said about how maybe some of the fundamentals weren't in order, and these were things that you were looking at getting fixed. Do you feel like you're on a good path, on a good trajectory now, qualifying for the major? What is your confidence level going into Antwerp?
I think we're feeling good. Like, I don't know, fucking practice results are shit. Like, no one cares about practice results, right? But it feels like a lot of our fundamentals are sort of coming together. Even like practicing in Australia, it's like, it is very difficult. Like, you sort of get ahead of yourself and people just like push. When you can everyone can just push, it's really hard to like practice things. But yeah, in this boot camp, like I think we've improved a ton. And the good thing about our team is like the issue is like really obvious. Like our trading and stuff is really bad right now. We lose a lot of like 5v4s because we don't group properly as a team, and our CT sides, I don't know. There's a lot of shit that we have to work on, but we sort of have it all down. Like we know what we need to do, and this boot camp we've worked on a lot of it.
And when you're talking about stuff you want to work on there, what are you doing now? You've qualified. You going back to Australia? Are you going to stick it out from here and wait it out?
Oh yeah, it's cooked, mate. No, we have a qualifier in Australia in like 2 days or something.
Oh,
so we have
great.
to fly back.
Just
we'll
what
have
you
like
want.
2 hours of rest or some shit, and then fucking straight into an open qualifier, because somehow we're not in the closed qualifier, even though we've won everything in Australia. But yeah, we have that, and then I think like 3 or 4 days, or 2 days after that qual, we have to fly back to Europe. So we're just going to be jet lagged.
Open quals, that's harder than
insane.
beating TyLoo on LAN, I think.
100%. It's cooked.
I would say if you can, just skip that. Doesn't sound like you need to be there. Focus on the major, my man. But I know you've got
Yeah,
things
exactly.
to do. You've won everything in your region, so you probably want to keep doing that. But Liaz, thank you very much for your time and your honesty. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and we'll see you back at the major, man.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, boys.
What a legend.
He
owns it.
Need way more of them kind of interviews as well. Yeah, he's well aware of the problems and the struggles we saw without it. Pimpy has to call you out. I love players that call you out. We need more of that as well.
I think they were very lucky to win Vertigo, and I think if he gets to look back at that game, I think
he's
he'll
not on
agree.
camera now. He can't defend himself, so now you're talking shit again. Okay, I see how it works, Pimp.
Players.
Typical
Hosts,
Pimp.
Hosts, yeah,
terrible.
casters.
Casters.
Ooh.
Pimp, just anyone that isn't Pimp, basically,
Yeah,
isn't it? Let's take a look at the bracket, though, and see where we're at the end of the day.
Sure.
And keep moving things along. So, as we get to the end of the RMR for the Asia-Pacific region, we see IHC Esports and Renegades qualify. Renegades continues to do so with a 2-0 over TyLoo that you just witnessed. And TyLoo, for the first time in God knows how many years, they have not made it. They won't be there. We'll also take a look at all of the teams that have qualified so far. The list continues to grow now because of the region and how this all works out. The teams that you saw qualify today, they will just be going into that contenders slot, and you can see it starting to fill out, while still Furia is the only one in Legends. But that'll all change when we get into Europe, boys. It's tomorrow.
Yeah, some more big spots up for grabs. It's so exciting, man. I think it's really, really cool how, at least for the Americas, things shaped up as they should have, as we thought they would have, with Fury going through top 8. Some upsets in there, EG not making, yes, sad, but to some, not really surprised. And hey, I'm all for this Asian region, turning out the way it did. It sucks to not see TyLoo there for the first time in a while, but IHC, new Mongolian boys on the block, what's not to love?
Yeah, I love the way they play Counter-Strike. They came in and destroyed this tournament. They came in and played with a lot of confidence, and as said, no one really expected too much coming out from them, but I think we learned a new couple of names to learn, in particular Score. The way he was playing Counter-Strike, conducting himself on the server was great to see. So it's starting to shape up, as you said, James, but tomorrow is when the real nitty-gritty goes down.
And I'm all for some IHC stickers as well.
Yeah.
Hugo, quick question to you,
Easily
man.
the coolest jersey we've seen so far in the tournament.
Gold and black, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's going to look good on some of our guns, that's
I like
for
him.
sure. No, oh, he looks good. What have you been
He had to
sending?
get the treatment up here, right?
Okay, you need to just bully him a little
Yeah.
bit. See, Hugo, I am the nice host.
It's fine. fine. You know, the small ones, they've got to make up for it.
In many
You have
ways.
such a box behind you. Right
No, I don't. It's on camera, Pimp. Do you see it? I don't see it. I just see you down there.
Speak to losers.
I just hear Pimp lying about things as per usual, you know. But Hugo, did you enjoy the time on the desk? You want to come back? I think you're quite a nice replacement for Blair.
No, it was really nice. It was a trial by fire, not just for Blair, but for me as well. You know, what a crazy game. I was sitting there thinking like 13-2. I've got loads of stuff to talk about. 30 rounds later, I've forgotten all of it. So yeah, really good game. Entertaining. Nice to be with you. You know, you were here as well. Thanks, James.
No problem at all. We get ourselves out of here. The Asia Pacific RMR is done. Hugo and Pimp, they still love each other. They just fist bumped. You didn't see it, but it is all love. We're here on the desk. We're done for another day, but tomorrow it starts for Europe, and that's where we get to see the best teams in the world battle it out for the remaining slots at the major. You won't want to miss it. I can't wait for it, so we'll see you then.